for Shiloh. Thank you for Septur. Thank you for redemption, without that's a little better. All right. Without that redemption, we'd be under the Old Testament, the Torah, and we're not under the laws of flesh. So thank you, Father, for the Shiloh sign and that celestial firmament marker, because I know you create the stars. You're the creator, the stars, sun, and moon. And so the Magi, they were wise, and they were aware of the celestial markers at the birth of the age, and at the birth, of this new bride that was a divorce and a birth, as Shiloh, the one who returned. You sent in flesh because you didn't love everybody. And one sin was death. Under the Old Testament, sin was a sin, whether venial or mortal. Sin is a sin. So now you cover your bride. Not everybody. Most people go to hell. I know that. It says that in your words. Thank you, Father, for your word. You're the word. You're not God's in the sky. You divorced your bride for exactly that, and you called her a whore. Called her out as a whore of Revelation. And flesh. Remember, you sent your son and he called out to you on that cross, right? No, tree. Nobody hung from crosses. See, they messed it all up, Father. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. So forgiveness, well, that doesn't come without being rebuked by Father. And forgiveness of sins of the world, it's because you're standing up to the perverted law, agape. So Shiloh, the scepter shall not depart. The scepter he's the one who holds the inheritance to the church. He is the one who has the crown. Remember, he said, let no one take your crown. You have to have a crown when you get there. So if you don't know what the crown is, then you might want to go back and sup with the word, knock, right? And I will sup with the word, right? Father is the word. He's not a God in the sky. Father is the word. Father is the word. He said, before Abraham was, I am. That means he spoke all this into existence, remember? Hokodesh inside of us, not in the sky. Father is spirit from above, not in the sky. God is not Father. God is a title. Father, the Most High, is not in the sky. Sky is right here, right there. The skies will roll back like a scroll. He said, be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So most people aren't wise, celestially wise, spiritually wise, biblically wise. They're religious. And that's what religious does to people. It dumbs them down. Puts a lollipop in their mouth so they don't ask any questions and they don't tell. This kind of works pretty good like that, right? They sit down the one day, fun day, Sunday. Pagans, they're heathens. Learn not the ways of the heathens. We're not under this physical ritual, the temples. They do all these. This is exactly why he divorced his bride, because he perverted all the rituals and turned them into cannibalism, eating bodies of men and saccharin them in the mass, or the masse, the Catholic mass. Remember, they still do it today. It's kind of crazy that what he out and we're not supposed to do. They're just doing it again. So nobody hung from crosses, and he warned about people being hung, right? The mat torturers, and it puts the lotion on the skin. Mr. Baby Oil Party. He likes to do the ditty. So, do I did it? So, yeah, religion is vain. all religions. There's not one good. They all go after Catholicism, Pope, Papa, follow this communion. As I was saying, Catholics, that's Satanism. That's the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture. So the Christians, they follow that. The Christ of the Mass is the eating of the flesh of man, Mass A. You can lop an S off of it and smash it together. Christ Mass is an orgy. Christ is an orgy. Jesus, he has 3 genders. He's a gender bender Jesus with mange, because they have sex with beast and have an orgy. So they blow their load, in and out, pump and dump. It's a ritual. Well, they eat cheese and caviar. They give the man. He's the lottery of man. This is the Mass A, Christ Mass. Satan. Satan is Christmas. So the Mass A is the eating of human flesh. So these people do it today too, right? The Mass A, Christ Mass, tree worship, that's Grove. Remember, Esau killed his brother, Nimrod, Moloch, the tree god, sun god, that's Satan. So, you know what I'm saying? Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter. December 25th, Jesus, that baby manger. See, I said he's got mange because he's got, it's sex with beast, man and woman. So thank you, Shiloh, for not being 3 genders and not having breasts. Thank you, Father, for not even having flesh. Hokadesh is what he is, spirit, right? Holy Ghost. There's no such thing as ghost. Ghost is a word. It's the spirit, not some... Who are you going to call? Put you in a box with like slime creatures from outer, some kind of slimy... Oh, see, that sounds bad. All right. Anyways, thank you, Father, for the hearing ear and the eye. Most people are retarded, meaning they've been screwed down and thrown down like a carburetor. They have just a small opening. They're opening their organs, their mouth. They don't know what they're talking about. So thank you, Father, for only creating the eye that sees and the ear that hears, because they say a lot, but you know them by their fruit, remember? Don't judge them by their cover. So we're under the laws of flesh, remember? Not bound by ritual, fee, fine, or celebration. We're not doing any of those things. Anybody celebrates, they're a Satanist. So these religions all do that same. The celebration of the Mass A God of the flesh, with breast, beast, and horn, man, beast, and woman ritual, the bestiality. It's called Christmas. Remember, they banned it. They throw you in first they bind you and then throw you in jail for celebrating the orgy, because there's a Roman orgy. Remember, the Romans they loved their orgies. Didn't you ever watch it? Oh, I am Spartacus. Maybe it was Maximus or something. I don't know. I don't really watch television. I threw my TV away a long time ago. So in the 90s with my mic, I don't do none of that. No Wi-Fi. I remember my son was always mad because they wouldn't let him have Wi-Fi or a cable. Dad, I'm the only one in high school and we don't have cable. No Netflix. No none of that. We're not doing none of that. So go outside. Throw you the football or something. So we're not doing that. They got the interweb later, but we don't do the television or the hooked up to the cable and get programmed. And they want to hook you up, get you to take the sticker, man. Get you a little gold sticker. Yeah, as you're a good little. Oh, you go with the flow. You be a good little debt slave. They'll sting you and spell you and cast curses on you and put you in the public school. So you go with the flow. Put your currency in the bank, like 2 sides of the river, and you're a good little debt slave. So so that's what they do. Workers of darkness, you'll know them by their fruit. Remember, Father doesn't like fees and fines and celebrations, and he said you'd be better to have a millstone to tie around your neck and be cast into the sea than hurt one hair on my children's head. So remember, he flipped over the money changer tables for exchanging the money and then whipped. Remember those, can you imagine what the thread count was on those curtains in that day and age, at the time of Christ Rome? These weren't some little sissy la, little Bon Marché. I don't even know what they have for fancy now or whatever. The courting must have been like sausages. He just whipped the living snot out of those people for, you remember, he had to have 2 turtle doves at the altar of the sacrifice. So you're not under any of this. So if you ever want to meet a Satanist, there's somebody who celebrates. And if you know anybody who celebrates, the worst celebration of all is the celebration of the birth. There's only 2 in Scripture. One was Satan. That's what you're celebrating when you celebrate. When you celebrate good times, come on. Yeah, you're celebrating the birth of Satan. There's only 2. One, and Herod, remember, he was trying to kill Christ. We went on that in the earlier stream. And, well, so you're not supposed to, that's porneia, is the Greek word self. latria, actually, idolatria, idolatry, or pornea. Remember, their agape will be pornea, right? So, whatever. You don't speak any Hebrew? Orligas? None? Probably not. Probably speak like Catholics. They eat priest meat. They remember what kind of eat they eat on Sunday? What kind of meat do they eat? None. So, should gingers be allowed to vote? That is the stupidest, most racing comment I think I've heard today. Get out of here, you filthy slime. Father created one race, the human race. Get out here. You're a sick, twisted kind of generation. You know that, the falling away, great falling away from the word. So these most people are racist. God didn't create any races. One race, the human race. He only put melanin in people's skin because how close he put us to the equator shaped our eyes. Everybody else is a racist that thinks anything else. Remember, there's no such thing as color or race. People are idiots. They're racist. Kind of like a just-in-time delivery system. Here he is again saying stupid things like he already did. I remember dressed as dumbass. Remember, dumb's like a mule. Well, an ass. Dumb is like dumb, da-dum, dumb, dumb. There's no free will. So how's there free dumb? For a free country, then why is everybody in debt? How come they print $1 trillion every 100 days? Send all the money to the people overseas after raping the people. They take and send it overseas to kill people overseas and then bring people over here and bring them in here and bring them in here decade after decade. Now they're kicking them out. The nation of immigrants trying to keep out all the immigrants. Woo! America, boys. You love that? An abomination corporation. The strangulation, like a coal oil death. Never one oil person ever died for oil. Nope, not one. You can blame it on Donald John, the 47th president, right? Or pretended or selected by the Fortune 500 companies. Selected, right? Come on, Electoral College. Follow the money. The agape of money. Remember the love. It's the love of money. That's the root of all evil, right? So people don't study the word. And boy, this serpent, he sure knows, huh? You knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let the bite in. He decorates his house with Satan, who had a 58-story tower in Manhattan. Babylon. And Mr. Warp Speed, he's got a Babylonian tower decorated in Manhattan with Satan. So, Justin's now accusing me of autism. That's a pretty shitty thing to say, Justin. You know, when I was, because you're must be some child. I'm obviously in my 50s, and you know, it's 1 in nearly a million. Now it's 1 in 31. You want to say what that reason why for that there? Want to tell us the reason for that? So nobody got to see your thing. So want to speak up? If not, I'll moderate you. Go ahead one more time. That's a pretty shitty thing to say, man. All these people from autism, this asshole is going to come out here and 1 in a million when I was, you know, and now he said your form of autism is a bit much, is what he said about me. So he's obviously have a doctor, and he's a doctor, and he can tell that he's got some kind of mental disorder or something like that. He's not CLEAT certified. No, that's Council Law Enforcement Education and Training. That's where I did my certification on mental disabilities or illnesses or how to handle and certify. And this guy's probably some doctor. So where'd you get your degree at there, Justin? Remember the just-in-time delivery system? No, that's not a sign to gamble. No, there's no such thing as luck. So, Justin, you have anything to say for yourself? Or you're just an ass, like I said earlier. I like the just-in-time delivery system. What is my philosophy of what purpose life is? I don't have any philosophy. The only thing you're here to do is die to self daily. Not go with what the world says and be castrated, pretty much, circumcised, cut off, in prison, separated from the world and suffer, go through a lot of suffering, long suffering, not be loved but hated by the world. I hope everybody hates. That would be the purpose of life, to be hated, not loved, not to be nice. So do you have anything to say for yourself there, Justin? That's a pretty horrible thing to say when people suffer. Their kids just turn off like a light switch because of, I know what it is. But let's see if Justin knows his old ass from a hole in the ground. So I told you he's already acting like an ass. So, or brutish in nature, but he couldn't probably define anything. So I guess he has nothing else to say. So. Yep. Goodbye. How about that? Okay, I'm going to ask him a religious. Don't assume anything. I don't like religion. I hate religion, and I hate government, and I hate the sin that people commit, not the sinner. I can be hateful. It says that in the word. I can not be hateful, but I can hate the sin that the people commit, you know. And so I've done it. I'm guilty, but I hate myself for what I've done. I'm a veteran, a prior pig, law enforcement officer. I've done a lot of things. I wish I could go back, but no, whatever it is, when I don't have any wishes, no such thing as free will or no such thing as luck. No regrets. It is what it is. So I read the word 99. I can make anybody who even says they're a biblical scholar look like they never even picked up the word one time and read it. So you like reptiles? I'm a scorpizzo. So I'm a scorpion, the most powerful celestial firmament marker in the firmament. So, but no, I'm not into gecko, not to be confused with Geico. All right, cool. No, those are awesome. I remember living in Hawaii, you know, so I've been traveled outside the U.S. I've been all 50 states, but that obviously that's within not the CONUS, continental United States, but they had lots of, been to Hawaii multiple times. So, but anyways, did my certification, and got my SWAT certification over there by LAPD. I don't want to get into all that, but there's a lot of different reptiles on the islands. They're not EpiPen Island where Trump went with his buddy Joe and Billary and Elon. Don't let Elon, just because Elon said he went there, Elon went there too. They all went to the island. They're island boys, and they do things, naughty things, right? Things, yeah. Remember, drain the swamp. Hate to break it to you. There's your swamp. So, well, I don't know about that, Killer, because it says you get a new body, a new earth, and a new heaven. So I'm eternal. And so guess what? I've been here a million times. This ain't my first rodeo. You think this is the first time I've been here? Sit around for a minute. Don't say anything, swine. And you might be able to, you know, glean something from this chat. So you get a new body, a new heaven, and a new earth, it says, and that's not above your head or below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. Earth's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. God's not in the sky. So if you'll slow down a little bit and just take it to the scripture, you know, so the script, you know, not by the book is Bible. And so, no, hell's not, don't sink, stop it. Don't say that, because the kingdom of heaven is within. Hell is not a place. Hell is the word bis. Okay? Sink, or I'll flush you down. I will. I don't know which direction which part of this, north or south, which way you go, you know, but I'll spin you either way out of here. So, like a flush. So, hell's the word bis. Hell's not below your feet. Let's start with that. Heaven's not above your head. Hell's not below your feet. There's no such thing as a planet. No Father never created one planet. He's creator. He created all things, good and evil. Isaiah 45:7. If you doubt, calamity, chaos, evil, all those things, he creates everything that ever was, ever will be. Not written, everything that it will be, good, evil, and he does all these things for his own pleasure, after his own counsel. So he said, before Abraham was, I am. So he is, remember, you don't need to instruct him. Shouldn't try to question him at all. If you love him, that's what he said, you'll walk and follow my commandments, 2 John 6. That's word agape, not phileo. Remember, he told Peter, I'm not asking you if you phileo me, Peter. Do you agape me? And agape means 2 John 6, to walk and follow his commandments. So what does he command you to do while you're here? Somebody asked a little bit about purpose and what you're here to do. So, okay, you can think whatever you want. That's what I'm telling you. That's what you can assume whatever you want, and that's fine. I'm saying that's okay. I know we've been around longer than this 6,000 year slice. How about that? We have Homo sapien, Cro-Magnon man, Denisovan. Are you telling me that this rock's only 6,000 years old? That's right. Hallelujah. I'm born into a new spiritual. Hey, somebody's dying to self daily. Killer. Oh, look at this guy. He's killing himself off. He must have been reading Paul's writing, circumcising the outer man. Belief doesn't affect reality. Well, because belief isn't a thought in your head. YouTube. No, two-tube. Welcome to the two-tube. Hollow needle channel, like two fangs, like two cheeks to the same hole, like a forked tongue, two wings to the same dragon, two hollow needles. Like, remember? You know I was a snake before you let me in, and then you let the bite in? Did you get the bite in? Did you get your booster? Belief is not a thought in your head, so don't spread the word belief. You don't know what the word believe is. It's not actually a noun. Faith is a noun. It's an action word, so it's a verb. You don't make sense with what you just said. So anyways, thanks for coming in and your... No, it's just that belief doesn't have any effects on reality. So you're telling your actions don't have any effect on reality? You're what the word is called a demon. The daimonion has been replaced now with the word devil, but you're a liar. And you're what's called a Nephilim. Nephilim is the word. Well, bully. You're a bully. You're full of it. You're full of bullshit. Get out of here. I just said belief is an action word, and you tell me it doesn't have any effect on reality. So your actions have no. Do you ever heard of the ripple effect, the butterfly effect? How about the Mandela effect? Go. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. No, get out of here. You're a Gemini, is what you are. You're a demon. You say one thing, and you're like Taco Man. Bend over like Joe. You put the bite in. You've been trading lightsabers in their eye soles. You at the Island Boy party too. Did you go to the island? Just admit it, YouTube. You went to the island, didn't you? You got the YouTube. It's Mr. Censor. You don't even know anything. You couldn't censor your ass from a hole in the ground. Well, see? You see what I'm saying? Like a carrot dangling right on a string right in front of you. Are you going to chase it and make another answer? Or are you going to be quiet and learn? Stop being so childish. Don't say stupid things. Well, that's nice. Trying to be nice to me. That means to be stupid. You don't even know what you're talking about. You want me to put you to the test there, Tube? Right? A cheat test, a free test. There's no such thing as free will. So, no such thing as luck. If Father created all things, there's no such thing as man-made. Father created all things. He's a creator. You're a maker. Difference between a maker and a creator. I told this to my son's mom. Like, you're an oven, lady. I'm just a donor. We didn't create this child. Father, he said, I knew you before you were in the womb. Remember, I set you aside. So these people don't want to read the word. That's their fault. Just like you, Tube. Like a hollow needle, like squirting venom everywhere, like snake venom. Remember, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then you let the bite in. Tube, YouTube, Hollow Needle. Welcome to the Hollow Needle channel. You think this is my first YouTube channel? I got about a half a dozen, been here about a dozen years. How long you been on this platform? He said he'd send 2 witnesses. I bet you it'd be these 2 thieves, this eye right there, that 2 eyes. You see what I'm saying? Yep. See what I'm saying? Probably not. You have a crown. You know what a crown is? Let's start with that. You. Talking to you. Hey, you wanted the spotlight. You got it. I troll people in here. I troll YouTube. I've been doing this more than a country minute, remember? This ain't my first rodeo. Somebody had a question earlier whether I've been here before. You think I'm 51 years old? Okay, I'm eternal. I die. I'm eternal. I may die. I die to self. Like who was in here earlier? Daily. I don't never die. I'm eternal. So if I die, then what happens? I just go back to who I was. Hello? Go live something. Go do something and get out of my face. My space isn't above your head. God's not above your head. Heaven's not above your head. Earth's not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. And it's not 2025. So get out of my space. Stink like the world. You do your Sex Pistol ritual. Hey, it says dick up. Let me see your decami. Hey, you talk like some worldly idiot. You're a translator. You probably have to go after this 3-ball comet they got up there. Their transgender comet that's spewing nickel now. First copper, now nickel. Woo! It's feeling a little awful World War II-esque, a little Hitler-esque. Oh, Charlie Chaplin. The beast is here, brothers and sisters. Uh-oh. What's wrong with you? The skies will roll back like a scroll. How about that? That's what it says at the last trump. Horn, ram's horn. Father, remember? David was declared the lamb. Yeah, that's Christ. That makes Father the ram, Aries. God of fire. Are you feeling the fire? So, what do we got here? So, because most people are caught in nope, it's not 2025. Is this person okay? Am I okay? Are you okay? Remember, he said, be comforted. Be not anxious. Before Abraham was, I am. So what is your, what are you okay? Are you all right? What do you need? Here, I'll have to show you it in another way. Most people go to hell. God doesn't love everybody. Satan is the word adversary. If you add 1 jot to the scripture, not Bible, book is Bible. It's written on stone. What have you been smoking? Okay, yeah, now it's written on tables of our hearts, right? If you change a tittle, you know what a jot or a tittle is? Probably not. So don't speak on this word. He said don't add. That's the word froward. Change. Pervert. Don't pervert, because remember, he divorced his bride for that same exactly. God's in the sky. God's in the sky, and make this, they're doing it again. We ask people, walk down the street, where is Father? Where's heaven? Earth's not below your feet. Now there is hell. Hell is not a place. Hell is the word bis, bathos, busos. My people shall perish for lack of bis, bathos, busos. I will throw them in the abyss, abassos, abosos. You can go to Revelation 9:11. Kirby, are you like a vacuum? You know, Lord is master. And he said the stars can be corrupted. There'll be signs like street signs, stop signs, and the stars, sun, and moon. Thank you for the tithe. You don't have to give to this ministry, but if you have abundance, I don't want to take from anybody. I don't want to own anything. I just want to go on the road and share this gospel because it's, brothers and sisters, God's bride is everywhere, but it's a little bit everywhere. It's a little bit. Remember, oligos is the Greek word. It means a puny number. His flock is little teeny tiny flock. Most people go to hell because they're in the broad way. Notice all these big cities, big city lights, they got the broad way because they're not willing to narrow. That's the word theologo, to be pushed on both sides. Hate it because your friends don't like it because you don't do the things of the world. You don't go to the parties and do all the celebrations and do all these. You read the word and you do this every single day. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me daily. Matthew, Luke, he always sends a 2-second chapter of witness. He does. Remember, 2 thieves that'll take your crown, right? My disciples, take up your cross. A cross, nobody hung from crosses. Nobody carried crosses. Christ was not hung. That is the pagan unk. That's idolism, and you are warned about things you see of the dirt, whether the little things, remember I said, puny, or big old 58-story Babylonian Manhattan Tower statues. Father doesn't want you to love the dirt. He wants you to love him. Father is the word. You know, those words are in that book. That word, they all have a definition if you'll actually sit down and define each one. That's the word aletheia. Clearly worrying that this is clearly going. It's a bit worrying that this is clearly going, interested for a while. What? Why would you stay? If you're having an issue like Time magazines or Rolling Stones, you could just roll like Flintstone your ass right out of here. If you're a mule or a donkey or you can't be learned, why do you stick around? Are you some like super glue or hero or something? No, Christ didn't hang on a cross. Nobody carried crosses. He was nailed or pegged or stocked, right? To a yoke. He was staked to a stock. You don't know anything about Roman torture. They made you so you couldn't breathe. That's why they just did their whole I can't breathe ritual, just like 5G whiz, which is a military patent grade weapon, but you don't know anything about 60 gigahertz. Do you remember all spoken into existence? Hebrew, phonics, waves, millimeter, Hebrew, you know, anything about the Latin Vulgate, anything about the New Testament, Old Law, Jewish Targum, the perverted, you know, anything about the Torah? Probably not. How about halakha? We'll start there. What is halakha? Christ is a state of consciousness, perhaps. No, that's not what Christ is. Christ is a pagan term that means anointed in oil. You don't know what you're talking about. Carson, go out here. You're a demon. You're making stabs at it and making it, you're what is called perverted. Forwarded demon by definition, because you're lying. That's not what Christ means. It's a pagan term, and it's not written in Scripture ever once. Nor was the word Lord. Hey, where's Lord at? Thank you again. Double Lord star. What was that again? I want to thank you for that tithe. One day at a time, man. You know, we're supposed to take up our cross daily, right? Nobody carries crosses, brothers and sisters. Okay? It's okay. If you can be corrected, then you're not an ass, Carson. I could be corrected. How do you think I learned that? It's 10 years of my life. Unlearn and then start to be able to relearn because I was lazy and learned the wrong way. So, hey, Carson's not an ass. We got somebody who's willing to, Father has not deafened their ear. You know, if you're Christ would call you brutish in nature. You know what I'm saying? No, they didn't crucify anybody on a cross. You're a demon. Now let's hold on. Thank you. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Double Lord, which is also never written in the Scripture, which means master. You're a demon, which is you don't own a lexicon. I guarantee you don't know anything. I'm going to ask you a couple questions here. What's your name? Jason 91. Jason, you got to have to define some words in here before you can, you have to study. Let me ask you this. First, I want to start with this. Was Lot's wife, it says in Scripture, I remember with Sodom and Gomorrah, you know, I'm going to add, I've seen enough this hokey pokey, turn yourself around. He didn't want to see that. He said, get your lot, get your wife, get your kids. If you turn around, you know, you'll be turned to it. She was turned to a pillar of salt, right, Jason? That's what it says in Scripture, right? Because we're going to go back to crucifixion because you're an idiot. I can already tell you don't know anything about Scripture at all. You believe some guy on YouTube, okay? Jason, answer my question. You don't know. Nobody hung from crosses. That's the pagan unk. Peter was hung upside down. John was crucified on an X, crucified. Nobody was crucified from crosses. You're a child. You're a child, okay? So thank you for the tide to the mystery. You guys, just hang with me, Lord. We'll go ahead. I'm trying to show you what an ass looks like. Somebody there we got was at Carson's not an ass. Carson's willing to so you got to define. And Jason doesn't know anything. Oh, really? Quite especially your visit to a local museum. Okay, well, once again, you know nothing about Roman torture, and you're just torturing yourself. And I'm not going to even let you stay in here because you've never even studied. Keep your religion and all your politics, and you think history's in a museum and in a book. You're an idiot. Seriously? You think we've only been on this rock for 6,000 years? Go away, okay? Okay, you know, it's all right. I don't care about, I'm not going to sit there and try to turn a goat into a sheep. You know nothing about the Romans. They were masters at torture. So I'm going to moderate you out of here. And if you could have learned, you could have listened and been quiet. I asked you to define something and you couldn't do that. Instead, you just spoke up. You know, actually, if you're going to learn something and you think you know something, and I'm not saying I'm some kind of, you know, I've been to college before I ever, as a teenager, in the military, out of the military. I don't care about degrees. People in a degree know what's in a box, and apparently you've been kept inside a box because I know what's inside the box, and I'm still studying what's outside of the box. So welcome to the fourth dimension. But you wouldn't know anything about dimension because that's the difference between time and space. But there's no such thing as space. So you need to leave. You're not defined. I asked you to define a word. Okay. All right. You're an atheist, and I do. Okay. Now listen to what he just said. You believe in a man-made book. Well, guess what? You believe. So we're going to make one more example out of you. The word believe, you never went to school, did you? You didn't go to any school because remember, even in elementary school, they taught you the word believe. It's not a noun. Faith is a noun. Belief is an action word. So you don't know what you're talking about. You apparently didn't even listen in school. So I don't care what you've done, because actually I didn't even listen at school, but I learned most of my after school. Believe is an action word. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Hell is the word knowledge. Hell is the word no knowledge. That's the word biths, bathos, or busos. Abyss, abathos, abusos is the word no knowledge. Okay? So I don't care that you're an atheist. I'm not even supposed to have sup with vipers. Remember? Cast my pearls before swine. So we don't have to. People of faith, remember? A noun, have like a verb. He said, loins girded in my service. And we just show people to the narrow way. So you're an ass, apparently, and you can't learn because you can't even answer my question. And you keep running with your psychobabble, your new mystery cycle, because you are undefined. You don't have any definition. I just asked you to just define one word and you couldn't. Okay. And now I have given you the definition. So hell is not below your feet. So when you die, guess what? You don't, below your feet is not hell. That's not what hell is. Hell is no knowledge, and you lack it. You've never studied Roman torture. You can't answer a simple question, and you don't come into some classroom and interrupt when you think you can learn something. You should leave your shit at the door. You ever heard of Two Girls in a Cup? I've never really watched that. I know what it's. I've heard it. I've never seen it with my eyes. His father is my witness. But yeah, you got to come in like a wet sponge, right? No, like a dry sponge. If you want to learn something, shut up. If you're going to interrupt this classroom and you've been told to define something, you start mumbling, you're going to get kicked out of any college level. You don't have, remember I said you don't even know what the word believe is. So how can anybody put any faith, right? Because by faith and faith alone, we're saved, but we have to endure to the end to be saved. So nobody's saved. You have to be dead, die, raised from the ashes in the dust, which you will, whether you like it or not, and pass through the book of judgments, whether your faith or belief is, because belief is an action word, loins girded in my service, he said, Maranatha, but none of these words mean anything to you because you're just a child. You don't even know what the word believe is. So guess what? You can't believe in a God. You can't believe in Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now we got big feet running around. That's not a thing. There's no such thing as big feet. And let me give you one more little gem before I moderate you out of here. Your tongue is alien. It's alien because alien is not an existing thing. There's no aliens. Alien is a word. Father is the word. So chew on that, okay? You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. That's to pervert. So, and if you pervert, that means you're a demon. You're a liar, okay? You're a liar. We'll just get that straight. So believe is not a thought in your head. It's an action word. It's a verb. He said, have your loins girded in my service. So we'll teach off of, that's what we're supposed to do. Iron sharpens iron. So if you can't give me the definition, I've defined all these words. I have them all right here. You have a lexicon, you have a concordance, you have the eSword app. If you don't know those things, you don't know the word. You just don't know who Christ is. You think people hung from crosses. You're going to believe whatever you see. History is not in a book because the loser gets left out of the history. The victor gets the spoils. So try to find his story. It's a lot harder to find because it's not written in a book. So you have to study culture, customs. I asked him if Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt. Remember? I asked him to define. He didn't do anything. So if you're going to be an ass in here, I will throw you out of here. Father tells me don't sup with vipers or cast your pearls before swine. Okay, if you can't learn, he doesn't want me to try to help people who don't have an ear to hear because it's deafened or their scales are still over their eyes because they haven't had any apocalypse, which means to lift the cover. If you were here for the lesson earlier, we'd had a good lesson. We stood up and we taught you something that you've probably never even seen in your life. Many are called, but only God's are chosen. Father doesn't love everybody. He only loves his bride. He hated Esau and he loved Jacob. If he poured either one, remember, he called Jacob Israel or Israel, and he, remember, gave him the inheritance to the kingdom. Right? And this is what this is all about now. And he hated Esau, who killed his brother Moloch or Nimrod, when Donald Trump has his house decorated before either of them were born or done anything on this earth. So I don't want to hear this God loves everybody nonsense. I don't want to hear that he didn't love the Gentiles and he only loves his bride. He only loves that. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, which our hearts are continuously filled with wickedness, not one of us would. So you're not changing anything in here. And if you change any of the words that are in that book, I'll correct you. And you can correct me too, but you have to correct me with the book, period. So you don't live on a planet and spinning around in space, corkscrewing on a ball. Is that what you think? Where does it say that you're on a planet ball? Where does it say that? You're not on a planet. It doesn't say planet. It doesn't say Lucifer. There's no such thing as a Luciferian. There's no such thing as Lucifer. The word devil, that's not a word. What the hell is a devil? It says demonion, which is a liar, a distributor of fortunes or lies. Remember, they used to pray to their deities, little g gods, dead ancestors for fortunes. They thought they can burn a man and eat him as an offering for pagan god, Jesus Christ. The one with breasts birthed in the middle of the winter. They're Christ with three genders. Come on by and give it a try. God, 3 in 1. God. Baphomet, you idiot. Baal in the grove. That's what they worship today. Satan. Masse, the eating of human flesh. Drink my body. Oh, drink my blood. You're not supposed to drink blood or eat flesh. That's cannibalism, Satanism, vampism. Okay? So don't go after these traditions of men. There's no gods in the sky. Sons of God are not from the sky. Sons of God are doing the will of the Father. When the sons of God, which was Ahab, married Jezebel, that's all that is. It doesn't have anything to do with anything above your head. An Anunnaki or Anak is a giant. That wasn't about giants. There was no dude who slammed his magic school bus who's 30 foot tall like Goliath was an Anak, right? Or an Anunnaki, not Anakin Skywalker. See why they do this television stuff? Because now you believe in Star Trek and Space Vaders and Nanu and Luke, I am your father. You know, shut up. There's no gods in the sky. Father doesn't exist in the sky. Father has never been above your head. Father is the word. You're an idiot. You don't study the word, and so you go with what the world says. So you smell like the world when you come in here, and it's obvious. I don't want to have anything to do with this world. He said, circumcise it, cut it off. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. Remember, we don't drink blood. We don't eat flesh. There's no crackers and grape juice. That's Satanism. That's the deadly head wound and that was healed in Scripture. That was outlawed. Do you need a visual or something? He wore them. Here, there's your Christmas right here. That's Christmas. Your Masse. Remember? This is the 1945 ritual that they're pulling on you right now. The revealing of the 8th king that's here. 88. 8th king. Here we go around in circles like the Yule wheel, huh? Jesus Christ, birthed right in the middle of the winter, right? No, Christ was birthed when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep. You don't know anything about Israel, do you? You don't know anything about any of those words. And he said, don't even add a period or a jot is what he said. Let's keep it correct. As he said, don't change. That's translation. Remember, you can't take, Hebrew and then change it into Aramaic. And it gets lost in translation. That's 100% by phonics. There's a hooked on phonics word for me, an impossibility. You don't know anything about dialectus glossa that's alien to you. Remember, there's no such thing as aliens. No gods in the sky, no aliens, no big feet. You're not spinning on a planet. That's not what the scripture says. You sound like what the world does. So I don't care. Don't worry. Just go somewhere else. Just don't stay here. Don't come back. Click on this. Make sure you don't ever come back here. Don't let the door hit you where this pagan term that they used that was not in the scripture, which means master, Lord, split you. That was never in the scriptures at all. Not in a book, because that means Bible. That happened at the Council of Nicaea. Yeah, remember? Till it was putting on a paper form. What are you smoking on paper? It was written on stone. What are you smoking? People accuse me of something's wrong with me, but you don't read the word, and so now something's wrong with me, huh? They called Noah crazy. Scoffed at that old man, and you ever read the book of Luke, and then it rained, didn't it, huh? Conspiracy theorists, that's a CIA coin term. So anybody uses that as a controlled, they're a virus. They've been programmed like an Android. You know, Microsoft, they program it, and it corrupts the mainframe. They've been corrupted. They've been programmed. They're drug pushers. It come out either right, push drugs, or say something's wrong with you if they don't agree with you, so they can get you to lay down and take drugs. Either way, it's they push drugs. The biggest drug dealer is Donald Trump. Remember, $2.2 trillion? That outpaced any real estate or commercial market deal ever. Give a man a gun and rob the bank. Give a man a bank and rob the world. Record earnings in 2020, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, you know nothing about what happened, do you? You just stood in line and got your T test, got your little face diaper. And so what is the scepter? The scepter is the crown that you have that you receive, right? The inheritance. It's the one that found him the high priest of the church. That's what the scepter is. So there's one guy, and then they're here, and then there's one guy. What are you talking about? Listener, you're all over the place, man. You got some Gemini thing going there like taco. Are you with Donald Trump bending over like a taco? He said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let the bite in. They started trading lightsabers in their ice holes. So scepter is not a person. The scepter is the inheritance to the church, you idiot. So the scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh returns. So you don't know about the Shiloh. So don't know anything about Shiloh. That's what they all are, Steve. They're all do that. They're 501c3. There's no, remember, Steve, he said that the Most High, because I'm not under laws of flesh, I can have tattoos. I'm not under laws of flesh, that the Most High, see that? Most, people accuse me of taking drugs, man. It's so hilarious. The Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands. So he's not in a church. Steve, the church hung him. The Pharisees, it was the church that hung Christ, and people want to be hanging out in a church. You know what I'm saying? In a church. You know what I'm saying? So this is who hung him, remember? It wasn't Pontius Pilate. It was the Pharisees. It was the church who hung Christ. And these people, he said he doesn't dwell in a church. Houses made by hand, declared 2 witnesses to make it a contract, and people go hang out in the same place that hung him. What a bunch of idiots, huh? All these religious people, they're in hell, meaning no knowledge. They have no knowledge of what they're talking about, okay? They don't have any knowledge, brothers, sisters. The word knowledge is bis. That's where people head, right? No, that's the head space that's empty. Empty. Well, that's why I tattoo my hands. I never thought I was going to tattoo my hands. I mean, I have tattoos that I teach with or whatever, but you know, he said, call no man teacher. I'm just saying, but I want people to know, look, you don't have to go to church, man. He's right here with us. We're 2 or 3 gathered in my, that's a promise. He'll never leave you. This is only for the hearing ear. I'm not going to address any more trolls. We'll see if we have any moderators. We'll just moderate swine. He said, don't sup with vipers or cast your pearls in the mud before swine. Remember, he cast that unclean truth, not demon. The guy didn't say he was a demon. He didn't cast a demon. He said he was legion, which was lies. Many lies, okay? He had, right? This is what everybody is today, into the swine. That's what people are, low energy. And remember, it wandered off the cliff to its watery judgment. Father takes care of the judgments under this scepter, right? Under this scepter. Under this scepter. Remember, because it was Father, one wage, one sin, one venial, one mortal. A sin was a sin. One sin was death. Death. And now we have a covering. He's our master, our Lord, and he covers us for the sins, for standing up against the law, because he stood up to pervert it. That means froward. That means the Hebrew is to pervert, warp, or change. He doesn't want you to add to his jot or tittle to his word. In the book of Apocalypse is revelation. That means to lift the scale The eyes will be revealed. The aletheia, the truth. You will pull the cover. Reveal. Revelation is the word apocalypse. They mean the same thing. It's to pull off the cover. The truth has been standing there. You've just been covered and deceived by lies by the churches. And that's what he said. He destroyed the physical temple. Remember with his prophecy, no stone left upon another. All physical rituals. We don't celebrate. Not one day do we celebrate. We take our cross and we carry it, and it's a spiritual cross. Okay? The scepter. Remember, he's the one who holds the high priest of the church now. He covers us for standing against perverted Targum, Mishnah, Halakha, corporation. He hates fees. You've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. Remember, they got federal and state, gross and net. It makes me sick. 2%, they threw in tea in the harbor. And I'm not calling for a revolutionary arms war. I'm calling for you to stand against this perverted law called America. Yeah, this corporation with this strangulation nation, with all of it. I serve this beast system. And if you're not being thrown in a jail cell, then you're not Christ-like. That's right. It says your body is a temple. Nobody's angrier. What are you talking about? There you go, listener. What are you doing? Please, somebody moderate this person out of here. You're an idiot, listener. Why are you even here? Nobody's angry. You don't know the difference between passion and anger. Go lick the boot when you get pulled over in America. Keep letting them extort you when you have the right to travel. Remember, under the Constitution, you have the right to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects. That includes your personal, I only operate in a private capacity, not in commerce. So what are you, some kind of dead man, walking corpse, some kind of statue? Get out of here, bootlicker. That's what you are. I said, if you stand against the law, you're Christ-like. You don't know who Christ is. They threw him in jail. Does anybody want to throw you in jail, listener? You hear me? Or are you just an ass who can't learn? You might hear, but it falls on deaf ears. Are you retarded, meaning you've been throttled down or screwed where you can't actually perform at full performance? You feel attacked. Well, goodbye, dumb fuck. How about that? Dum, 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 and pluck the U-bow. The U-bow. Cut off the bird finger so you can't come back here again and throw your fiery darts. Remember, no weapon formed against you will prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate your armor. So I'm not trying to please you. Don't worry about it. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord splits you. You just don't like the word and you don't know how to listen. You're an ass. You can't learn. That's why he's not here anymore. Goodbye. Father said, don't sup with vipers, brothers and sisters. This ain't some easy Jesus. It's not even a word written in Scripture. We'll use it for translation's sake. I'm not some transgender following. I don't go on dates with men, follow mandates. I don't go on follow codes. That's for a corporation. I'm not a corp. I said I only operate in a private capacity. I don't operate in commerce. My name is not all in capital letters. My name is Apocalypse. If you've never been here before, I am a revelation. I live this book. I breathe it. I eat it. I sleep it. I do every day. I never stop doing it. I'm not going to stop doing it until they throw me in the dirt. I'm a soldier of God. The first general order I took as a United States Army veteran is do not quit your post. This is not anger. This is passion. Until properly relieved. I ain't seen one of you come properly relieve me yet. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You've been here. So don't come in here and try to come against this ministry because he said your enemy will flee 7 ways. That's where you'll be gone. 7 is the number of maturity. Oh, now we've got a psychopath. Okay, well, whatever, because you don't like the word. So guess what? You've got a degree in psychology, right? Speaking of psychopath, where did you get your doctorate at? We'll address the troll real quick. Why not? We got to feed the trolls. Feed the trolls. You got to blame our moderator, Lady in Red. She looks at the analysis. I don't care about nothing. I don't care if any of you ever come back. To be honest with you, Father said, if I didn't call out to the hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So you're not here because you want to. You're not going to be able to accept Christ because Father said, if I didn't call out to the hearts to seek after me, so you can't be saved. There's no such thing as being saved. You got to endure to the end. That means you have to die, be raised from the dead, ashes, dust, and that's all at one time. I don't care if your body's been here 100 times. You believe in reincarnation, past lives, one judgment, one ram's horn, the final trump, period. Then you'll be saved because that's the word redemption. So goodbye. Goodbye. You don't know what the word salvation is. You've never studied the books. What's the benefit of accepting Christ? I just said you can't accept Christ, and this person just asked me about accepting Christ. You can't accept Christ. You can't, there's no such thing as accepting Christ. There's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as chance. God, Father, knows where the dice are going to land. He's the one who made you cheat. He's the one who made you cheat. He's the one, he knows if you try to wait, that he looks out from behind your eyes. He sees what the whole world, you think he's in the sky, but he's inside you. The kingdom of heaven is within, my brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way. That's right, not in the sky. That's why they hated Christ. That's why they hung him, because he was a threat to the church. If you go out and share this gospel, you tell them that the kingdom of heaven is within, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my name, is the promise that he will never leave you. He used to only visit one day a year behind the veil. Now he is with you every day. Promise he'll never leave you. I love that so much. Every time I think about it, that's so beautiful. He's the one who gets me up, lifts me up every single day and picks me up, carries me to the end of the day. And to be saved, you have to endure to the end. So anybody screwed you over, he will straighten that out. Sozo, picked up, carried, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, healed. Define the damn words that are coming out of your mouth, and you might know what you're talking about. I'm not angry. I love this word. I'm married to it. You can kiss my left or right cheek to the same dragon, to the same hole. It don't matter. It leads to the same place, right? No, 2 different gates, 2 different holes, 2 different openings. Theolobos means to be pinched down. Thalipsis through suffering, long suffering, tribulation. Theolobo is Greek word to be pushed. Now, you speak oligos, any Greek. You know, it's an old Jewish book written in Greek. Oh, what's wrong with this guy? He's not talking like me. He's talking like an alien. His dialect is foreign because he's speaking in an alien tongue. No such thing as speaking in tongues. We had the lesson earlier. You're going to have to go back and watch the lesson. It's not hard. Actually, it's pretty simple that all this pig Latin, imskray, amskray, gedowski, the howski, the cops are coming ski, or whatever your code words are, your pig Latin, your swine. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. So you're just an idiot. No such thing as water baptism. By definition, it's by fire, blood. Remember, bapto or baptizo. See, if you don't study these books, you don't know a lexicon, a concordance, you ain't going to hold a candle in here. Go hang out with your Christian friends. Those are Satanists. They celebrate. You're not supposed to celebrate anything, not even one day. You know what I'm saying? There's only one birth date, right? And all of Scripture. Oh, wait, there's 2, because Herod was trying to kill Christ. They're Antichrist, Satan. Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter on December 25th, 100% Satan. The one Donald Trump has his house, that God that they speak of, Baphomet, Baal in the Grove. That's exactly why God divorced his bride father for going after this tree. I did the lesson on it earlier. It's all right here. They're doing it again. Nothing new under the sun. Remember King Solomon said, it's all their wheel worship. This is your Christmas wreath. Their God's birthed in the middle of the New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. April Fools, you're an idiot. It's not 2025. Stop talking like a worldly idiot. You sound childish. The number 7 is to be matured. Remember, it took, right? 7. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. The scepter, the one who holds the scepter to be the crown, like the 7 horns, the 7 crowns, 10 horns, diems. You speak English, don't you? No, you speak American. And if you'll define the Greek, one word at a time, you might know what you're talking about. So hell, not below your feet. Heaven, not above your head. Earth, not below your feet. God, not in the sky. Okay? Thank you so much, Father, for sending the hearing ear. So most of this will fall on deaf because most people are in the broad way, which leads to the wide gate, which goes to hell. Hell, that's not below your feet, remember? That's no knowledge. I already explained that to you by definition. You have to define to be in here. So if you change words, that's add. That is the Hebrew word froward. Remember, it's an old Jewish book written in Greek, and the Old Testament's written in Hebrew. The Torah, not a Targum, not a Mishnah, not your own version. That's idolatry. That is the Greek word porneia. So if you're not speaking and can say these same words than me, I wouldn't even recommend you open your mouth right now. How about halakha? If you don't know halakha, you don't know Christ. Okay? You don't know Christ. You don't know Christ. Christ is a pagan term, never written in that book one single time. So we'll use it for dialect's sake. Remember, tongue, no such thing as speaking in tongues. So how are you knowing all of this and your wife still left? Father, thank you for sending more slime balls, okay? That Father creates most people to go to, remember, he says in the book of Matthew, enter through the straight gate. That's the word theolobos, brother, sister. That means to be pinched down. The straight gate is a narrow, remember, narrow is the path. Narrow, I'll give you a definition. I'll show you. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what anybody says, right? We have to troll them in here. We dangle the carrot in front of their face so we can learn from each other, brothers and sisters. You have to treat everybody the same. Remember, the word agape is to walk and follow the commandments of the Father. And he says, love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself, right? It's no knowledge. Hell is no knowledge. You just can't get over it. How many layers of hell you want? Hades, Tardis. So I understand what you're saying, but what it's knowledge. Hell is no knowledge. You just don't want to accept that. You want to add or to something or try to take away. It doesn't matter how layer of levels. It's like, that's what people think. They live on a spinning ball. Where does it say we live on a planet? Okay, hold on. We got to stop here. Where does it say the word planet? Where does it say the word planet? Where does it say the word planet? Rebuke me with the word. Tell me in scripture, put the text, where it's at, which chapter, and I don't do this normally, put which chapter it's in and which text. You can put Old Testament, Dead Sea Scrolls. I don't care. I got them all right here next to me. I had a smashing library. That's what I do. I built an ark. I built a $500,000 ark. Built an ark to hold, I built an ark to hold the word. And I have a library back here, and I'm going to protect these. If there's only 4 books that survive, I'm hoping it'll be the 12th century book, right? The 12th century book that was canonized at the Council of Nicaea, where they defined all the words. That's the book I study out of. There's hundreds of translations of this. Translation means it's been different version. By lexicon means transliteration. No words were changed, not any letter, or the definition is the meaning. So people don't study this book, and that's why they speak in a different dialect. It's foreign and it's alien. There's no aliens in this book. It doesn't say aliens. There's no space. There's no gods in the sky. There's no Bigfoot. That pisses these people off because they want to be sensational and think there's something, some magic school bus giant slammed that school bus into some 5-foot frame, and now we got some weird, it's sensationalism. An Arab demon is a genie. You can't put it back in the bottle, rub me lightweight, Ricky, y'all. A Celtic demon is a fairy. So in your fairy tales and your demon is a liar by definition. I've been the word Nephilim. Whoa. Man, I got to fix this darn thing. I don't know what happened. I don't think it's time for a new one. So, anyways, the word demonic now has been replaced with the word devil. That's not in this. It doesn't say devil. It doesn't say Lucifer. There's no such thing as there's no Lucifer. Lucifer is not a scriptural or biblical word in any of the text. Never existed. So there's no such thing. As it shows you how stupid people are right now. People call themselves, I'm a Luciferian. What? Oh, you're an Easter bunny. Or Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. You're Bigfoot running around here, right? Oh, there's big feet, right? Where does it say there's big feet? You know what I'm saying? You sadly missed your chance in life. Now you're burnt and you become religious. I'm not religious. Look at this idiot. Look at this dildo. I hate religion. I hate religions. All good. Oh, God, I can't stand that word. At least you're happy, I guess. Knowing the Bible really well. Forbid you to know a 9 to 5. God forbid you know a 9 to 5. This land is paid off. Hey, listen, we're going to make an example out of 75-45. Let's see if 75 knows anything. 75-45. Tell me what a straw man is. Tell me what a straw man is. Tell me what a straw man is. Okay? Tell me what a straw man is. Tell me what a straw man is. Come on, 9 to 5. Tell me what a straw man is. We're going to see if you know anything about the Constitution. I'm a United States Army veteran. Took a note to this Constitution. Not a flag. Fuck the flag. Burn the flag. Shit on the flags. Piss on the flags. I don't take a note to no flag. Okay? Took a note to the Constitution. So you're going to have to start telling me something so you can know. I'm not strawmanning the thing you said. Stating. So you're not going to answer my question. You're going to go off and not answer my question. Goodbye. You can't answer my questions. It's lead, follow, or get the fuck out of my way. How about that? That's how I'm going to run the rest of this for the rest of the night. Why not? We'll stay in here and do it till the break of dawn. Lead. Just put the scripture in here. Follow. Listen to what I'm saying, or get the fuck out of here. He tells me not to sup with vipers. You're a viper. You come pissing your snake oil at me. I'm going to rebuke you with the word. Father will do it. He's the one. If it doesn't do it, you're just going to be an ass. It'll fall on deaf ears and you won't be able to be taught. You'll be what Christ would call a brute beast, brutish in nature, but you don't sip and sup with the word at all. So I'm only going to speak to you in this fashion. You don't like it, I don't care. The word nice means to be stupid. You have not studied the word. That's not my problem. Okay? You have your own issues. I got mine, but like Rolling Stone magazines, you can go roll your ass right out of here. I'm not playing that. Homie, don't play that, okay? Autonomous, self-driven wheels. What are you, plugged into some electric cord or something like that? Oh, you can go plug yourself in somewhere else and get your charge somewhere else, because guess what? Yeah, we ain't doing this ditty party, bath oil, and nonsense in here. The enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. I think you went to sleep. You went to sleep and you're in bed. And he said, yeah, I'll come like a thief in the night. So if you don't know this word and you haven't defined it, I'll just correct you. You just can't be corrected. That means you're an ass. You just don't like the words that come out of my mouth because they're foreign. Alien. Alien is a word. There's no aliens. So stop it. I'll correct you. Where does it say aliens? This is an old 12th century book. Every word was taken out and defined. If you can't define and you mess up one word, you're an antichrist. You're either with Christ or you are an antichrist. So don't worry, I won't try to change you. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. It was already chosen from the foundation of the world. Father already knew who would have their names called out in that book of life. Name isn't like a letter word. It's what you did. Hallowed be my name. That's all of his books, right? The ones that were fulfilled. We know we don't go by the law of flesh. Now we're destined. So we're not bound by fate or law. We're destined. We walk and follow in his commandments. And he commands us to love. Show everybody to this light. That's all I do in here. So if you want to disagree with me, you can take it somewhere else. If you can, disagree with me, but it better come with a scripture and what text. And I don't want to hear anything out of the Old Testament that wasn't canonized. I don't want to hear anything out of Jasher or Lilith or the book of which Enoch. There's two different Enochs. I've studied all this. The Quran, whatever. I've got it. It's all sitting right here. You just don't study it. You believe some dude on YouTube, right? Man, I got to get me some a new cradle. It's just not working anymore. It's not keeping its out there. Boop. What the heck is going on? All right, I think I better let's see if we can lift this thing back up. It's getting hot in here. I'll turn on the fan for a second, guys. Turn on the fan for a second. Okay, so if you don't have this book, please don't talk to me. Seriously, I don't want to hear it from you. I don't want to hear you. If you don't own this book that's written in, remember, this is interlinear, means it's written in Hebrew and English. You probably don't speak any Hebrew at all. So if you can't speak a little bit of Hebrew, you should probably even talk in here because you don't know what the word halakha is or Haggadah, no Greek, you don't know, you don't have to, okay? You don't have to. Okay, speak Greek, but it sure helps. Remember, the New Testament is an old Jewish book written in Greek. So, no answer and no acknowledgement. Oh, well, because I was talking, so I don't really care if I hear your answer or not. If Father wanted me to hear your answer, guess what? I would hear it and I would have seen it, but I didn't. So go take it up with Father, okay? So this is called an interlinear Textus Receptus. This is the book in the 12th century where they took stone tablets and they took what was called a lexicon, what you call a modern day dictionary, and they had 150 this is called the Council of Nicaea. 150 Catholics, I rebuke all Catholics. 150 Christians, I rebuke all Christians. They're the same thing. It is what it was, right? That's record. So they took at every word and defined with the lexicon. They even came to words because of the Hebrew. It had been the translation from Hebrew to Aramaic that they couldn't define, and they had to translate. Translation means you've changed the definition. And he said, don't do that. Don't add a jot or a tittle, even a period, a punctuation, or add, which is thought or pornea, your own version, because he divorced his bride exactly for that. So you can't even change a period in this book. And people come in here and think they can read this, tell me about this book, and they don't even own this one. Every other one is translated. There are other versions, but this is the only one where they took out every word, and I have my concordance right here, and I can study one word. Not some book like I read it like some love novel or, you know, or some Western or something like that. This is a book you need to read one word, and before you speak any of it, you need to know what it's saying, or you're not defined, and you're being an Antichrist. You're an Antichrist, meaning not the Antichrist, Antichrist, meaning you added, and he warns, of many would come in my Shem, my name, and say they are Christ. These are all these churches. They're all fake. There's no good churches. These are all vanity and vain. He's the Word. He said he didn't dwell in the temple. He dwells in this book. And remember, book is the word Bible. I have the rejected text right here. Look, the ones that weren't canonized. See, these were rejected texts, accepted texts. Old Jewish book written in Greek in the New Testament. That's over here. Okay, this is a 4-volume set where there's 53 in the Old Testament, 13 in the New, for a total of 66 canonized books where they rejected texts because they weren't aligned with the definition and the gospel, obviously, because Father is the one who created all things. And if you wanted 67 or 55, it would be that. 13 in the New, 58 in the Old, for a total of 66 books. So, remember, not life, though, Nathan. You got to quit saying life. He didn't say the life. He said horizo, horizon. I am the divider, Nathan. That's what he said. He didn't say I'm the life. I am the hados. I am the aletheia. I have the book. That's what mine says. I want you to go to what it says. Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate you coming in. I am the horizo. I am the separator. Remember, I separate the dark. I am the scepter. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. I am the divider. I am the one who condemns. I separate the wheat from the chaff. We're supposed to judge with righteous judgment, and he condemns. Okay, it says horizo because he is the horizon. Okay, I'm not sure which version. Okay, so thank you, Nathan. Appreciate it. But remember, he said, I am the horizo. Okay, I'm the separator. I'm the one. Remember, not the divider is the one who causes the sheep to scatter. I'm going to give you layer over layer over layer over layer of what I'm telling you. First definition, pro horizo, Romans 8 and 29. I also did for know who I did pro horizo, predestined. I divided them from my light. I enslaved them in their sin and flesh, and they will be born from above, not again, daily. Remember, deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily. My disciples, take up your cross. Follow after me. I'm going to divide you and enslave you and imprison you in your flesh of sin, and I'm going to pull you to my above, right? Horizo, light, not even life. It would be light because every AM, the sun would come up at the horizo. I am the horizon. I separate. Remember, the scorpizo is the one that causes the sheep to scatter. He is the one who is, do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division that will divide. Theolobo, I keep giving you all this word to support what I'm showing you. Theolobo, to be pushed from both sides so you'll fit through that narrow opening, so you fit through the straight gate. Theolobo, theolobos, I give you Greek. I give you Hebrew. I give you what it says in my book. I'm not sure it's fine. That's why there's 2 different versions, remember? That's why you got to study all of this. Don't just study one thing. Predestination is the one that he's the one who's selected who's going to be called out at the wedding feast of the lambs. Okay? So, this is what Father does. He said, I came to divide a son from his father. He said, call no man father. A mother from her daughter. A mother-in-law from her daughter-in-law. Right? I'm the divider, not the scorpizo. I am the horizo. I am the separator. I separate the flesh. I call out to the hearts of the bride. I make them do it. I make them come to me. Their hearts are continuously filled with wickedness, and I fill it with the gospel. And I give you that gospel, do I not? So you can take up your cross daily, because if not, your heart would overflow with wickedness. Daily, take up your cross. Nobody hung from crosses. Remember? Nobody carried crosses. You're supposed to carry your cross. Are you physically carrying? No, it's a spiritual cross. It's a crucifixion. It's a suffering. He's the one who divides us in this, enslaved in this darkness, in this flesh, in this tribulation, in this divide. This ain't you're not some righteous, upright. None of us are. He who says that no sin is in him, the truth, right, is the alati. It's not in them. You say you can't sin, the truth isn't in you. Remember Mr. Warp Speed? I can't sin. Remember? All these things they do to blaspheme the word. So, Nathan, appreciate you coming in. Try to remember that predestination is the lesson. This is what this channel was formerly named, Pro Horizo. Father is the horizo. He's the divider of the light in the dark. Of course, he's the life, but he is what they would have called at the time. They actually called the horizon, where the sun came up in the AM. You want to call it morning. That's what they called the light, not the life, the light. Isn't that crazy how our words change from one text to the next? That's why I told you, you have the Strongs, you got the Youngs, but I give you definition. I give you chapter after chapter after chapter, and I give you the definition. So that's why it's so important to go back to your lexicon and study the root word. Is it neuter gender? Is it feminine gender? Is it male gender? You could do that in the Greek. You could know that in this book, it said it gave its power, not his. In your book, it says his power. In my book, it says its, and it says it's neuter gender, and it doesn't have a gender. Not like it cut off its body parts. It means it's a table, it's a lamp, it's an idol, it's a book, it's a system. It gave its power and its authority, not his. And your book says his would leave you to believe it's a man, but if you'll study the root word of the Greek, you'd find out that it's not a gender, nor male or feminine. It is neuter gender. Oh, well, then it's not even a living being. Then no, that's what the beast is. It's it. It is a spiritual neuter gender beast, but they'll do a physical. They'll do a physical all in front of your eyes over and over. They love doing this. They get to do that. He said, wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, principalities, the rulers of the darkness of this world. This is all spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, he says, I say unto you, put on the whole armor of God. So that's pretty chicken shit to come there with my son's name in there, but that's what Father does, to continues to beat the snot out of me. So that's what he does. He trolls me with the worst, man. He drags me through the freaking hell and back and all that, whatever. So you're a pretty sick person to come in here and have my son's name. But cool. So, but keep studying the words, like I said, and you'll find it through the definition. You got to keep studying each one of these words, and that's why you got to go through all of the words, not just study one word. You get that concordance out and you go through each one of those words. That's how I was able to discover that all of this to stack up, that he is the divider light. He's the divider. He's the one who separates us from the flesh and pulls us to his light, or his above, because he is without blemish, pure, unadulterated. The only thing that exists without darkness is Father, pure light. Or you can call it the life, but the life is what? What is life? I don't think people even understand what life is. You know what I'm saying? So, useless mods. Okay, yeah, useless mods. Good for you there, useless mods. Yeah, talk about my mods. That's a good way to stay in here. It's called an interlinear Textus Receptus, okay? The interlinear Textus Receptus. A lot of sick people in the chat. Oh, now you're going after the. Look at this, guys. This guy's not only going after the moderators, he's going after the chat. You know what I'm saying? He's going after you in the chat. He said, you guys are sick people. You hear that, brothers and sisters? He's calling you out as sick. The truth. Tell me what the truth is. Tell me what the word truth is. I've already probably said it 50 times in here on the stream. Well, at least 10 times. Tell me what the word truth is in Greek, or you got to go, child. Quit acting childish. You don't go after the moderators and then start attacking everybody in the chat. Are you a complete ding dong or what? I got to feed my animals too. Hold on. I know. It's that time, buddy. Huh? My puppies are hanging out. They're hungry boys. Oh, this good boys. This my good boys. That's not very smart. You're happy? I'm sick. Okay, well, we'll get you out of here if you're sick. We don't hang out with people that are, we try to heal them. Go see Grace and Truth Ministries. Well, there we go. We gave you some, we're supposed to do what we're supposed to do. Okay, goodbye. So, I'm talking about the fake accounts they made of your son. I'm not sure what you talk about. Solomon says, what if God is one of us? That's pretty fun. That's a song. Okay. All right. I didn't see what you said there. I thought you were talking. Well, what's okay? But they did. I don't know if I have any moderators in here. I don't think I have a mod in this chat. Truth. I don't have a mod in the chat. So, no, truth is word aletheia, not Taurus. So it's aletheia. So I asked for the Greek word. Truth, he had it in his name. So we get all kinds in here. Okay, truth, just so you know. We do. We get all kinds of people come in here. We'll get, most people are sick people. You're right. Most people go to hell. Most people are already in hell. There's not going to be a bunch of people in here. He said, many are called, but few are chosen. So I know that. Thank you so much for pointing that out. So I was like, where's the mod? I don't have a moderator in here. Like, what are you pointing out? There's no moderators. I haven't seen a mod in here. I've been doing all the modding. And I know, let me see if I got any mods in here. I don't think I have any mods. No mods. We normally got mods in here by now. So yeah, no, I'm going way back. There's no mods. So I'm like, why are you attacking the mods? Who's the mods? There's no mods in here. You're tagging me. I'm the mod right now. I don't think there's any in here right now. So we don't just give the wrench to anybody, like I said. All right, Rob, you're stuck on dumb. All you've been saying the same thing over and over. You ain't even said the same thing twice. You said the same thing, Rob. You're stuck on dumb. Can you say something different? Rob, would you like to say something else? Where's the moonshine? We got moonshine cabin rentals. If you want to come out here and rent some cabins out here in the high desert, moonshine cabin rentals, you can check it out. We got the Rusty Dragon. We're working on the Rusty Butterfly. I was working on the Rusty Dragon yesterday. I didn't work on it today. I was being a little lazy. So, oh yeah, it's time to feed these mules, guys. I got to feed my animals. So, this is my dingo puppy, and he's hungry boy. Would you quit just being such a lubber? All right. There is a lot of people stuck on dumb, and I'm not trying to be like that. On freedom, I'm saying? They're thinking that they can, dude, what is up with this? Why is that doing that? It looks like it's sitting in there straight, but when I set it down, it leans. What the hell is it leaning on? I don't know what's wrong with this thing here. Let me just set it up against there. Maybe that'll help. So, all right, I have to feed my birds, and before they go up, I've got the ladies. So we'll get up. Actually, we'll get up and go do this. We got to feed the birds first, guys. They got to feed because they'll put themselves up before they go to. All right, the Berkey. We're going outside the ministry here. No, you guys stay inside. I can't. I want to feed these ladies. How did you get out? How'd you get out, girls? Did you hop over the? How'd you get out? How'd you get out there, ladies? How'd you get out? There's no way for you to get out. Did you just hop over the fence? Did you just hop over the fence? Yeah? All right, I'll feed you. Come back in here. All right, we're getting it. They didn't even eat all their feed from earlier. I overfed them today. All right, ladies, go back inside. Come on. Let's go back in here. Come on, come back in here. Come on, get in here. Get in here. Hurry up. Thank you. Let's go back over here and we'll feed you. Come on, come over here. Come on over here. Come on. Come on, my ladies. Come on, my ladies. You guys are like little puppies. I don't want to step on you. Come on, come this way. Yeah, you still guys got food in there. Oh, you got it on you. Get in there. Good girls. Thank you. We got 7 eggs today. 7 eggs. So I'm going to shut the... No, I don't have any. You guys, it's all in there. All right, we'll put that on there. We close that up so they don't go... No, ladies. They're trying to chase me. No, stay back. Stay back, girls. I put all your food in there, you silly kids. There's some more. Good job, ladies. All right. Getting to the bottom of the barrel. Uh-oh, man, we're getting down there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we can almost see the bottom. Uh-oh. Man, I got to get to town and go get some more chicken food here very soon. Got to get some chicken food for these ladies. So let's go. This is the Rusty Cowboy out here in the high desert. Remember Christ, he's a wandering Jew out there in the tabernacle, temporary place of study, worship. Here's where we do all our live streams from. Here's my kitties. Oh, my little sweet pea. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, I love you. I love you. I love you. Hey, you got food? There's puppies are probably hungry in there. What are you doing? What are you doing, girl? Are you eating? Good girl. Dad will bring you out some more. Here, let's tip this over here. We'll get you some more. We'll get you some more. I know, we've seen you guys eating. You've got that big old rabbit, huh? You got that big old rabbit. You don't care, you'll keep eating, huh? Hey, what are you doing? You hungry, girl? You're my sweetheart. All right, let's go feed these puppies. They're probably hungry too. So. No profanity in the kingdom of heaven. Go fuck yourself. You don't know what the kingdom of heaven is. So don't speak about the book unless you know what the hell you're talking about. It's not what goes in a man, it's what comes out of him. So, yep, I'm defiling, but not his word. His word is, right? All the books. Of course I am, but it's all the books, right? But you got to know which one's blotted out. Do you know which ones were blotted out? Probably not. Remember, he said, "I'll blot your name out." That's how you go to hell, by blotting your name out of the book of life. You send yourself to hell. Remember? And he already knows who's going to do it because he's made you do it. So 99% of the people don't even know what the hell is. They think hell's below their feet, and hell's not below their feet, and heaven's not above your head. Uh-oh. Heavens. Dead people don't go to the sky. They never go to the sky. Dead people don't ever go to the sky. Even after judgments, they don't go, he said, to meet him in the sky. The skies will roll back like a scroll. So they don't know the word, so it's okay. They know oligos. Many are called, but oligos are chosen. Just a tiny little bit, but not very many words at all. Definitely they're translators, remember? They go after their Jesus. They're Jesus with breast. They're horny Jesus. All right, you guys ready? Dad's going to get you something. We'll make some puppy. As breastises. Breastises Jesus. God's word was alive before the Textus Receptus. Well, no shit, Sherlock. The Textus Receptus was the canonization of the word. You're, boy, you're just a silly little guy, huh? So, you're an idiot. Look what you just said. Real Dallas. That's so stupid, man. Well, no shit.
that canonization was the Textus Receptus where they defined. Well, of course he did. Boy, this guy's a rocket science. He's got a degree in rocket science or something. Well, where did you come up with that? Yeah, he created all things, so he was there before the book was ever created. He knew Shiloh. Remember, he knew he would come back and redeem his bride before he even had a bride. Remember? Wow, you are a smart dude. No, you're not. You're an idiot. Well, I don't know. What does that mean? What are you trying to teach here? Remember, you say, call no man teacher. So the definition, you know what truth is? It's the definition. You have to define every word or you don't know the truth. So go away. Go away. You're an idiot. You seriously are. They go, oh, hey, there was God existed before the lexicon. Well, no, it was written on scrolls, tablets on stone. What are you smoking, man? How did you put all that together? So, rocket science, I guess, man. Rocket man, burning house views up here along. So, didn't work out like you thought, huh? You got all that written down and you just got crushed by something that's just for reality, right? Of course. Do you have any idea what the lexicon is? Do you have any idea what the canonization is? Okay. Do you have any idea what definition is? No, we don't know what we're talking about. We're just going to open up our mouth and say things that just doesn't make any sense. Like America, that makes no sense. Not even 1 penny. Not even 1 red cent. No copper, just glad. Don't be mad. Be glad. Get glad. Get in a trash bag, right? Bag. Good boys. So that was like I said, whoo, man, they must have worked at that, trying to write that up for a minute there, huh? John 3:16, the most bastardized version of Scripture ever. Are you still going to try to speak in here? You don't even, okay, so look, you're an idiot, okay? You can't, or you're an ass, you can't learn. Definition is everything. You have to take out every word and define it, period. Do you disagree with that? Let's just, I don't even want to talk to you anymore because you're an idiot. I think you are. I think you just can't be learned. Or you're an ass or you're an idiot. So, obviously, canonization didn't invent God's word. Canonization was the definition, the process where they define the word. So what are you talking about? Once again, you're not making any sense. You really aren't. You're kind of you're like this psychobabble. You kind of mix it up and you kind of act like you know what you're talking about. But I don't even think you understand what the canonization process was at the Council of Nicaea. I'm not saying it's the end all be all, but it's the closest thing you're going to get to pulling every word out and defining it. Of course, Father created all the words, but if you don't define the words, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. If you don't know the definitions of the words that come out of your mouth, like the word believe, you put John 3:16, the word believe is not a thought in your head. There's no thought in your head, believe. That's not what believe means. To be saved, you have to die first to be saved, then be raised from the ashes in the dust. See, that's what I'm saying. There you go, quoting John 3:16 again, but you don't know what the word believe means. See, you already again. Okay, I didn't say John 3:16 is false. I said you're false. Your belief of what you think, your idolatry, your demonic behavior, your satanistic behavior, that you don't have any definition in you. If you leave the definition, you leave the truth. He said he was the truth, correct? I am the aletheia, truth. So the truth has to be defined. You have to define, so you can't make your own version. That's idolatry. So apparently you have never sat down and read the scripture. I don't think you have. You've read some bastardized version and you're making your own gospel. You're doing exactly what not to do. So we're going to slow down with you and see if we can make an example to belittle you or push you down to iron sharpens iron. It's okay that you're quoting scripture, but I don't even think you know what the scripture says one word at a time. You got to know what the word says. You can quote it, but that's just hell of knowledge. You can sit there and quote every scripture in the book, but if you don't know what they mean or you're not even living it, then that's just head knowledge. And see, you can even know it, but if you're not even executing, walking, carrying your cross, the true gospel that we teach in here, that's not being taught anywhere else, you know what I'm saying? Well, Jim Brown, predestination, but you don't know John 3:16 means. I never said that John 3:16 wasn't the truth. So apparently you don't take what I say and you make your own version already, which is called idolatry. Okay, you're making your own version, translation. Okay, so I never said that. I said, you don't know what the words in that text mean. I didn't say it's not true. I said it's the most bastardized version that you put because you don't even know what John 3:16 by definition means. So I can separate words out of there and show you don't even know the words that are in the book. And you're bouncing all over the place and think you can tell somebody about the book. You got to at least know what the words mean before you speak any more text in here at all. Do you understand? Don't put anything else in here. You don't. I said it's not. I didn't say it's not true. I said it's the most bastardized scripture ever because people think they can believe and be saved. You have to die to be saved. Raised from the dead and the ashes, judged, and then you receive your inheritance. That's the prize. So you don't know the gospel. You don't know anything about scripture because I can tell already your dialect, you're all over the place. You think you know something, but you're not giving any validity to definition. You know what a lexicon is? Do you even own a lexicon? Do you use the eSword app at all? I don't think you even know how to study, let alone try to speak this to other people, because that's the word false teacher, scorpizzo. Remember? The scorpizzo, the one that causes the sheep to scatter. Remember, he's the horizo, horizon. Remember, the separator. I come to bring not peace, but to divide. So stop speaking on text that you don't know what to talk about. I guarantee I can start pulling and isolating words that you're saying in here, and not to be, to belittle you, but you're talking like you figured something out. Look, you got to figure out every word, one word at a time, or I wouldn't even recommend talking because he said don't even add a jot. Or you're a Satanist, you're an Antichrist, and you're an idolater. 100%. Not the Antichrist. Satan means adversary, and he said don't add a jot. So I can test you if you'd like, but I think you should just be quiet in here and go away because you're not even making any sense. You're not. You figured out that God knew all this stuff before God created all things. He's a creator. Calamity, evil, good. So the word makes wise the simple, not locked in your secret definitions. The Spirit teaches truth. Secret definitions. Brothers and sisters, does anybody want to comment on this real person here? Once again, you want to define a word for me, real? How about you tell me where heaven's at. Tell me what heaven is. Slow down. Tell me what heaven is, because it's all throughout Scripture. Tell me what heaven is first. I want to see if you even know what heaven is. Because that's the inheritance, right? The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. That's what we receive as our inheritance. The kingdom of heaven is within, right? So tell everybody in here, since you can't even slow down and even talk about what I address. You're just all over the place. Mine, the canonization wasn't mine. See, now you're making it me. You're making it between you and me. You're an idiot. You know that? You're making an ass of yourself a lot in here. Look at what he just said, brothers, sisters. Okay, look at what this guy just said. The word makes the wise simple. He's quoting scripture, and that's fine to do that. It's not locked in your secret definitions. The Spirit teaches truth. See, he added that. See, he added in my secret definitions. Did I say they're my definitions, brothers, sisters? Are these my definitions, or is this what the definitions that were in the lexicon? Do you even own a lexicon? Real, do you own a lexicon? Do you own a concordance? I'm just asking you because you can't even answer the questions I already asked. So I'm going to throw you out the next time if you don't answer my questions at all, because you're what is called a demon. You're already distributing lies. I didn't say these are my definitions. I said I used the lexicon. So now you're making this about you and me, and you're making it personal. And I'm asking you to use the scripture. And every time you've made this about me. But that's okay, because remember, I've told you what the scripture says, and I use the definition. You said the definition doesn't matter, and that doesn't matter. The truth doesn't matter. And now it's about me because I'm making up my own definition. I said that's what the lexicon said. So, real, do you have any idea of what reality is? Because you keep twisting everything. That's a Hebrew word, froward. It means you're perverted. You're very perverted. You're a heretic. You're a heresy. You're a Jezebel. I can tell already. I know you by your fruit. You could have slowed down and answer my question to begin with, but you didn't. So you remember, John 3:16, you said that I said that it wasn't. You multiple times got what I said incorrect. So there's no battle here. Remember, I'm not wrestling against you, flesh. You're just some child on the internet. You don't have to use a lexicon. You're not defined at all. You're what is called an idolater. You use the word and you make up, Paul said, another gospel. So you're exactly what Christ warned of. Many will come in my Shem. You're making up your own Shem, your own Agape. Phileo, for Christ's sake. Remember, he said, I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me, do you agape me? So I didn't say that John 3:16 wasn't true. And I said that those definitions were the ones that were in the lexicon. And you said they were mine. So don't you feel stupid now? Isn't that pretty stupid? Don't you feel foolish? Or I don't want to make you feel foolish, but you've now said two 100% correct things and lied to everybody in here. So not only are you an idolater, but you're a demon because you believe your own lies. I never said that John 3:16 wasn't true. And I said that the definitions lie within the lexicon, and you said they're my own special definitions, right? Wow, you're an idolater and a demon and a Nephilim. So, okay. So don't come back here ever again. Don't want you in here because you're making up your own stuff. I didn't say that John 3:16 wasn't true. And those were your exact words. So I want you to leave or just be quiet. Maybe I won't ban you if you'll just stop talking because you just keep lying. You're a Nephilim. You're a bully. You keep pushing your own version of what you said. You don't need a definition. Oh, the word existed before definition. Well, that's true. But what the definition is what the word means. He said, the very last words he said were don't add. Your own definition, porneia, is the Greek word porneia. See, you're not even speaking any Greek. None. You haven't even put any Greek in here. None. Remember, it's an old Jewish book written in Greek. Hebrew is remember, froward, that means to twist and warp. I haven't even seen you speak any Hebrew. None. Like priests eat meat on Sunday? None. Get it? So go away. You don't make any sense. The whole time I've tried to give you the spotlight. He said, don't hide that light and you want to share it, but you're just spreading lies. And that's the word Nephilim. You're a bully. Because you're trying to bully me saying that using the definitions of the word is wrong. And you're quoting scripture, but it's not supporting what you're saying. So you're what is called a Satanist. You're the adversary. We've been warned about people just like you, the Scorpizzo, the false teacher. Remember? The Horizo is the one who causes right? He's the divider. He separates the wheat from the chaff. Not the Scorpizzo. He's the one who causes, that's you, the false teacher, coming in here telling people that using scripture and it's not even aligned with what I'm saying. So don't talk about anything in scripture ever again, real. You don't even know what the words mean. You couldn't even define one word. So I wouldn't recommend people he warned us the first people he comes back and deals with. And I'm in the same thing because I have this ministry. So I'm held to the same standard as you are. So I don't think I'm like trying to hold myself above you as pride. The very first people he comes back and deals with is the false teachers, the false prophets, the people who share his word. And we have to share it incorrectly. Change even a word, a letter, a jot, a tittle. And he said, I'll blot your name out of that book. So don't add to the book. So don't quote John 3:16 and act like you know what you're talking about, because John 3:16, the word believe is an action word. It's a verb. We didn't even get into that with you, but I knew you didn't even know what John 3:16 meant. You don't have any idea what any word, one word at a time means. You probably tell me that Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt, right? Lot's wife wasn't turned to a pillar of salt. So stop playing your silly little reindeer games, okay? Don't come in here and try to play that with me. Homie, don't play that. I told you the most bastardized version, and this person tells me, you said it's not true. I didn't say it wasn't true. I never said that. And then they wanted to make a personal attack about me. This ain't have to be with me. That's nothing to do with me. So all right. Let's change it up here. Remember, let's have a discussion about this scepter, brothers, sisters. The scepter is what you receive, right? That's the inheritance to the kingdom. The scepter, that's the one who holds the inheritance. That's Christ. That is what you receive. Christ is your prize, right? The anointed one, and all that's your prize. That's what you're running towards, to be with him, to be with Father. That's what this is all about. That's what he said. Have your loins girded in my service, Maranatha. And so you're going to meet him. So he ain't going to just sit there and ain't a sit down Christ. It's, you got to get up and meet him, right? Let him, that's what I'm saying. I tried to let that person say something, but they couldn't, and they want to make it a personal attack and lie. And I didn't say that at all. I know people do that. They hear what you say and then they make up their own version. I know that that's just the way people are. It's called translation. Remember, you're the only person who thinks about you the way that you are. Nobody thinks about you. You have a certain ideal about yourself, but nobody in the world thinks about you that way. You might think that. I don't care if it's your wife or your daughter, or your husband. I don't care who it is. No, you only think about you the way that you think about you. So you have your own version. You know what I'm saying? You have your own version of you, but nobody else thinks about you the way that you do. So try not to, that's not how it works, brothers and sisters. Your reality is, don't make it a reality, make it the definition. So real with the name real that's the stupidest thing ever. They were rejecting the definition, brothers and sisters. So you can't help somebody if they don't want to look at what the definition of these words are. You can't help them. Don't try to. He said, actually don't. I gave that person a little bit too much time, but we have to show you what it's like when people are just so adamant about like I said, there's a reason why I pointed out, because they quoted John 3:16. And that's a scripture that is probably the most widely used scripture that is wrong. If people think they can believe in Jesus like they accepted Christ and they'll be saved. You can't accept Christ. You can't believe in Jesus. That's not what believe in Jesus means. Believe is an action word. It's a verb. It's not a noun. So you have to put legs on your face. That's all I said to him. That's the most bad. You said it's not true. So don't do that into me here. Don't put words in my mouth. I won't let you do it. I won't let you that's what I'm saying. People do it all the time. You know what I'm saying? So that's what that person was saying. You don't need translation. You don't need the canonization. The word existed before the canonization. Well, I know that. But this is where they took those pieces of paper. No, because they weren't paper. They weren't written on paper. They were written on stone and defined the words and put them on paper. I don't think that person even understood what the Council of Nicaea was. See, I remember being like that person when I was young, because I was like all over the place. I was all over the place. That's how that person was. It seemed like they knew something, but they weren't defined. They didn't want to define anything. That's why we make sure we come in here and we just define everything. Just define everything. All words should be defined in here, especially if they're dealing with the scripture. Remember, all these words in English have been made to pull you into this slavery. Like a word I use all the time, blessing. That's to be less. Be less. Okay? Remember, I talked about this on the last stream. There's all kinds of words like this. I do them all the time. Cursing and spell casting, and casting spells and spelling curses and casting curses and spirits. And remember, all this is words. Do you understand what I'm saying? Well, if you understand, then you're below me. Or do you overstand? See that all these words have been here to drag you in English down. Your dialect is a slave dialect. You has no resonance to it. Hebrew had each value word, jot, yod, tittle, each one of these, like a yod, had a value, a frequency. Each letter came from the toroidal field. That's why it's called the Torah. I've shown you what that toroidal field looks like. It's like this is how our rock, this is how the energy comes from our rock, in and out of our rock, like a donut, through the top and through the bottom. That's where that language was created from. Each one of those letters, as you call in English, has a frequency, resonance. English is some bastardized, part Latin, part, it just derives, but it's meant to drag the language to make your dialect pull you into a lower realm. So that's why we make sure in here that we define the words that we're talking about, so we don't get pulled down into this mourning. There we go. Mourn, you mourn. Thank you. We can keep going, brothers and sisters. I don't want, like I said, but look at the English language. It doesn't have bass. It doesn't have frequency. It's a slave race. It's a slave language. It truly is. It enslaves people in these lower realms by the vibrations. They don't have value. And they use all these words to sting you with these, they do. It is. They poke at you by putting these rhythms of these things that we say all the time. Like everybody thinks that the word believe is a thought in their head. That's not what believe means, So if you start using words and then you don't realize that these words that you're saying are not the words that you mean, well, then see, you're not defining anything and you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. So if we speak these words that are in his book, he said, don't add to my book. Don't even add a period. Don't add a jot. That's like punctuation. You can't even add don't even add a period. Man, he's a serious dude, isn't he? Don't add or don't even take away. It is. It's a smorgasbord, Stoner. It is. It's a smorgasbord of this smattering. It's a mutt language. I love my mutts, but you know what I'm saying? But it is. It's just a bastardized language that's just been watered down. It doesn't have a root in Hebrew, where each word spoken into existence had a frequency, and it had value and resonance. This language has been watered down, and like I said, that's what the watering down of this language. Like I said, we could sit here all night long and probably go over hundreds of words that's in the English language. If you look at it, you're like, whoa, that's actually the opposite of what it really means. And they do that a lot. It was created just for that purpose, brothers and sisters. Remember these Anglo-Saxons all this time? I don't want to go into all that. So I really try to stay on a lot of the history. Just sometimes go see Jim Brown. He's a great teacher on all this. He really is. But this language was created to pull people into a lower realm. You know what I'm saying? It really is. We don't realize how much realize, real lies, tell lie, vision, right? Tell lies to your vision, channel you. So you go with the flow, and we went to the moon, right? That's what they told you in school. You put your currency in the bank and you do all these. There's a whole nother language that they're using, that they do that in court, brothers, sisters, to confuse you, to give you consent. So you will consent to their ritual. You will please to gain for the bar. You'll take a plea bargain so they can extort your bond. There's legal speak, brothers, sisters, in the language too. So you don't realize you're putting yourself under this consent. Willingly, will, like somebody dies, they leave a will. We can go through all these words, like I said, all day long, brothers, sisters. Okay. And this is what they've done to us. They've pulled us into these lower realms with our language. We talk like we don't even know what we're saying. We're saying things that are not even their lower realm. I love you. You guys want to go outside? You want to go outside? Oh, we gotta feed the kitties. You're telling me, Dad, you didn't feed the kitties. You didn't feed the kitties, Dad. You didn't feed the kitties. Man, slow down. Don't dart out the door. Don't dart out the door. No darting out the door. No darting out the door. What am I going to make for dinner? Tonight, I want all of you tonight. Okay, I want to go back into this real quick because I didn't, we're getting a little off on what I'm saying here, but I want to discuss this, the sign of Shiloh, okay? Again, on how it's very important that you understand that Shiloh is the one who represents the high priest. The high priest was Aaron and Levite, who went by, remember, Moses was given the law. He wrote it. Remember, this is written out, pounded out. The scribed us all the law, the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy out onto the tablets or scrolls. And this was put into what is called the law, right? This is the Torah, okay? Father, under the Old Testament, was one sin, whether venial, mortal, it did not matter. The wages of sin was death. Satan was cast and was Father's right-hand man for trying to rise above others. That's pride, for one sin, which was pride, and was cast from the ruling class to rule and have dominion, reign over the earth. The ruled are the earth. The heavens are the ruling class. So he was given reign to rule over the where we're at now. That's why you see people who are ruled by the world, and they're not ruled by the word. Their master is the world. He says you cannot serve two, correct? So Father had, remember, a favorite. That was his heavens. That was Aaron and Levite. When the scepter sign, when the wise men saw Jupiter move, I covered this in the last live stream, when Jupiter moved to opposition and it pointed at Leo, it stopped at the head of Leo. And this is what they did. Not just one sign of the coming of Christ, right? Which was Star of David, was Star of Bethlehem. But when that was the conjunction, the marriage of Jupiter and the morning star Venus, right? And then Jupiter moved to opposition and moved to the head of the lion, which crowned him the high priest. This severed the head, Father being the high priest of the church, Aaron and Levite, because there's no more physical temple, no more physical rituals. This was birthed in the heaven, brothers and sisters, right? No, this was birthed in the celestial firmament, in the stars. The heavens know this, what I'm telling you. The earth doesn't. So when Jupiter parked at the head of Leo, stopped, it crowned Christ, now the high priest of the church. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. Leo, the king, the lion from the tribe of Judah. That's who Shiloh is. Shiloh is the king that holds the crown in the age of air, where the heirs to the crown of the throne of God will be crowned in the age of air. We're there in the book of Revelation. Remember, we are there in the age of Aquarius. This was the sign that the wise men, the Magi, saw when it stopped at the head of the Leo. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. So if you think about it, what it did is it severed the head of the high priest, because the head of the church, it was like an execution where Father severed his head and allowed Christ now to be the judge. Because under the Old Testament, and this is why you need your crown. If you don't have that crown, brothers and sisters, if you don't have that crown, then you're not going to receive that. If you have to have that to receive your scepter, your inheritance, you have to have the heirs to the crown, to the throne of God, are crowned in the age of Aquarius, in the age of air. They're the heirs to the crown. They are the heirs. An heir. He was the testor of the will. He made a New Testament. There was an old, and he was the testor, and he severed, remember, Father as the high priest, and he now became, let vengeance be mine, judge with righteous judgment. Eye for an eye is not, we're not under the law. We don't go by the old Sabbatical law. We don't celebrate. We don't do customs. We don't do fees. We're not under a fee or fine, or we don't. The only way we're going to be saved is to endure to the end, and without faith, faith without works, without those legs is dead. It's dead, brother, sister. You have to do these things because Father makes you do these. So the scepter shall not depart, meanings that Father is not going to, right, judge you, okay? Judge you, because Shiloh has covered you for your sins. Because if you have to go under Father, just one sin's going to put you in hell. Just one, brothers and sisters. You need that covering. It's like your attorney. He's a mediator. He's got like an in with the judge. You know, he's like, no, Father, I paid that price. Remember, I hung on a tree. We had a, you know, an agreement, right? That now I become the judge. That's what Shiloh is, brothers and sisters. That's what the scepter is all about. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. The scepter is your inheritance that you receive after you die. After you die. That's what you receive. Christ is your inheritance. Isn't that beautiful? So that's what that crowning moment in the celestial firmament crowned is, that now not Father judges us. Now we judge with righteous judgment, and Father is the one, right, who would condemn, but no, we're not going to be condemned. Remember, he will separate the wheat from his chaff. Those are mine. Remember, no. You have to let those. You wonder why you see good and evil on this rock. Remember when they were talking about pulling up the weeds because they were growing with the wheat, right? And they wanted to pull them up. Remember, this is part of this. I hope you understand what he was saying and why you see all this evil here. He said, if you pull up that evil, right, those weeds, all the wheat's going to come up with it, and you're going to ruin the whole crop. You have a bum crop. Nope. You got to let those weeds grow with the wheat, and then I will separate them when I return. The scepter will not depart from Judah. The separator, the scepter is the scepter, the one who separates the wheat from the chaff. That's why we don't want to cause anyone any division in his inheritance. You better to have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea than to hurt one hair on my children's head, is what he said, correct? So you can't accept Christ. There's no such thing as accepting Christianity, dirty laundry. You can't accept Christ. Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts, and it said that our hearts are continuously filled with wickedness, they would never stop overflowing. He makes us that way. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. Not one of them would. So you're not going to accept Christ. You can't accept Christ. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. There's no such thing as being saved. You have to, to your very last breath, die, be raised from the ashes and the dead and the dust, and then you're lifted, and then you're judged, and then you receive your inheritance. That's how you get saved. You have to endure to your very last breath. Don't go to Christianity, Christ, or Satanist. The Hamashiach was not birthed in the middle of the winter. That means Messiah. He was the Messiah. They hung him on a tree. Christ he was not birthed on December 25th. That is Christianity. That is the deadly head wound in Scripture that was healed. So if Father is calling you to his word, it's because he is doing it. You're not going to get this in any other word, anywhere on the world. It's in his word, dirty. It's in his word. You can air that dirty laundry in here because we're all filthy rags. All of us fall short of the word. Okay, so coming to this ministry will allow you to at least get the truth. The aletheia is the word truth. Go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. It ain't about accepting Christ. He says, if I didn't call out to their hearts, knock, and I will answer. Seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, and I will, sup with you, he said. So we don't sup with vipers. We don't allow people in here that are Christians because they're idiots. They don't love the word. They love the world. This isn't a sit down, one day, Sunday, fun day, Jesus type of ministry. We do this every single day. And we go over the same gospel over and over till we beat it in your head like a drum, like a chant, like a mantra till you're saying it in your sleep. That's what Jim Brown said. So I'm going to speak Greek enough and start speaking enough Greek till you start speaking a little bit of Greek in your sleep, right? That's why we use these same dialect over and over, go over the same thing and define every single word that's in that book, because he's not a religion. He's not a book. It's like I didn't take an oath to no flag, an oath to the word that is protected of the law, right? So he's not in the book. He's on the hearts of the bride, and you don't have to worry if he's calling you. Just listen to what he's telling you and do it. Don't listen to the world. The world's going to tell you to do the wrong thing. It will every single time. It does not want you to do, it wants you to do the easy thing. Anything Christ does, it's like the word forgiveness. You have to be rebuked by Father, by the word. Maybe it's something I said, but it's not me saying it. It's his word. See, it's not I said it. I said his words, and then he rebukes you. You might leave here, and it don't mean anything for 10 days. Maybe it might be 10 weeks. It might be 10 years of something I said. No, it's something I said that was his words that rebukes your heart. Then you walk in repentance, and then you're forgiven. There's none of this. Nothing Christ is going to give you as a quick fix. So you're not going to come to Jesus and everything's going to be okay. Exactly. If he's calling you to him, you better expect things to get a lot worse in your life. The people that love Christ, he beats them, and he beats the world out of them. It's called self-will, idolatry, pornea. Latria is to serve, and he doesn't want you to serve your eyes. He doesn't want you to serve anything you see. He's the Word. Can you see the Word? He's the word Hokadesh. That means Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost. Can you see a ghost? No, there's no such thing as ghost. Ghost is a word. So, what should we eat for dinner, guys? God, I better make something to eat here in a minute. I'm gonna have to put those birds up too. I'm pretty sure that they're probably already in bed. They probably put themselves up. So, thanks for coming in there, dirty laundry. So, look at what Father blessed you with tonight. Be less. Look at the abundance. So get in Interlinear, Texas for Septus. Go see Jim Brown at Grace Truth Ministries. I ain't sending you no church. Brother Jim considers himself a Christian. I'm not a Christian. I don't want to label. I love the word. Christ wasn't a Christian. He wasn't Christ as a pagan term. He wasn't a Christian. He was a Hebrew Israelite. He was a lion from the tribe of Judah. He sprang out of Judah. He was from the house of David. David was from Bethlehem. Christ was born of Bethlehem. Remember, David declared him the lamb. That makes Father the ram. So if you can't dodge it, ram it. Let's take a 5-minute break, real sisters. And I think I'm going to go try to get something in my belly here. Try to figure out what I'm going to make something to eat. You guys want to take a pause for the cause? We come back later. Maybe we'll do that. We'll end the stream. You guys aren't very talkative. That's okay. Some of you guys are. They might just be shadow banning my channel too. Remember that? That happens sometimes. Top messages, all messages. Let's see. Hey, tacos. Oh, man, yeah, I'm missing some of this stuff. He wasn't a Muslim? Who just said he was a Muslim? Did you just say Christ was a Muslim? Christ wasn't a Muslim. Ron was, thank you. Connection, thank you, is going to correct you on that. No. That's not true, Lord. That's not true. So Jesus didn't submit himself to God. Well, there's no such thing as Jesus and there's no such thing as God, but we'll use your translated word. You mean the Hamashiach, the Messiah born of Bethlehem? Submit himself? What do you mean? He hung from a tree. He let him kill him. Well, you don't call that submitting? Pick up the book and follow after me. Give up your life. They were all martyred. Died a martyr's death. You don't call that submission? Oh, Father, forgive me, right? Forgive them. They don't know what they're doing. Christ didn't need forgiveness. He couldn't sin. Christ can't sin. Christ is blameless, spotless. He's the unblemished sacrificial lamb. Remember, not a spot, not a broken bone in his body. So, how did you just get that? Oh my Father, please give this person a hearing ear because they just said the complete opposite of what I just said. So, he hung himself instead of a piece of paper on a tree, and he didn't say anything about Nazareth, did he? Nothing good could cause of Nazareth, right? And he baptized, which is not baptism by water, so they'd have to, by submitting himself to a ritual that was a perverted ritual, so they would hang him from a tree. Boy, you couldn't submit yourself any more than death, could you? How would you get that I said that? I'm not sure. See, that's what I'm telling you, brothers and sisters. You say one thing and people believe the complete, right? Believe, not a thought in their head, the complete opposite. So, you asked if it was not submission. You asked if that was not submission. So my definition was he was a Muslim. Didn't you just, all right. Thank you, Father, for patience, but I am done with that one. So. No, I don't eat pudding. I don't eat sweets. Muhammad was a pedophile. Don't call Christ. Oh my goodness. All right, let me go get some food here. I'm gonna figure something out. We'll take, you guys just take a pause for the cause. Smoke a bowl, whatever you gotta do. Smoke them, you got them. I'm gonna go let my puppies in. Oh yeah, my ladies definitely put themselves up by now. I gotta go put the hands. They'll put themselves up. They go to bed by themselves, but I gotta lock their stuff up there. So you boys are good. You guys do the live stream. Get up there and live stream. Do a live stream, puppy dog. Do a live stream. Go live stream, man. Get up there and live stream. What do you make for dinner, puppies? What's the heck I make for dinner? What's they gonna make for dinner? Let's see. Yeah. Da, da, da. That's all I want to say to you. Right here. Strong. Oh, there's strawberries. Beans. Right here. Yeah. Maybe some pasta. Pasta in a while. Was the last time we ate pasta, guys? It's been a while, haven't we? Probably been a month. I don't really want to eat any pasta. I don't want any. Holy smokes, we got so much food here. Holy smokes. Give us more. Alright, whatever. Yeah, well. Might as well. It's been a while. How been a couple months. It's been a while. Oh boy. More. More males. What do you got there? Oh, those are all the sauces. Let's put that back. Put all that back in there. How much food does one man need? Oh man, there's 2 things of Don Pancho's there. Oh man, more tortillas. Let's take those out. More Don Pancho's tortillas. Those are the big ones. Those are the big guys. Those are for making burritos. Right, let's get some water going. Water. A do do do. A da da da. That's all I want to say to you. A do do do. All right, let's get some coconut oil in there. Some coconut oil. Coconut oil. Coconut oil. There we go. Coconut oil. I need a little bit more water than that. A little more water than that. Put that lid back on the coconut oil. Do we have any peas? I feel like some peas. Are there any sweet peas? Oh, there's some sweet peas right there. Sweet peas right there, right there, right there. Ooh. How about some? That'd be good. That's what I'll do. Oh man, that'd be good. I'll do some pasta. I haven't had any pasta in weeks, guys. It's probably been more than a month or so since I've had any pasta. So I think I'm gonna have. Hey, you got wet face. Hey, wet face. Hey, wet face. Hey, wet face. Coming over here and getting wet face all over me. I love you, Buggy. I love you, Buggy. You're my best guy that ever. Oh man! Ow, man! You knucklehead sneezed on me and got me right in the nad. So, oh, yeah, wear down some good stuff. Oh man, this dog is being silly. He's being a silly guy. He's being so silly. That's a big guy that I love. He's my biggest. He's a big guy. He's a big old puppy dog. He's a big puppy. He thinks this is a baby puppy. He hasn't figured out. He's 13 years old. He's an old man. He's no man. He thinks he's a baby puppy. You act like a puppy. You act just like a puppy. You act just like a puppy. You big old puppy dog. You're a big puppy. You are a big guy. You guys are so silly. We love you guys. They love the dad. You love dad? Do you love the dad? You love dad? No? You don't love me? Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you love the dad. Tell him you love the dad. You love the dad? Every single time? For my boy? This is Bone Bone. Yeah, oh man, that dog sneezed. He went bam and got right in the junk. What are you doing, boy? What are you doing, boy? Handsome schmantsome pantsome. Handsome pantsome. There's water right there in front of you, silly. What are you panting for? It's not hot in here. It's not hot in here. Pants is still in the show. Huh, Pants? What's that? What you singing in the pants? Every single pants? Oh, we hear Juniper Girl. You want to come in, Juniper Girl? Go on, come in, Juniper Girl. Come in with the dad. Come be with the dad. With the other puppies. My kitten girl. I hear you out there. Let's see if she wants it. What you doing, girl? You come inside with the puppies? You come inside? You come in here? Or you just coming over to say hi? Oh, just coming to say hi. Okay, she just coming to say hi. Coming over to say hi. Can't believe I'm eating pastries. Well, it's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while since I was sorry. It's been a while since I first saw you. Where did our spatula? My spatula? I'm sure we get lots of. Oh, thank you, Runner. A couple bucks. Hey, I'll put that towards the Forerunner. Actually, both of my CV axles on that Forerunner went out, man. They're working, but they're starting to tear up that front end of those tires. So before I purchase tires, I need to purchase some tie rods. So I don't think I'm gonna even do it by myself. I've been reading a lot, and if you don't get that spec torque right, you can tear that. It just won't work. The torque has to be exactly right, you know. So I think I might try to find a mechanic to do this job. I can normally do a lot of things, you know what I'm saying, by myself. But man, I've been reading a lot. I mean, it's possible, but I keep reading that if you don't get the spec right, you don't torque it exactly right, it just tears the hole. It just goes right back to probably what I have right now. So appreciate the tithe. That's the next thing on my list, and I didn't get. I don't know why AdSense didn't pay me this month, but they didn't. So, oh well. Move on. Next month, I won't get anything till next month or this month until a few weeks from now. So, but I'm probably going to take whatever I get and go try to put it towards getting the front of that vehicle fixed before winter hits. Because I mean, it's already hitting winter on the East Coast. It's getting cold out there on the East Coast already. So we're a little warmer over here, obviously on the West Coast, but snow will be here. I almost wrecked that Forerunner last year because whatever that was, and now the other end's gone too. So I need to definitely get that fixed so I can travel and do whatever I need to do out here at the ministry. So I do appreciate any tithe at this point, because I think it's going to cost about $1,000 to have both sides done. So I'm going to probably call here in the next couple of days and call the Toyota dealership and see if what their rate is on it, and see if I can find maybe another mechanic that can compete with their rate or beat their rate or whatever I can find out. So It's just a 96 piece of crap Toyota, but it does run good. And but after about 300,000 miles, they start to give out. So it's about time. It should have probably already been replaced, but I don't want to replace the tires on it until I replace those CB axles. So I do appreciate your time. But really, it's gonna cost me some bucks. It's gonna cost some bucks. But hopefully if I get that done, and then it'll be worth trying to buy a decent set of tires for it. I can't ever afford it. I don't even never know if I bought a set of new tires in my life. Seriously, have I ever bought a set of brand new tires? Maybe I have, not very often, but I'll try to find a set of used tires or something for it for the winter months to get me through the winter months. But otherwise, it's just gonna chew those tires off, man. I can't believe how fast that one tire went already. I was like, whoa! But then I looked, and it's really like I said, it drives okay, but it's just pulling on that suspension. It's out of the sleeve and it's hanging down. It's all, you can see it doesn't make any noise. I'm surprised it doesn't make any noise. But then I looked at the other axle too, CB, and I was like, oh crap, this other side's it's doing it too. So I've not been trying to drive it at all. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to put the miles on it. That back tire is going to pop if I drive it too more. There's not cords, but it's like a slick. It's the one I had up front, and then I moved it to the back, and it just went real quick when I went back there. So probably would have went even quicker on the front. So it happens, you guys. Like I said, it's not bad. I don't think this vehicle's ever been in an accident. It's got a clean title, but it's got about 300,000 miles on it now, 289 or something like that. So it's about the things wear out after a time. So it's not like it's not worth trying to put some money back into it. If I could, even though it's not a very expensive, maybe $2,500 vehicle, and I might have to spend $1,000 to get it fixed, I think it'll be worth putting the money into. I don't need anything fancy. I don't want anything newer than that. I don't want anything. It's a 96. I don't want anything newer than that. So it's actually the first year of that body style. So I kind of like older things. So it's worth putting the money into. It's a good little Toyota. You guys seen it on the live stream. So appreciate the tithe. I want to tell you, I do appreciate like I said, I'm normally pretty, I don't want people to give if they don't have, and I just don't want to take from anybody. I don't want to be other end when Father judges me and I have, things for sale on the internet, and just because they're not selling doesn't mean that somebody needs to help me. It's expensive right now to live. It's really expensive. So especially if you live in America, holy crap, we were just talking about it. So yeah, much agape, brothers, sisters. I do appreciate all the time. I was actually, before I came in here, our Father was just really overwhelming me, going, man, you have such a blessing, and to have this ministry and have people here to be here to talk to, and have an abundance of people who come in here and help me through a pretty trying time in my life. This is just a challenge. Every day I get up, and Father challenges me with this thing that I've got going on with my son, and my daughter. So maybe one day I'll get a resolution to that, and I don't think it's going to be a good answer, brothers, sisters. I don't think whatever I find out about my son and daughter is going to be a good answer. I already kind of warned you guys about that I'm probably not going to like the results and the answers that I get once I find out the truth about what's really going on. It doesn't sound like it's going to be very good. So it is what it is. I have to accept it and just, let Father do what it is that he's going to do in my life, because you've seen me try to change it, and I've done nothing but make the whole situation a lot worse. I really did. I didn't do anything, like I said, illegal, but it made everything worse. So where I tried to help my son, he can be dead now. Trying times, man. I wish I could do more sometimes. Like today, I didn't really get anything done. A couple things, but not really what I wanted to get done. Well, that's okay. Not the end of the world if I don't get something done every day. I'm going to get lots done when I do work.
almost there. Almost there. So. Yeah, is it up and down for sure? This life sometimes is definitely can throw us for almost into a flap spin sometimes, man. So it's kind of feel like I man. I just feel like it was just kind of spinning downwards. So I do appreciate you know what I'm saying, I do appreciate people coming in here, and even if they don't, like I said, the ministry through a financial, just the time is so valuable too. So if somebody has an abundance of time and they'd be able to make an extra and they can put it in my direction, it's just always a blessing. It really is. I wish you guys knew how much that because like I just reposted all my postings again, guys, and I didn't even get one single like. 37 postings reposted and not even one like. Not one like. They got me on this, and they got me on the kibosh again, man. I had this for months and months where my postings weren't even getting any kind of likes or nothing, no comments, no laughy faces, no smiley face, nothing. So I'm like, man, here we go again. I've been on months where they do this, where I did that they did that to me last winter. I didn't sell anything for like 6 months in the winter, guys. Man, that was long. I had payment. I said I was still paying on 65 acres of land. Remember, I have payments just like you guys. I mean, and what I have is for the ministry. So when somebody ties even $1, like I said, even $100 in my life would be a game changer. I wouldn't even know. I mean, if I had $500 a month, I feel like I was rich. I could go do something. I could go buy something, a cheeseburger or something. I could afford to eat out or something. Go do, like I said, I've been able to eat out. Kevin has actually bought, the last couple times that I ate, and I bought him meals before too, but I just didn't, I don't have it. I just don't have it. I'm trying though. Trying to get my crap together here. Trying to get my stuff together. Well, it's gonna be weird to eat pasta and eat pasta in a while. Wow. I used to eat so much pasta. I can't believe how much pasta I used to eat. Holy crap. Where is the Himalayan pink salt? Where to go? Where to go? We got too many spices up here, boss. Oh, there it is. Some pepper. Box pepper. Wants to be good. Oh man. That's cannabis. Eat here or something. All right, I haven't eaten pasta for time, guys. I'm gonna eat some pasta tonight. I haven't been a country minute since I've had some pasta. I'm gonna eat some macaroni, cheddar, macaroni cheese, and I put some butter beans in there. So, butter beans. Well, it's hot. I think that's going to be a good combo. Yeah, that's good. Wow, that's hot. Well, like those butter beans. They're big, huge butter beans. That's a pretty good combination there. Cheddar and butter beans. Thank you, Father. I've been trying not to eat any more pasta. I haven't had pasta in quite some time, so I cut myself off pasta and I'm trying to eat no more bread. No more bread, no more pasta. I'm breaking the rules here, but like I said, I used to eat pasta with almost every meal. Seriously. I grew up in that generation. It had to be a starch, had to be a vegetable, had to be meat, had to be dairy, the balanced meal. So, nice. I homeschooled my son for a lot of years. That's really good. Those butter beans are really good too. They're can't remember the Glory or something like that. They make a red rice and beans that's really good too.
I only probably eat about a third of what I made. So if I get my butt up tomorrow early and get started, I'll get the rest of that, hopefully that ceiling done. And that last wall done completely, so I can finish up the other wall and start on the ceiling and get that lid done, because if I'm going to move in there, I'd like to have the ceiling on it and have it all sealed up. So I'm hoping Father will give me some serious motivation tomorrow to, to get that done. My list is so many things in here that I've Levette, these butter beans are huge too. I mean, they're big old huge butter beans. Look. Oh, come here, Pats. Come here, Pats. Oops. There you go. Yeah, these are like big old huge butter beans, Big old. They're so yummy. You know what I'm saying? So, So we'll see what happens here soon. Hopefully, I'll be able to get down to Ecuador, get that ministry started down there, and start growing food down there. I'm so excited about traveling. You know what I'm saying? Which cabin? I've got several cabins out here. I'm building another cabin. This is the Rusty Dragon that I was working on. The Rusty Dragon that Kevin was staying in for a while before he bought the other cabin from me. And I moved that one over there. So yeah, the Rusty, it's the one with all the, it's got a lot of work done, and I've put a lot of little extra details in it just because I wanted to rent it out. Nobody came out here to live with me. I didn't have it all fancy like that. I didn't build it build it pretty standard. And then nobody came out to live with me. So I started making it, my own. I'm like, well, if nobody's going to come out here and come to the ministry, then I need to rent these cabins out. They can't just sit there. It doesn't make sense for them to just sit there. And so, but I might have to move into it, because I don't have any firewood this year. So I don't have any lines on firewood either. So I think I'm just going to have to spend my winter bundle up this winter. So, I mean, I've got some, but not very little. So that's why I need to move into that building, because this building's not insulated. I didn't build this cabin like that. That one I built like a home, like I would build a brand new house, It don't look like that, but you know what I'm saying? That it's all insulated like that, because it looks like this cabin, but it's super insulated. So I'll just bundle up this winter, it's just a winter. So I've been cold before. I've lived in Alaska for years, so I know what it's like to be very cold. So when I did my extreme Arctic weather training on the Bolio Range in Delta, Alaska, it never got any warmer than -40 below zero for 2.5 weeks, and I never went inside. So I'm planning on a long, cold winter. So this is going to be the best building I have out here to try to, if I don't have firewood, to try to make it through the winter so that I can survive. I don't want to die. I got blankets. I got coats and stuff. I've been trying to trade for fire. I just haven't found anybody to. I said I haven't been able to get any hits on the internet, so can't trade anything if I can't get any hits on the internet. My plan is to bundle up. Hope it's a warmer winter and it won't be a cold one. Because remember, I burned 7 cords of wood in this cabin last winter. 7 cords I burnt, you know. That's a lot of wood, man. That's the most I've ever burned, but they shot the windows out of the cabin. I can't be able to replace the windows. Members of my windows were firewood that I used. I was hoping to have at least a cord or 2 at the end of the winter, and I had. So if I tried to stay in this building, it wouldn't make it this winter. I wouldn't have enough firewood, so let alone any firewood. So my best bet's to get over there where I can shut the door and keep it. That building's got big, thick, you know, walls and insulation on it. So it's half as long as this building too. You know what I'm saying? This building's 40-foot cabin. That's a 20-foot cabin. So if I can get some firewood, then I could keep that building a lot warmer, right? Without, you know, so that's why I got to move into that one. I'd like to rent it out over the winter months, but maybe I'll work on this building like I did last year. I worked on that building during the winter. Actually burnt firewood in there to bring all the wood and stuff inside over, you know, and burn firewood overnight to dry all my wood out because it was all snowy and stuff. So I would bring my wood inside the cabin. Even before I'd installed the wood stove, I put a wood stove at the door and put a chimney out the door and stuff. And, you know, I worked through the winter last winter. So maybe I can do that this winter and just work real hard. You know what I'm saying? And keep myself busy. Before I know, the winter will be over, and winter doesn't last forever. It's absolutely longer than summer, but maybe Father will unchain me, and I'll leave and I'll go to Ecuador and I'll be warm and I won't need to worry about firewood. So I don't know though. At this point, I can't say in the matter what's going to happen. Remember, I don't know what's going to happen. So I struggled a little bit yesterday because I worked the day before. You know, I'm just saying I was all right, but I was doing all that insulation above my head and then hanging all that. I did build one whole wall. I mean, I have another few boards to do. And so boy, when I did the lesson yesterday, boy, I about 2 hours, 3 hours or something. And man, that sciatica just went bam and hit me like I said, guys, I got to sit down. So we live streamed for another 2 or 3 hours, but it was only because I had my hands over my head all day long doing insulation and hanging boards on the top, you know, big boards and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm hoping to run. I really am hoping that someday, future, Father will give this ministry the abundance that more than it already has. And I don't want to be greedy, but I'm hoping to get down to Ecuador, purchase those 2 hectares. Now, remember, I just spent all that money to keep myself from going to jail. Otherwise, they would have thrown me in jail. You know, they haven't even looked at the evidence, but they were just going to throw me in jail, right? I mean, that's how this county works. But I'll figure it out. But if I get down there, I want to purchase a farm that I've been looking at. If not, I'll look for another one. I've been looking for this one for years. I've had my eye on this one, but and grow food for the ministry, and then tithe. And I'd love to send you food, everybody in the ministry food. Wouldn't that be awesome to get a food package, like a care package from High Desert Faith and Truth? But obviously we'll have to figure out, because it's Amazon, it'll be like High Jungle or something. We'll call it, Amazon Faith and Truth or something. I don't know. But sending organic star fruit and papaya and guava. Imagine getting a fruit medley or a vegetable medley, or from the ministry. Freeze dried. All something that'll last you for 25 years if you want to put it away or eat it now. Or so that's the hopefully that's what Father will do for the ministry. And I think I can bring in enough ties down there. You know what I'm saying? So once I get down there, like I said, then I will try to get people there on the ground. And I think with the ministry down there that I can tithe enough for the ministry. I think the ministry will be even better down there than it is here. I really do. I think this ministry is going to grow a lot once we go down there. And I can actually hire people to work down there. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't get anybody to come here, and that's fine. Down there, I can actually hire people. And so I won't have problems with the bodies that I can't get to come here. Down there, I'll be able to pay a person a pretty decent living, and I should still be able to survive just fine. I'm kind of a minimalist, so I don't need anything. At this point, I just need to fix the vehicle that I got, sell the other piece of land that I have, and I'm good. I mean, I wouldn't have any bills at that point. So I want to give thanks to everybody, just support me, and hopefully someday this ministry will. It won't be just here in North America. It'll be North and South America as far as physical locations. The ministry itself is obviously, because we're on the internet, it's a worldwide ministry, which is beautiful, I'm just so blessed. I really do. I ask sometimes, Father, why did you give me this? I already had such abundance, you know what I'm saying? Such overabundance in many ways. And why would you bless me with such a beautiful thing, And it's because he said I needed it, You need this. You need this during their time. You don't have your son anymore. So, with you, and you're really, you have a good relationship with your son. So I'm going to take him from you, and I'm going to not replace, because you can't replace my son, but it's really filled a void, guys. So I couldn't thank you enough. And that's why I try to spend as much time as I possibly can in here. Seriously. Because I feel like this is what the ministry needs, if it's going to continue to stay where it's at, we can't just die off, you know what I'm saying? We need to fellowship with each other. We need to keep coming back in and reproofing the word together. And so I was, like I said, actually where I came in here was praying with Father. I'm saying, Father, thank you so much for this ministry and the overabundance that you've given me. Because it really gave me, not that I didn't have purpose in life, but it really, it set this, it really made this life have the value, that I was. I can't even put in words how it makes me feel, guys. I really can't. So thank you, High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. You are the fat. You're the HD fat of the internet. Seriously. The fat was the best part, brothers, sisters. Faith and truth, fat. HD. I know we're not in HD. We're doing it on a potato, right? But everybody hates the stream quality, but whatever. I live out in the middle of nowhere. I don't do Starlink. I don't have a laptop or a computer. We're streaming from my potato. No begging, Mr. Pan. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate it, Donald. I'm filming it on a butterbean. Yeah, right, Don. I'm filming on a butterbean. What are you filming on a butterbean? Big old butterbean. Look how big these butterbeans are. I can't hold that darn thing in my hand, so it's got all that cheese on it. But they're big old huge butterbeans. Look at that. And that's really good with macaroni and cheese. It is. I'm trying to not eat pasta anymore. I only had a couple boxes, so it's been a couple months since I've eaten pasta. Look how big those butterbeans are. Mm. Nice, thank you for that. This is a good combo, guys. It really is. These butter beans and macaroni and the cheese is bouncing off that. These beans have kind of tiny bit of a little bit of a smoky flavor, just a little bit, not much, but a little bit of a smoky flavor. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. I love lima beans. I love butter beans. I love all beans. Now I love beans. I love beans so much. Thank you so much, Donald. I really appreciate your support of this ministry. Been here a long time. Is that my last can? Oh, I think I just have my last can. Oh well. Try and find the can that came in. I'll show you. That's red beans and rice. Oh, that was my last can too. Oh well. This is the brand that I'm talking about. Glory. Seasoned butter beans. Look for this one. This is a really good brand. I really don't like to eat too much out of cans, if I can help it. But see these? These are seasoned. What's it say? Seasoned what? Seasoned Southern style. Okay. And these are really good too. This is a really good. Actually, I really don't like too many things out of a can. But these red beans and rice, I got Kevin hooked on these ones. He likes these. He bought a whole couple flats of these last time. This red beans and rice almost tastes like a Popeyes. Oh man, it's time for some cat. Here it comes, guys. Oh man, here it comes. Dang man, I can't stand this. I'm gonna have to get to the doctor, guys. This is getting so. I can almost tell the time. 9 o'clock. Every night, at 9 o'clock, man, my lungs do the same thing. Start filling with fluid. Hold on. I apologize. So guys, I got tear gas and I just can't seem to get my only thing that'll help it is a little bit of Canis will. Oh my gosh. Okay, anyways. Okay, this is the brand though. Glory. Look for this brand. I don't know if you have this where you're at, but this is the brand that I buy. And these have like a little bit of a, almost like a, I'm not saying I don't think they put liquid smoke in there, but it's that Southern style. I gotta take a break here for a minute. I'm gonna take a break. It's like clockwork, man. Yeah, I know these are tough to find, guys. Glory makes these in collar. They make collard greens that are really good too. The collard greens in this brand are really good too. So if you do see the collard greens or the greens in these, this is another good brand. But look for these. They're not easy to find. These red beans and rice are over the top, and these butter beans are okay. Cool. You guys, I gotta take a break for 1 minute. I gotta get some cannabis in my lungs, or I'm just gonna continue to fill up. I don't know why, but it helps it a lot. So thank you, Father, for good meds. But anyway, so if you have seen this brand, guys, I really like this brand. These red beans and rice, they're good by themselves. But man, I've used these to cook these with other things too. I put an egg in these in the morning, and made eggs with these, and these are excellent with some farm fresh eggs. They're really good with farm fresh eggs. This is excellent. And then I'll put this and make like burritos with this too, like a beans and rice burrito type of burrito, and maybe throw some jalapeno salsa and some cheddar cheese or something in these. And this makes a pretty good, like a rice and bean burrito too on the fly. You just, got a little bit of a smoky flavor to it, that Southern style, but it's really good. It has either you'll like it or you won't. I'm not going to tell you what your mouth likes, but it is really has kind of a different, because you can buy a lot different brands, and they're actually, it's not very easy to find red beans and rice in by itself, or separate. But these butter beans are fire, baby. I just ate my last can. I didn't realize I bought like 6 cans, and I didn't realize I ate them that fast. So that was about a month ago. You don't need to go outside. Stay inside, Oh, smokes. Yep, that was my last can. My last can. Oh. I'm trying to get some tincture here because I got Mullen out here. I got Kevin. I've got making some tincture right now. So it's got something like 2 months or something. It's got, this is my juice. You can't have my juice. Guava nectar. Yeah, there's a lot of mullein growing out here next to these fields and stuff. I don't know how hard that is not to drink in just one drink. I could drink the whole can. Just, oof. Oh, man. Oh, I can't wait to get down to Ecuador. Father, please unchain me. I want to leave America. I want to get out of here and go eat that stuff fresh. These are made in Mexico, so these are pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Is there a bunch? There's a whole bunch of protests going on, guys, in Washington, D.C. Watch for some events, guys, coming in the Washington District of Criminals. You know what I'm saying? At the Washington District of Criminals there in the
or Columbia, whatever you want to call it. There's like 5 or 6 protests that are set up for this month coming up. They can bring the National Guard out there. I think we're going to see a large event happen there. They kind of got this stage set, so oh, come on, lungs, stop it. That's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna fix your collar. Your collar always does that. I don't know why, Mr. Big Pants, because you're so big. Because you're such a big guy. Because you're so big. Because you're the biggest guy that ever did big. You're such a good boy. You're my best puppy I ever did best that I love. You are the best guy. I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. I love you. You're my best guy that I ever did best. That I ever did best. Yes, you are. I love you, big guy. You're my best puppy dog that I ever did best. Did I ever did best? No? No? Are you not Dad's boy? All right, you're not Dad's boy. You're not Dad's boy. You're Dad's boy. You're Dad's boy. You're Dad's boy too. Those are my best guys. These puppies have never lied, cheated, or stolen anything from me. They treat me better than all the human beings that I've ever met. There's big guys. There's boys. There's guys. I love him. Which Jesus are you talking about there, Dylan? Which Jesus are you talking about there, Dylan? There's more than one Jesus, Dylan. There's more than one Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Which Jesus are you speaking of? Were you arrested? Arrested for what? Standing against the law? Of course. You're not Christ-like if you don't get arrested. That's right. You think you know Christ? You don't know Christ. Which Jesus? Which Christ? He said many Christ. Remember the one who stood against the law and got thrown in jail? You ever been arrested for standing against the law, the perverted law? Nope, you're not Christ-like. You're going to hell. You're already in hell. Don't worry about it. See, you don't know your ass in the hole in the ground there, dumbass. See, you stepped right on your dick, didn't you? You thought you were going to get the answer and you ended up getting something you didn't want, huh? Or you go down, you grab yourself a date, you go down, you reach around, you're grabbing a tree trunk, aren't you? Careful who you take home there, who you sup with, right? So get out of here, you idiot, child. I got married once. You know, some people knew two black guys. Want to know why? Because they didn't listen the first time, did they? If you'd listened the first time, you would have, what's the difference between one black eye and two black eyes? You didn't listen the first time, did you? All right, we got to troll the trolls. Troll the trolls. You know, the funny thing is you don't even know what it means to pray. You don't even know what it means to pray. Tell everybody in the chat what it means to pray. 77, 55, anybody 77, I got 55, anybody 55, anybody 55, and a half, I got 7 and a half, anybody 55, 55, 55, 7, 7 and a half, 6 and a half, anybody 10, I'm all in, all done. We'll just auction you off right out of here. You all done? I got 7 and a half now, 8. Anybody, I got 9 now, 10, anybody? What? Tell everybody what it means to pray. 77, Gemini, 55, I got 55 now, 6 and a half, 7 and a half. Told everybody what it means to pray, pray. Joy and pain, pump it up, sunshine and rain. Hey, we did a little Milli Vanilli.
No, that was raw bass and DJ Easy. Rock, rock, rock. Hit it. Okay, speaking of hit it, I gotta hit this. You're filling up here. Oh, come on, lungs, stop doing this. And they just, I tell you, I get the freaking, it'll start getting to where I can't even breathe. Oh, come on, lungs, stop doing this. Oh, I need to get to Ecuador to go to the doctor. I can't even say that I want to go to the doctor. I haven't been to the doctor and can't remember how many years it's been to the doctor. It's been a long time since I've been to the doctor. I'll let you back in a minute. I'll let you guys back in a minute. Joy. Oh. And pain. Sunshine. And rain. Oh, come on. All right, so give me a momento here. I'm trying to let my lungs do it. I can feel this stuff is just, I can almost tell it's at 9 o'clock every night. It's like 3 or 4 in the morning and 9 o'clock at night, man. It's like a stopwatch, you know what I'm saying? It's like beep, 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 beep. Yeah. Deer AIDS makes the worst coughing fits. Wow. Deer with AIDS, huh? That's pretty silly. Well, they give these deers all kinds of things, don't they? You know? Here's some bubbles. Don't worry. We're just having a science experiment over here. Weird science. Weird science. Oh, better. Oh, man. Yeah, these people they're silly. You know, they got the rotting disease and now the deer's got the deficiency syndrome, you know. It's kind of a, is my screen frozen? You guys, we're supposed to get some auroras tonight. So you might go out and look and see if you're anywhere in the northern states in the apostate nation of Americant. Oingo boingo, baby. Heck yeah. But I haven't heard that forever. Boy, the 80s were an amazing time, weren't they? Yeah, Americans. That's why they American, but I American. No, they American. I American. I American. I can't stand this country at all anymore. I serve this, country and receive my honorable discharge so I can speak up and have the right to say something. This place is an apostasy. It's an abomination. Oh, wait, we already saw that. Then he let the bite in. Oh, wait, it's the Mr. Blind 11. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. We're only 9 months into this stuff, man. Can you believe that? Holy crap. You know what I'm saying? No, it's not the best country in the world. It's the worst country in the world. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing good about America. Quit fooling yourself. You're the reason why this country is exactly the way it is, because you can't admit that nothing's wrong with this country. That's why this country is crumbling and is being overthrown and overrun. And it's not even it's not even a country. It's a corporation. That's how much, you know about the country. You don't know anything. You know what I'm saying? So it's not number one. It was a beautiful country. It still has beautiful land. but the people don't care about. They're kidnapping American citizens now, not even people foreign. You know what I'm saying? They're not even foreign people. You know, a nation of immigrants try to keep out all the immigrants. Now that's stupid as hell. Who cares if you have a piece of paper? Shut up, bootlicker. Get the hell out of my chat. If you think somebody, because they don't have a piece of paper, that makes them a criminal, you need to go. I don't hang out with vipers. That doesn't sound Christ-like to me. You know, if they committed a murder or robbery or something, but it's, you know, rape or, you know, that's different. Get them the fuck out of this country. But, you know, if people have been here for 20 years or 30 years, you're going to throw them out of here because they don't have a piece of paperwork. You have no humanity at all. You're just one of those proud Americans. And I can't stand that people don't care that veterans like myself serve the right. You know, you have rights under the Constitution. You don't have to have citizenship when you're within these borders. You know what I'm saying? You know, Canada is America. It's the same thing. They're pretty much the same. I love my brothers and sisters to the north. I do. We got a pretty large following here, you know, our subscriber base from Canada. We probably got some people in here from Canada tonight right now. So, but it's the same thing. Justin, Castro, Trudeau, it's all the same nonsense. Did you see the price of gold in Canada today, guys? Something like $5,400. I would not want to live in Canada. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so expensive. It's a beautiful land. Oh my God, you guys don't even realize we get 80+% of our paper products, TP, Bunghole, you know, the Koch brothers, from our brothers and sisters in Canada to the north. And they're hardened people, man. They were badass during that standoff. No, we're not taking the jab. I used to have a commercial license. They're like, no, we're not. And do you see what that government did to those people? I'm never going to forget what they did to my Canadian brothers and sisters to the north. Literally, you supported that peaceful, and remember, I'm not talking about, but protest up there that they did. You know what I'm saying? And they straight took those people's money. You're just like, oh, I support this cause. You know, that's like, oh, I support Donald Trump, or I support Biden, or whatever. I don't support neither, but I support this cause. That wasn't a good comparison. That was a horrible comparison, but I support this cause. I support five. They drained your bank account, brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? It sucks, brothers and sisters, because they're ripping apart families and they're taking out the backbone of this country again in America. They did it during the COVID. They wiped out the middle class. Do you know how many people have people working for them that have been here for 20 and 30 years and maybe they don't have a piece of paperwork, brothers and sisters, but you don't even realize they're taking people who are going through the process too. The naturalization, there's many ways to gain, or more than one way to gain citizenship, the process to this country. They're literally taking people who are going through the process too. You know, there were people at Alcatraz Island when they went there and did those interviews that were literally screaming, I'm an American citizen. They're taking people and dumping them in the ocean, brothers and sisters. I went back and confirmed some more of this, you know, these flight trackers. I told you the Spyglass app and the flight tracker. They're not taking these people to these countries, brothers and sisters. They're turning these transponders off and turning around. They have washed up on shore in Spain, handcuffed and shackled, brothers and sisters. So they're not even taking some of these people to the destination where they're supposed to be going. They're taking them and throwing them in the ocean. Look this up. They've been doing this since they started this shit. So this is disgusting, brothers, sisters. It's not like they're taking all these people back. I think there's something seriously differently going on, and they have had people washing ashore in Spain, handcuffed and shackled. I think there was 5 people or something like that walked. It doesn't even matter. You can be poor. You can be poor, brothers and sisters, and they'll detain you. Involuntary detainment. What's the proper action? Don't participate in the system ever again. If everybody would just turn the system off, it would just dry up. But everybody keeps participating, and that's why it keeps happening. So you can't participate in the system anymore. You have to become your own system. Everybody's so reliant on this system, and the system is what's doing this to all of us. They don't care white, black, brown, red, yellow, poor, free, bond, right? Free, rich, poor. Yeah, no, not rich. The elitists, they ain't doing it. They're the ones that are doing it. The banksters are the one who controls the world, not the governments. That's so stupid. That's these, you give a man a gun and rob a bank. You give a man a bank and rob the world. So I looked into, well, of course. I mean, like, what do you mean? Donald Trump and Alex Jones and all these fake, Kabbalah and all this nonsense. People who say they're Jews, but they're not, all his support, the Gentile Messiah and all their nonsense. Yeah, sure. Kazakhstan, all these northern tribes and all this. This is such an apostasy. It's so hilarious to watch this. This fake nation of Israel formed in 1948 was a Masonic, nation formed by a triple conjunction in Aries of the star marker, which marked this age now, which marked that birth in 1948. So it would be someone you've seen in your lifetime. Mr. Adolf himself. So it's all part of it, Yep. What do you think Mr. Putin is over there doing in Ukraine, taking care of? We didn't take care of him during World War II. People are so silly. They're just idiots, you know what I'm saying? To the world, they have no idea. They just flip the television on and get told lies, get stung, and start spelling and and casting spells and do all. It's hilarious, with these words. It's wordplay with people. Word salad, word stoop. Mix it up and stew you with the. These people are hilarious. It's okay. It's not going to change, and I'm not trying to change it. America is a disgusting, filthy swine nation that used to be blessed, but we haven't been blessed since, well, they took us off the bimetallic standard in what, the 1700s, I think that was. You can't control a bimetallic standard. Remember, they want you to come on by to give it a try. The dollar, the petrodollar. So this is all them. These are all these are all these purple people eaters. Bunch of old, ugly white dudes doing the most disgusting things on this rock. You know what I'm saying? So I'm a veteran. So yeah. Anyways, brothers and sisters, this is an abomination. Like I said, nothing about this country screams free. It's in debt. We were the biggest creditor nation in 1973 when they, remember, this is the Bretton Woods Agreement that I've been telling you guys about over and over. Now we're the biggest debtor nation. Remember, we got $1 trillion a day. Now they're printing every 100 days. They're printing $1 trillion. That means if you came back here every day with $1 million, you have to come back here for 360,000 years to pay me off just $1 trillion. Remember, 3 quadrillion with the whole, people don't want to look at the top of that reverse pyramid with the silver market being like this big. What's the market cap, like $900 or something? Silver is money, not paper. Food is money. How about that? Food is the new silver and gold. How about that? Write that down in your little notebook. Put that in your little grab bag of tricks. Silly rabbit tricks for kids. Oh. Apple Jacks, or what do you want to play some cereal game? Are you cereal or the dog? Are you serious like the dog star or what? That's my dog. Oh, thank you, Father, for the blessing, though. Appreciate the people who can see the scriptures being played right in front of your eyes. The beast is here. We are now in the second writer of Revelation, Roja. Not Blanco, Roja, right? We've already seen there's dos. Remember, one has the scepter. Yeah, the one with the sword. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, the rider on the white horse of... Wait. Revelation, that's the one with the bow, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, Apollyon. Baphomet. Baal in the grove. Here we go again in circles, brothers and sisters. Nothing new under the stars, nothing new under the sun, is there? I hope these stars talk to you and tell you what time it is, because most people don't even know what year it is, let alone the time. So you might want to look up. You might see the northern lights. I don't know how much longer that this magnetosphere is going to hold up to either, brothers. Nobody's talking about that. Look, we're getting smashed by we got solar wind hitting this magnetosphere at nearly 2 million miles an hour right now. 2 million miles an hour. We went to space, huh? with no solar energy coming from the sun, the average wind speed is 775,000 miles an hour, and you went there in your soda can to the moon, landing on a light. How can we only see one side of the lunar phase? Would you like to explain that, NASA? Would you like to explain the occurrence of air bubbles in the lunar waves? How about, come on, why don't we see any stars? When NASA always have pictures of these planets, and there's no such thing as planets. Stars. We live on a star, you idiot. Do we? Right? Well, I don't know. Do we live on a rock, or if we're corkscrewing on a ball, corkscrewing and spinning, forwarding? Forward is the Hebrew word to revert, spin, twist, cork, change, add, warp, speed, or Godspeed. Okay, anyways, but remember, you're corkscrewing on a block. You sit in the third dimension on a rock, right? I mean, you said ball, right? Or block or ball, make up your mind. So, okay, you're corkscrewing on a ball, and that remember, Hebrew word is a forward. You can't corkscrew and spin me. So, okay, you're on this block, third rock from the sun, corkscrewing on a ball through time and space. Then why the hell would you need to go to space? Aren't you already in space? Space. They hate this world so much. I can't wait to die. Father, get me out of here. Stop it. This can't be happening. The president decorates his house with Satan. They damn push their buggies down the aisle one way and they won't get the bug. They're like, okay, we'll just stand on the X. You can still do that to a cop. Get the fuck away from me. 6 feet, dude. Do the code. 6 feet. Like, oh, okay. I love it. Try it to anybody on the street. Just do it to anybody. 6 feet, COVID. The COVID 6 feet. They'll listen to you. I'm telling you, they will. I don't care if they can be a cop, guys. This world is so stupid. What a bunch of, I cannot believe I'm even alive right now. I mean, this is the stupidest civilization. They're going to write about this civilization and laugh their asses off, guys. They're going to walk for 1,000 years. They're going to look at you guys. Listen, no, seriously. Over here, they had them wearing diapers in the desert. Face diapers or veils. Burqa or veil. Now they got the dudes doing it too. Like, only women veil their faces, guys. Check that they build Christ. They put a cover over Christ. Oh. Remember the one with the toxon, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease? You get a little ahead of yourself there. Apollyon, the Nimrod, the sun god. Uh-huh. They get your blood pumping, huh, Nimrod? Your phallic worship, your Washington Monument, that's the same one that's in front of the Vatican. Same dicks, right? Same phallics. You ever watch PugOneLife.com? PugOneLife.com. Zero Fox. Zero Fox Given, right? Zero Fox Doodle. You don't know Pug One from Canada? Where'd my Canadian dick brother in here go? Somebody asked about Canadians, so I had to go back. I snapped back into my own Vietnam, man. No, not Vietnam. I'm just kidding. That's a joke, remember? It's apocalypse now, man. Don't ever get out of the boat. Never get out of the boat. You guys are like, what is this guy talking about? Don't worry about it. Wait, I'm going to call the moon. Yep. I hope my legs don't break walking on the moon. You ever heard that song? Bob does that on his song. Walking on the moon. All right, we're mixing it up, brothers and sisters. There's two riders on the white horse, right? There's one that comes in Revelation that has a bow and a toxin. That's the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. That's Apollyon, the sun god, the rider of Revelation, the rider in the white house. I mean, on the white horse. Remember, there's two white horses, two white houses. Vatican, Washington, District of Criminals, White House. White horse or White House? Make up your mind. So two riders of Revelation, right? One that has the scepter, one that has a bow. Remember, Nimrod's the one with the bow there, Nimrod. The mighty hunter, Cupid, the one that wants to stick it in your ice hole, your arse hole. Remember? Smack that down on the floor. I'll put her on the counter, on the sofa. It wasn't me. Oh, never mind. It wasn't me. We're doing a little mix up here tonight. Might as well. We're just throwing a little... Hey, Mr. DJ, put on that song. Wiki, I want to dance with my baby. All right. we're doing some mixing it up, man. You hit the playlist and well, you can stick your money in your token like a jukebox, right? Like a Chuck E. Cheese. They have a jukebox. No, they don't have the jukebox at the Chuck E. Cheese. Your animatronic. Well, remember that little arm inside the jukebox? Stop it. You're being facetious now. I hope you're gleaning something from this con. Are you convict? Convict. Smack that down on the floor. All right. Up front. Akon. Slim Shady. Now that guy's Mr. Eminem, huh? Don't put that in your mouth. Remember, he's a pole smoker. Speaking of Nimrod, the whole time he's talking about having the old lady in the trunk, and he's smoking pole the whole time. That's called hypocrite, brothers and sisters. Remember? Fuck Donald Trump. He didn't have that song, though, didn't he? So, you can moonwalk your ass right out of here if you don't like it. You can go somewhere else. Remember, we were talking about the moon. We need to go talk about back to the moon. You go outside and see if there's any northern lights, please. Comedian. 10,000 chameleon and comedians trying to find work, and here I am, right? 10,000 comedians out of work, and you're trying to be one, Pastor. So we got to laugh every once in a while, guys. I'm a pretty serious guy, and I don't even want to live here anymore. I'm serious. This is crazy. Like I said, people just stood on the X. Remember, it was 25 feet. Remember all the science behind it? Oh my God, we're all going to die. The big scare. Burkhart and Fauci and Mr. Warp Speed up there. And remember, what was it? Mike Pompeo said, this is a live exercise. Speaking of, smack that down on the floor. No, whatever. I'm going to pull some Milli Vanilli. Joy. No, wait, that was Rob Bass. Hold on. What was a Milli Vanilli song? I did a Milli Vanilli song the other day. Oh, blame it on the rain. Yeah. Oh. No. I don't think anybody would buy a ticket to come watch me anyway, so it's all right. You guys just get to do it for free 99 here tonight, or do it live right here, free 99. I come before you to stand behind you to tell you something that I don't even know about next Tuesday, which is Good Friday. There'd be a mother's meeting for fathers only, so wear your best clothes. If you don't have any, admission's free. Spit at the door, take a seat, sit on the floor. Doesn't matter where you sit, because the man in the gallery surely spit. Thank you for your very unkind attention. My next act will be the four corners of the round table, just like this rock that we walk. So, Elon's car is floating around, right? Oh, yeah, Mr. Warp Speed. They're nanu. Remember the Jetsons? We're all going to be flying around. 3D printed food. I think we're here. Flying cars. So, oh my goodness. You're Patrick. Oh man. Patrick like SpongeBob. Under the sea. You'll like it better when she's much wetter. Take it from me. Oh wait, that was a whole different. Boy, I'm off on my mark today, huh? Just sinning I'm a sinner. The word sin means karak or character, be off the mark. So you'll have to excuse me for my outburst. Oh, look, there's Nimrod. Wheels has got the Nimrod. We found ourselves a Nimrod. So you can't see it, but he just pulled out his junk right in front of everybody. So, wait, no, that's not kid friendly. Hey, hold on, Matt. This is an adult only stream here. We're supposed to be matured, so. Yeah, I die daily to self. I'm a serial killer. Yep. Just like Donald Trump. He's a serial killer. He's responsible for every oil death there's ever been on this rock. Because remember, his Uncle John has the tech and gave it to him. So we didn't even fight one oil war. So yeah, I die to self daily. I kill myself off and I'm born again. No, from above. Not again means once. You did it and you bought it and you set it on a shelf, like a purchase. No, he's the one who bought, paid, and purchased. So. So hey, I can't help that, brothers and sisters. Hey, you can't turn a goat into a sheep. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. He already chose who's going to have their name called out in the book of Lambs, the Lamb's book of life. Remember, I am the Hados, I am the Aletheia, I am the Horizo, the way, the truth, the life, the light, the Horizo, the separator, the light, the dark. I'm the life. I'm the one that gives you that, lifts you up. Hello, you got to endure the end. Like the Energizer Bunny, he keeps just going and going. No, silly rabbit, tricks are for kids. Remember, the New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. April Fools, stop it. Stop what? Like stop sign? What's your sign? Stop. Stop what? Stop sign. Scorpizzo, you guys know that. Harizzo or Scorpizzo? Remember, there's a difference. He's the one who causes the sheep to scatter. He said, I am the Harizzo. I'm the Harizzo. I'm the separator of the dark and the right, the day and the night, the dark, the abyss, and the Harizzo, the above. The Scorpizzo, the Harizzo, the one who causes the sheep to scatter, the one who's sovereign without flesh. Harizzo, do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword, a division that will divide. I divide the wheat from the chaff, the dark from the light. I am the Harizzo. He is Harizzo, is what he said. Predestination. I also did foreknow who I did predestine. Predestination is the word pro-Harizzo. He said, Harizzo. I am the Harizzo. That's what he said. I've got the book right here. We had the discussion earlier. So go watch the stream. We're in here earlier. So he's the divider. Remember, every AM, the sun would come up at the what? Horizon. And he divides that dark and that light. He divides the wheat from the chaff. We judge righteously, and he separates. If you cause one of mine to stumble or separate, you'd be better to have a millstone tied around your neck, remember? The great millstone and cast into the sea. Woo! Shakalaka. Oh, yes. Oh, this. Yes, please, brothers and sisters, please pay attention to what this person just said. Please look what China is doing to those people. Oh my gosh, that's a touchy subject. It's going to happen here in America. It's going to happen, and it's already happening in America, brothers and sisters. You better be very wise. It will give its power and its authority to the dragon. There it is. There it is, right there. 2017, even the celestial firmament. The dragon would be there to consume the child. It's written in the celestial firmament, brothers and sisters. This is not happening by chance. This is happening because welcome to Revelation. So, look at the Uyghurs, okay? And go look at what China's doing. You don't think it's going to happen here? That started with Sesame Credit. Like a little phone app, be a little weasel, a little narc for the government. And you get points. You're a bootlicker is what you are. What's the difference between socialism and communism? Kevin Breidenbeck, 6 months. Just a matter of time. One leads to the other always. Historically, one leads. One thing leads to another. Yeah, yeah. All right, we had to throw that in there for a moment. All right, hold on. Slow down, Turbo. Put the brakes on. Brothers, sisters, that turned into what they know now as you ain't riding the bus because you've been socially credited. Digitally tracked communism. I already told you here. Blockchain, digitally tracked and traced digital communism. Said right here first on High HD Fat, High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, right? Where we give you the fat. That's the meat. Remember, the fat was what they said was the best part. So we're not doing it in HD. We're filming from a potato. Or what did Dawn said something earlier that we're filming from a taco or something like that? I don't know. Anyways, all right. We're doing it live. We're broadcasting. Broadcast means to sow seeds. So don't fall asleep. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. Are you sleeping? Spiritually sleeping? Remember, he said he'd come like a thief in the night. If there's 3 people in your house on your block and you're on the dead end and 2 of them got the lights out, well, guess what? Where they're coming? They're coming for you. Bad boys, what you gonna do? Oh, yeah, if you're sleeping, why would they go where the lights are on? That's easy pickings because your lights are out. Remember, to sow seeds means to broadcast. You watch television, they broadcast all these televisions, right, to your eyeballs and tell you visual boo-boo, stick you in your eyes. Did you get the sticker? Yes, you did. Fear, fear, fear. Remember 25 feet? 25 feet? Then they said, hey, wait, it's 15. And then they put the X, just like the Christ va stake that they put in his right hand, stake that they put in his hand, va stake that they put in his feet, monster energy, va, va, va. Unleash the beast. 666, the number of man, not the beast. They like to toy with you, like story. There's a snake in my boot. Remember, he said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. And then he let the bite in. President blind 11, 4 plus 5 is 9 when you skip Joe Biden, and then you got 4 plus 7 is 11. Here, welcome to Revelation. Welcome to Revelation 9 and 11. President selected by the corporation. Selection. Campaign funded. The corporation. Welcome to blockchain corporation digital communism, where you've been chained to, staked to the stock. Yes, you've been yoked, haven't you? Like, not like this ain't no silly rabbit, eggs and Cadbury, puffy marshmallows. I want to hear a sugar-coated peep out of you. Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids. They're playing with you. They've got you celebrating the New Year's in the middle of the winter. It's not 2025. God is not in the sky. God's a title. Lord is a pagan term, and it means master. Who's your master? He said you can't serve two. He said he sent 2 witnesses. I wonder who that would be. Idolatry, remember? Imagery. Everybody, the 2 witnesses are the 2 witnesses of those 2 thieves hanging right there on that cross right in front of your face. He said, carry your cross. I hope you're carrying your cross, brother or sister. Don't hang your head. Look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. You tell me. Don't shoot the messenger. Kill Bill, Wild Bill. Halo are gates. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. Kill Bill, Broadway, wide gates. So Jesus is king, but which king? Remember, there's 2 kings, remember? 2 kings and 2 crowns. So which king are you speaking of? There's 2 Jesuses, so which Jesus are you speaking of? 2 Jesus, 2 kings. Remember, they just had their no king's ritual. The only one, dummy. Look at this idiot, just gonna call me a dummy. The only one, dummy. I said there's 2, and he said the only one. Now, this is what you call ignorance, is bliss. Remember? No, it's not. You're going to be held accountable. Knowledge, bis, bathos, my people shall perish for like a abyss. Not no knowledge. Well, yeah, my people shall perish because they have no knowledge. Hell. Yeah. That's the word hell, no knowledge. That's it. My cousin had a channel like this, and now they put her in an institution. Have you been institutionalized? Have you been classified? Are you bona fide? Remember bona fide? Remember? Oh, brother, we're out there. Oh, dude, I'm not going to even do it, huh? In conscience. And I was going to do it. I'm not going to sing no country for you guys. I was going to do some constant sorrow. He's bona fide, right? Remember all that? We're just mixing it up a little bit, so. You plan on helping her get out. Oh, shit, it's Escape from Alcatraz. Here we go. No, I don't mean to be rude. One flew over the cuckoo's nest. The patients are controlling. Here we are. Oh, my gosh. Remember patience, guys. Remember he's got the whole thing on his arm, Mr. Creepy Joe, and he can't, the smelling bees. They had the spelling bees, right? Got stung, and you did. Remember they stung you with spells. Remember they cast spells on you and started cursing and spelling curses and curses. Oh fuck, man, what are you gonna do? Pluck the U-bow. I don't know, man. Let it go. Remember Nimrod? Just let her rip. So Yes, it's an 18 and over channel, so this is not an adult. This is not a. So, anyways, thanks for coming in. There's Lady in Red, our moderator. You guys better straighten up. Lady in Red is in here. She runs a tight ship, so you guys better be careful. Watch out. The OG moderator, my old girl here, my old lady just stepped in here, and she's wearing red. Rojas, you better be careful. She'll crack that whip on you. But she's the one who tells me feed the trolls. So if you get fed trolls, it's your fault. Not her, lady. She's one. She looks and told me we got to feed the trolls. Got to feed these trolls. Just part of what we do here at the ministry. It helps the ministry. I do realize it. So I thank my moderator, Lady in Red, for making sure we feed the trolls, because it's how it makes this ministry. If we just shut them out and moderated everybody, we'd probably moderate 20,000 people a month out of here. So you should let people speak their minds. No, fuck that, Jesse. Hell to the fuck no. We will not do that in here. I'm not going to let anybody just keep spitting venom. Why would I allow that? Okay? So, what kind of nonsense is that? No, he said, don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls in the mud. So we give you 2 times, and if you spit a bunch of bullshit, then we throw you out of here because you're a Nephilim. Bully. So can't bullshit people, can't lie in here. So no, we won't just let people lie in here and say unclean truths. Legion, many lies. Remember, he said he was Legion, not demon. So these people are idiots. So nope, we won't just let you speak in here, because most people speak lies and not the truth. So speak their minds. No, I don't give a fuck what's on somebody's mind. Don't care. Only thing I care about is truth. That's it. I'll look at the lies because, they marry truth to a lie. And remember, his story is written in the books. If you think that's reality, that ain't reality. That's one side of the story. So, but you're not listening to the other side. I said 2 times and we throw them out of here. So it's not like I don't hear. So I'll let the people speak their minds. But if they spit venom, 2 tube, YouTube, 2 hollow needles, 2 fangs, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let the bite in, then we'll throw you out of here. Does that make sense? I now let you speak your mind. You have anything else to say after that? Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech of the press, religion, the right to peacefully assemble, redress grievances for well-regulated militia. You don't know anything about the Constitution, do you? You don't even know anything about your First Amendment right. So why are you even using it if you don't even know what it's about? You're trying to tell me how to run the ministry. And my OG moderator comes in here, and you're going to sit there and say something so foolish. Well, guess what? Now you have one more, not by chance. Say something stupid, and you play stupid fucking games, and you get stupid prizes. So, thanks for coming in. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you, because you can exit like, the patients are running the asylum. One flew over the cuckoo's nest. Which way are you going? Cuckoo. Remember, the skies will roll back like a scroll. The skies. Meet them in the sky. The sky's not above your head. Get it? Because of the time change, you got to be more than a rapper now. Times change. I'm a wordsmith. I think in paragraphs. I think about rappers I don't want to tear in half. I'm as deadly as sarin grass. Yeah, sarin grass or sarin gas? What the fuck are you staring at? Label after label, and they ain't hearing that. Must think I'm some kind of disappearing act like abracadabra, alakazam, presto. I'm still up on the mic. God damn it, let's go. Fuck that. Tell me where a pistol and a book at. Stories of selling weed, police, and cook crack. It's when you got a bunch of crack. The Kraken. You can't handle the truth, can you? You can't handle a stack. Mac Million. Got stacks like racks and 2s or what? Like deuces, like double deuces, like 2 shots of what? Whiskey? Maybe some Southern Comfort. Hello, is there anybody out there? You guys are no fun tonight, man. Just putting down a little stack Mac Million for you there, right? I hope we all learn the articles and lazy. What I take over. There you go. Good stuff. All right. Yeah, you better find Title 18. Title 18, the original statutes. Remember, you a statute? Are you dead corp? You part of this corporation? Yep, you are. You're a statute and you're a number. You're under the law. Land, air, and water. Under the merchant law. You've been birthed through your mother's canal, and now they took over you like a pirate. It's piracy. Like the road pirates, road raiders. You ever watch Raiders of the Lost Ark? Your body, remember the eye, the ark, the lamp, light, dark, they don't mix. Lukewarm. Luke, I am your father. He says, call no man father. Your rhetoric. Don't tell me that call my rhetoric. I'm giving you the word. Don't call what I'm saying rhetoric. I'm just mixing in a little music with truth. You just don't like it, then you can get out of here. Tell me that I'm rhetoric. Fuck you. Take your fucking alien dialect somewhere else. This isn't rhetoric. This is truth mixed with a little bit of freestyle. No, a little bit of lyrics. Remember, a lyricist. I'm a wordsmith. I think in paragraphs. I'm thinking about rappers that I want to continue to rap something. I'll blow the house down with smoke. Remember? Tone low. Chiba, Chiba. Got that Chiba. Chiba, Chiba. You guys remember that song? Oh, got that Chiba. That was a good song. I like that whole album, except for Funky Comedina and Wild Thing. I hate those songs. Those are the stupidest songs ever. But the rest of the album's pretty good, isn't it? You guys don't remember Chiba? You guys don't remember, huh? I loafed after dark. You got a pair of Lokes? Where's your Lokes at? I've been wearing Lokes. Used to get my Lokes from the liquor store. Remember? Easy-E? You don't know about Lokes, do you? Oh, man, I forget. You guys are all from all over different places. I'm from the valley. I'll be yodeling in the valley. That's a delicious break from potatoes. All right. So. You don't know Tone Loke? Your stream on YouTube? Yeah, I only stream on YouTube. They kicked me off TikTok. They don't want this on TikTok. So actually, it's just the gospel that I was sharing over there. I didn't really talk. I can't talk like this on TikTok. They'll throw me out for saying retarded. Seriously, like a carburetor is retarded. You know, like people are retarded, screwed down and throttled down so they can only, you know, give just the tip, if you will. So the mountain. Well, sure. What would you like to know about the mountain, Jeff? Mountain is a horn. Mountain is a trumpet, like a trumpet or a power. It says you will move mountains. Mountains. That's what a mountain is. It's a power, an authority. Go see. If you have any questions, please call Grace and Truth Ministries, Jim Brown, or go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. So that's what a mount is. Remember, mount, a horn or a power or a trump. It says you will move mountains. Somebody's like, oh my God, I'm going to move mountains. So Grace and Truth here on YouTube. And a mountain is a power, okay? Or what was considered a horn. Like Father is the seventh shofar. He is the ram's horn. He is the power. He sends that authority. The messenger. It can send a horn. It gives a, right? You will move mountains. A mountain is a burnt mountain. It says Babylon will be a burnt mountain. Remember? Yes, it does. That mountain. Remember? Like Zion. Remember? Right? Oh my goodness. So, but anyways, it's a good question. So I know that most people have no idea what it means by mountain. A mountain it says, you know, like it talks about Babylon, that great burnt mountain. Remember? Like Saddam or sodomy and right. And, you know, he gonna bring the fire, baby. So that word mountain or mount is the word authority. It's an authority. Or like a horn, like it says, it had 7 horns, or mount or mountains. Those are powers. Powers, like the, he said he would send the sword, the famine, the pestilence, and the beast, and that's his power. That's his 4 powers that he always uses against his people that don't agape him. And he moves more than mountains, but that's what the word mountain means. It's not talking about a physical body. It's talking about an actual authority. Or 7 heads. Remember, there was the beast with the lion that had the lion, the leopard, the bear, and the beast with iron teeth. Those are all mounts. Those are all mounts. Those are all powers. That represents, the lion represents Babylon, right? The leopard, the Grecian leopard, right? The bear, the Russian bear, and the beast, Rome, with iron teeth. These are all the mounts. These are all different authorities. So, that is what a mountain, okay? So, okay, now that there's different. When it's talking about, now don't confuse that, because remember, he went up to the mountain, right? Obviously, and they were down there. Don't confuse that. There are physical mountains, okay? There are physical mountains, okay? Because remember, Moses, where was Moses when he was given the law, right? So there is physical mountains, okay? There's physical mountains. So that's why it's very important you actually go back and study each word individually. That's why I bring people, if you don't own a concordance, you might get a concordance and just read one word at a time, like what you just asked, because that's going to isolate that word, whoever said it, and how many times they said it, and it's going to pull that out in a separate book. It's in this, I have it, it's right here. Like, you can do what you just said. You can look, this is a great way to learn how to study. See this? A, B, C, D, so you can get to M, and you can do just like that. Boom. Mountain. And study that word, how many times it's said, you know what I'm saying? How many times it's said, and who said it. Now, I don't like to use this book because I like to go back to the scripture and look where this is said, and then read 2 or 3 passages for it, 2 or 3 passages. There's the sentence, and read 2 or 3 passages after it. This is the best way to study, is just one word at a time. You're going to learn so much more when you just start studying the book, not try to read it all. And it doesn't read like a book, like a novel, or it's not, there's not an order. If you want to see that, go see Jim Brown. He can literally put the Kings, 2 Samuel, he puts it all in order. I don't know the order of it like that exactly. This helps me to learn that. This does help me too to study one word at a time. So when I study the word, I can say, oh, here it's said 15 times in this book, pulls it out of the Old and the New Testament. But then I use this as a cheat code to go back where I don't know where it's at, and then study that one sentence. Very first thing I'm going to do is to define that word in the Old Testament. If it said Hebrew in my lexicon, or in my Greek lexicon, or if I'm on the eSword app, it's going to say H in the Hebrew or G in the Greek, or it might say A, because some of it was written in Aramaic. Obviously, it was translated into the Aramaic. So it'll say A on the eSword app, and then you can take one word and study that one word at a time. And you start to learn. This book just comes to life, bro. So you're like, holy crap, now this is starting to make sense. Yeah, that feels good when it starts to make sense. And that way, not like you're conceited, but you can have confidence that with what you're saying is truth, and that you're not being a scorpizzo, and what you're saying is somebody's going to cause somebody to be separated from the flock. And that's what he doesn't want us to. He's the separator. You know what I'm saying? He is the separator. Do you understand? Yeah, it's called death to self. It's what we do. It's what I teach in here. There's no ego. And it's like I said, some people come in there and there's, like I said, it's called rebel. It's a rebel attitude. But That's what all that teaches. I won't go into all that right now. He doesn't want us to be a rebel in the sense. If we're going to rebel, it's because we're standing against perverted agape or this current, America, corporation, all the perversion of all this mistreatment of how people are not being treated with humanity, just straight up organic, natural law, color of law, the law of the land that's always been here. We're not under the law under this testament, but so he wants us not to be like that, though. You know what I'm saying? As a person, he don't want us to, give unto Caesar what is to Caesar. Obviously, there's things that but if we're going to take for a cause and rebel, we don't want to rebel against Father. That's obviously what we see, pride, and then the rebellion of the angels that were obviously, thrown from the ruling class because they, that same thing that it's the word too is orge. Another teaching of that is he taught the word orge is that we're quick to judgment. Although we are to judge under this testament, we judge righteously with his word. We use his word as our judgment, quick to indignation and quick to wrath and quick to anger. No, his name is not Yahweh. Yahweh is the devil. And name, it doesn't say name, it says Shem. And they asked him what his name was, and he said, before Abraham was I am. Remember, before he even, that's not when the people there out at the, in the square were gathered around and they knew he was God out. He didn't say, I'm Yahweh, because there's no vowels in Hebrew. So you're a demon is what you are, and you're spreading lies, so you're a Nephilim. You're a bully, just so you know, Alan. You don't have any definition in you. There's no vowels in Hebrew. Stop using vowels. You look foolish. I have it right here. I have it right here. You see any vowels in Hebrew? I was like, wait a minute, that's Greek. What was I doing there? I'm seeing in Greek. Why is he even that good? I can tell that was Greek. So it's written. There's no AEIOs or views. It's YHWH. Yahweh is the devil, okay? The devil is the word daemonion, or a distributor of fortunes or lies. If you'll start studying this one word at a time, you won't make these mistakes, okay? So YHWH. That's what it says in this book. That's what it says in this book. It doesn't say Yahweh. It doesn't say Jesus. It doesn't say God. It doesn't say Christ. It doesn't say Lord. These words don't even exist in these books, Old or New Testament. Are you ever going to find the word Lord? There's no such thing as Lord. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, Jehovah means self-existent, but right, no Jesus, no Jehovah, no, and we won't pick and fight because that's a translated name. And guys, if you're ever going to talk to somebody, you can't. I remember 10, 15 years ago, I was so on this, there's no J, and how if his name was John, and if John was walking down the street and said, because John would be pronounced Yehochanan, Yehochanan. That's how you, let's not do that, okay? But we can bring to the table in here that, hey, this has all been perverted. His name is Shem. That's what it says, Shem. Not that's his name. Shem meant authority. Shem meant authority. Shem meant mountain. Remember what we were just talking about earlier? Shem meant agape. They made up their own agape. Agape is love. They made up their own version of their own version. He doesn't want us to even add a single jot to this word. Not a letter. That's a yod. No punctuation. You can't. Thought is idolatry. Your own thought is the word pornea or idolatry. So they made up their own agape. That's what they did. They made up their own agape, and that's why Father divorced them, because they made their own perverted laws. The halakha and the targum, the mishnah, those were all perverted from the Old Testament into, remember, they didn't listen to Father's, Ahab married Jezebel, and they've turned this into a flying angel story, or giants slamming their magic school buses into a woman with a 5-foot frame, and it doesn't have anything to do with giants. Fallen doesn't mean from the sky. From the sky, it means here. This is the sky right here. See this sky right here that you're looking at? Nothing above your head. That is pride. That's pride. That's pride. I am is what he said. Obviously, remember in Greek, There were vowels. Remember? Remember in the Greek, and he was a Hebrew Israelite, and he could speak Greek, Aramaic, Hebrew. He spoke in Hebrew, Aramaic. Remember, this is the time of Rome. So we saw that he, because he said, and what he was, so Rome, what he was trying to say to them, and it's a good question, is they knew he was the God of fire. They knew he was the God of war that required fine and fee and sacrifice and blood at the altar and to the temple, the high priest, they knew he was Father, the Creator in flesh. And they wanted, and so when they insisted on and knowing who he was, because they wanted the assurance of what they were seeing was Father in flesh, they asked him what his Shem was, not name. It said Shem, right? It said, hallowed be thy Shem, and Shem is authority. But what by their name, he said, you tell them, right? I am, because that was Jehovah. Jehovah meaning self-existent. He was Father in flesh. Hokadesh, spirit, ghost. 3 separate gods, not a 3-in-1 God. Not 3-in-1. That's their Baphomet God. That's the one Jezebel taught the children. When Ahab married Jezebel, he went off to work. Remember, Ahab was a man of God. He followed these 613 statutes, commandments. So he doesn't want us to marry truth to a lie. He yoked to a woman. Baal, right? Baal is sun worship, and Grove is tree worship. Baal is the sun god, birthed in the middle of the winter. Jesus Christ, born on December 25th. In a manger. This is all Catholicism. This is the deadly head wound in Scripture. That's why these Christian people are lost. These Catholics, these Protestants, they don't sit down and read the book, brothers, sisters. You got to read. He's the Word. He's not a book means Bible, right? Like I have this right here. This word right here, Bible. Remember, this wasn't written on paper. This isn't something you can carry around with you. You'd have to come somebody like myself or others that could speak the word without actually opening the book. And I'm still in a learning process. Don't think that I know everything in this book. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't know everything. That's why I use my concordance. That's why I use my lexicon. That's why I stay out of the rejected texts. Have I read them? Absolutely, but they don't interest me at all anymore. I find no gospel that's in here that I can find this in knowing what I have to be covered by the Old Testament. There were 613 law, statutes, commandments in the first 5 books: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Okay? These 5 books were the law. Remember, this is what Moses was given. This applied to Aaron and Levi, just 2 houses. Remember, this was Israel. Well, that was the 12 families of Jacob, right? That's who he loved and gave the inheritance, and later called Israel. And he hated Nimrod, Bel, Moloch, Esau's brother, who he killed and stole his inheritance. That's why those begottens are pretty important, brothers, sisters. People get kind of caught up and, those begottens, you need to know this lineage. Remember that Cain was left out of the lineage. That is Esau. That is, right? He hated Esau. He didn't even, before he'd even been born, because Esau was lukewarm, brothers. Let me do the decode on Esau. Esau went after God. People don't even understand. He was a follower, right? But he was wishy-washy, brothers, sisters. He was lukewarm. Like when Ahab married Jezebel, you're marrying truth to a lie. He said the eye is the lamp of the body. It must be single. If it's filled with light, then the whole lamp is filled with light. The eye is filled with darkness, then the whole vessel, the whole lamp, and our body is the vessel. He is the high priest of the temple, right? We are the body, not crackers and grape juice, not eat my body. That's vampism and Catholicism and paganism and cannibalism and vampism, brothers and sisters. This is the same stuff that was outlawed. Father doesn't want to do any of this. And they found a fancy way to rebrand all this stuff again, but it's still all these pagan and Satan traditions that Father doesn't want. And that's why Father birthed this flesh vessel to fulfill all these celebrations, all the laws, all the rituals. No pastor I know calls brothers and sisters Nimrod. Yeah, Nimrod is somebody is a Nimrod is somebody who doesn't, right? Nimrod is the mighty hunter. That's what most people are. Worldly, go after the world thinks of this phallic worship. They're Nimrods. Most people are Nimrods. Most people go to hell, right? Most people are already in hell because most people don't even know the definition of hell. Okay, so don't worry about it. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. So hallelujah. Thank you, Father, for all the Nimrods that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. You know, they play lightsabers in their eye soles and do their, you know, dog worship, and they're smack that down on the, you know, all that silly nonsense. It's just worldly nonsense. You got to study this book if you don't want to be a Nimrod, remember? You know, Nimrod was the mighty hunter, remember, the bringer of the disease, you know what I'm saying? And the cure of the disease, sell you the cure, you know what I'm saying? So Nimrod is Jesus, yep. So that's the one birthed in the middle of the winter, Jesus Christ. That's Nimrod, absolutely. Apollyon, a Mithra, Satan, the sun god, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter. So, Book of Enoch still canon. It's not, what are you talking about? There's two different Enochs, John. So which Enoch are you talking about? And why are you talking about Enoch? There's no gospel in Enoch. Not that I, you know. There's tidbits of it here and there, but why? You don't need to even worry about it. There's all the gospels contained within the canonized books that you need to know. Remember, he said he'd reveal all these things to you. Reveal revelation after you die. You need to focus on which Enoch are you speaking of? Because there's two Enochs, two different authors. So, man, the opinion on books or relations of the names of lesser demons, which can be used to well, remember, okay, that's a pretty good question because remember, Rum, you're not doing anything, you know what I'm saying? In that case, it's a really good question because what you do is used. That's why I'm trying to tell you, you ask and you shall receive. That's why I don't use any of these other books to cast out demons. Remember, casting out demons is the word demon is distributor of fortunes or lies. There's nothing to that. That's just a word. A demon is a liar. A demon is a liar, okay? By definition, this has now been replaced with the word devil. There's no such thing as devil. So if you'll stay out of these are the ones that give you the authority. When they say cast out demons, no, you can't cast, there's no such thing as being possessed. They used to think people who sneeze had a demon, and that's why you say, bless you. You don't tell people, bless you, brothers and sisters. Don't say that to people ever again. They thought there was a porthole opening up and you could get a demon, and so you were blessed, okay? Brothers and sisters, these books, when he says cast out demons, he means the man in the church was legion. Legion, not demon. He said he was legion, which means many lies, many unclean truth. He cast the unclean aletheia into the swine, and it watered to its watery judgments, or off the cliff. Remember, wandered off the cliff. So he condemns. This time it's not going to be by water, it's going to be by fire. So you're going to use this to cast out demons, not hocus pocus. She's got her head turned. That's somebody who's just being an idiot. They used to think people who had a seizure had a demon, brothers, sisters. Seriously. They used to think people that had a seizure had demons. They didn't know. They were idiots. It was. I'm telling you guys, you see it in this day. It's flipping sick what people would do. You know, it's just, if I said flipping sick at the 500 years ago at the time of Christ, they probably do the same damn thing too, right? It's flipping sick. Hold on, we'll go get the Catholic priest, sprinkle some holy water on you, and because you have an demon, and we're going to exorcise your demon. There's no such thing as demons. There's no such thing as demonic possession. A demon is a liar. That's what a demon is 100%. They used to pray to their little g gods, deities, demons for fortunes. There's no such thing as fortunes. There's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as luck. An Arab demon is a genie. Never rub on my lamp, wiki wiki y'all, and give you 3 what? Fortunes, wishes. A Celtic demon is a genie. No, a Celtic demon is a fairy. Stop telling me fairy tales. None of that's true. That's what a demon is a liar. There's another word for demon. It's called Nephilim. Nephilim. Nephilim is a bully. Nephilim is a demon who mixes truth to a lie and then goes and pushes that on you, like Catholicism, Christianity, all these insanities, these isms, Mormonism, Calvinism, all of them. They're all bullies because they're all marrying truth to a lie. That's what a Nephilim is. By definition, a demon is a liar. A fallen angel does not come from above your head. That's not what fallen means. Sky is not above your head. There we go. Good. So, brothers and sisters, heaven, not above your head. Earth, not below your feet. Hell, not below your feet. You don't die and go to the sky. Nobody dies and goes to the sky. That's the stupidest thing in the world. But that's what you walk down the street and everybody's as stupid as you are. Or you're ignorant. You're an idiot. Idiot means you don't know. I think it's pretty stupid to think that we're living on some spinning ball. A planet doesn't say the word planet. Where does it say the word planet? Where? Here, I got the rejected text. I got both Enochs. I got the Dead Sea Scrolls. I even know the Yuga cycles. So I know a little bit about this celestial clock above your head, that you can't go into this clock above your head. So tell me, where does it say planet? Where does it say the word planet? Rebuke me with the word, because we're going to go into what you're saying. This is how you cast out demons, just so you know. This is what we're doing right now. Casting out unclean demons out of this church. 2 or 3 gathered in my Shem, my Agape, my authority, don't sup with vipers. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them. Show them to the narrow way. If somebody's in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. That's how you rebuke demons. There's no such thing as demons. Like a ghost is the word hokadesh. There's no such thing as ghost. There's not. Ghost is a word. It's called hokadesh, spirit, not existent. If that's foreign to you, and I know it's pissing you off because you want to have all your worldly bullshit, that my tongue is alien to you. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues, and there's no such thing as aliens. No, there's no aliens. Tell me where it says there's aliens. There you go with your sensational bullshit, your fairy tales, and your demon being a demon. The word demon is the word daemonion. See, this is all added. None of this is in his text. You keep adding because you watch television and you listen to these fucking Kabbalist elitists that send these cock rockets to do these art things because they must have been screwing around corners or something. Come right back down. Who's the largest purchaser of helium? Satellites are fucking balloons. You guys are foolish. Keep falling for this space farce bullshit. How come you only see one side of the lunar phase? You ever been to the dark side of the moon? Welcome the machine. Well, you remember Eisenhower warned of the military-industrial complex? I think Roger Waters called it, right? Welcome to machine. You're here. Yeah, the iron will not cleave with the watery clay. Remember the hammers? Shh, shh. That's Mr. Pinky is Donald Trump. You're an idiot. Yeah, it is. You just never had anybody decode the movie for you. You don't have to be high or drugs to watch The Wall. Remember The Wall? He's going to build the greatest wall ever. Instead, you got the greatest jab, huh? If I had my way, I'd have all. Oh, wait, there's one in a spotlight. This is Trump at his rallies. There's one in the spotlight. It don't look right. Get him up against the wall. Against the wall. Remember? There's one in the spotlight. He don't look right, right? There's one with spots. If I had my way, I'd have all of you. Shot. Yeah, you don't think that movie's about Donald Trump? You're an idiot. 100% it's about Trump. It's about right now. You're an idiot. Right now. What do you think about other religions than Christianity? I think Christianity is Catholicism, and that is Satanism. They do the communion. communion. Well, no, go back, Rum, go back and watch The Wall, because it's all about World War II and then the rebranding of World War III. And this is what Trump's getting ready to do. We're going to see the wall. We're going to live the wall, guys. We're going to live the wall. We are. And they got the robot. They got some of that robot stuff in there too. You notice they put all of this in there. They give you a prelude. Hey, Johnny 5 alive. And we were talking about this in the early stream. Imagine how many robots that just Elon Musk has. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Rum, if you do, you go back, okay? No, Trump lover. You're a Trump lover? Oh my gosh, you guys, we got somebody that loves a guy that decorates his house with Satan, the sun god, and they love him. Remember, they voted for him 3 times and he let the Biden in on the second time, right? He let the Biden in. His buddy who they trade lightsabers in their ice holes at EpiPen Island, you know, with Billary and all their clan, you know, Elon's there too. Elon, he said, oh, he's a pedo. And we're like, yeah, we knew we were there too, Elon. 2 wings to the same dragon. Mr. Stinky Muskrat, the iron will not cleave with a watery clay. So, isn't that great? They love this stuff, guys. Remember, it's holding back the technology. That's what they're doing. Like, let me put in just the tip ritual. Remember, they had a car that could go over 1,000 miles on a single charge in the 1800s. And this stinky muskrat can't get his dustpan, or muskrat can't get that dustpan to go 500 miles. They're just laughing at you. Why do you think you called it Tesla? Because they're like, fuck you, you stupid fucking idiot fucking world. You goyim ass pieces of shit, useless food eaters. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Eat your kids. Yes, they love doing this to you. Remember, I told you guys, I seen one of these people. You don't know what it's like to be one of these people. Hey, what, ever been a veteran? You ever know what it's like to mow through grass like a mower with a Ford mower? He said that. They leaders like, hey man, I'll tell you what, these vaccinations are just like you know, like mowing through the grass. You know, we mow through these goyim like grass. It's just like mowing the grass. To them, it is. It's just like mowing the grass. You just get too long, they'll cut you down. They did. They're like, yeah, these whack the nations. These are like mowing the grass for them. There's like, you know, hey, we're going to push this snowball down the hill. Get out of the way, you dumbass. We don't have our accountability, as we told you, and you didn't get out of the way. We put it in the Simpsons. We told you. They don't have to tell you too, by the way. They can tell you 99 truths and a lie. 99 lies and a truth. One, it's still a lie. So they don't have to tell you. Stop telling people, oh, the devil has to tell you before they do it. No, they don't. They don't have to tell you anything. And they'll just throw it on you with the quickness, you know, like I say, like, hey, look over here. Oh, gee, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat, you know? So, no. So, where are we getting on time, Margaret? Oh man, why does it feel like it's about 11? Oh, you know why? Because I need to go outside and check and see if we're doing anything out. Oh, I got an update on the 3-ball comet. You know what I'm saying? The 3-ball comet. So, heck yeah, man. The transgender comet, right? Heck yeah. Oh, that's so good. Guava. Oh yeah, and Berkey water. I'm telling you, if you don't eat sugar, Berkey water is better than any energy. I don't drink energy drinks at all, but I had a couple of them, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, a long time ago. I'll put that shit in my body. No, thank you. All right, I gotta get some more water. I just drank the rest of my water. All right, what are we doing here? Oh, you missed it. I ate dinner. I had a pretty good dinner.
I haven't had pasta in week. I've probably been a month since the last time I had pasta. So I made some shells and cheese and butter beans, and they went really good together. Super good. It turned out that I showed it on the stream here. Was the company is Glory? You know what I'm saying? Glory, and they have a red beans and rice that's really good too. But those butter beans and the cheddar went good, really good together. Those butter beans, they're like a southern style, and okay, kind of like, I don't think there's liquid smoke in there, but it's almost got like a little bit of a smoky flavor, and it goes really good with that cheddar. My brother, he's had many restaurants or whatever, and but he used to do food carts too, and he was number one food cart state of Oregon for a couple of years out here in Oregon. But I used to run his business and for him because he did a barbecue business, but pig lickers couldn't call it pig fuckers, so he called it pig lickers. He don't like cops, but either do I. I don't like cops either. So I used to be one, so I have a reason not to like cops, but anyways, so he would do this on the smoker because obviously he would be smoking asses and butts or whatever, fork butts, and he would make a smoked macaroni and cheese. And I'm telling you what. All right, Sid, you're a scam artist and you're a spam artist. So get the fuck out of here. You just keep putting the same thing. You just repeat yourself. So you're not getting anywhere. Get out of here. Yeah, these are the big butter beans. I showed them. They were like this big. I held one up. It was like this big. This big. They're huge. They're freaking really good, though. That smoked Southern style with the cheddar was over the top. You know what I'm saying? Over the top. Luke chapter 24 verses. Sorry if my book has a different translation. He broke bread and disappeared. Which version are you reading? Ron, do you have this? Do you have this version right here? Are you using this? Because if yours is going to be different than what I have. If you don't have this interlinear with the Greek and the English, say something different, obviously, because this is the 12th century book where they took out each word and defined every word that was in this book. And there hasn't had been another book that they did this to. This is the canonization where they took 300 men and pulled out every word and defined it in the 12th century. So this is an old 12th century book. This is the version you need to be reading. Okay, if you don't own this, please go get this. They have this in doesn't have this blue cover. It doesn't matter the cover. It's got the same innards in it, and it's like $80 or something, $70 or something for the 4-volume set. So this is 66 books, 13 in the new, 58 of the old, to 53. Excuse me, what did I say? 53 in the old and 13 in the new. I think I said that earlier. But 66 total. It's a 4-volume set, so you need to be studying out of this one. There's just no other version that I would study. I have them right here. I got quite a few different volumes. I can't believe how many different versions they make of text. I mean, obviously you go above, but I'm just talking about all these other versions that are printed out that are just yeah, and get your concordance and see. Look, I use this. There's a different one. See this right here? This is the Hendrickson volume right here. This company right here, Hendrickson. See, that matches this. This is the one that goes with the concordance right here. So these match this. This is why it says it's coded with the Strong's Concordance by the number. So every word in here has a number above it in the Greek. And then that's not.
And my eyeballs aren't working. Okay. The Greek above it, the English below it, and then the English right here. Every word has a number above it. That's what these numbers mean. That number is the word and where it's at in this book by the number. You can do it by alphabet, right? Alphabetically, or you can do it by the number coded with the Strong's Concordance. Okay. Use your eSword app if you don't own a lexicon until you can get a lexicon as your dictionary. Define your word, get the definition, pull the word out you're studying, take it into this book, find out where it's written. Don't be lazy. Use this as a cheat code back and go back and study it in the original book. So now you don't know where it's at. Now you do. This book's going to tell you. Open it up. Study a couple passages for the sentence because you know where it's at. Read a couple passages before. Now there's that sentence that's in this book individually. You don't want to just read the one sentence because you're not going to get the context unless you read who's saying it. A couple passages before the context of the sentence. Oh, there it's being said. There's that word, and a couple. Boy, you start this. Every word starts actually to come to life. Like I had no idea what that word meant because I didn't realize the context it was being said in. So the setting is very important because words can be used in a different context, right? So if it's been said 15 times and it's maybe 7 different authors, somebody said it a few different times, but they're all saying it, and it's not that same exact context. That's what makes a word come to life in that time that they were saying it. Because remember, I could say right now, oh my God, did you see that? That's flipping sick. I did it when I was in line. This old man was standing there. I had time to teach somebody, and I told the old man in front of me, I said, watch how the change the dialect is in this modern day. I said, hey, I was talking to the old man. I just talked to him. I said, hey, did you see that that motor out home out there with all those 4-wheelers and stuff on? I said, that thing was flipping sick. And he's like, yeah, it was nice. And I said to the old man, and he was 80 years old. I know he's at least 80 years old. I said to the old man that it was flipping sick. To the old man, that was flipping sick. And he's like, uh-huh. You know what I'm saying? And he knew exactly what I was saying. And like I said, if I had said flipping sick at the time of Rome or the time of Christ, if something was flipping sick, they would probably go get the Catholic priest and come sprinkle holy water on you and think that you had a demon, right? He's flipping sick, you know. No, he's all right. He's cool. All right, you want me to get you, you know, you want me to get you a jacket? No, I'm chill. I know I was going to get you a jacket, you know. All this dialect has changed. Very important, you know what I'm saying? The mantelpiece needs to be on the left. I don't know what you're talking about. So, but anyways, please study these words one word at a time using your concordance. That way, when you go back and you start studying this word and you're trying to figure out, like reading some book, you know what I'm saying? Listen to this stuff, guys. Listen to this idiot right here. Batman just came in. Your name is Batman. How the fuck do you expect anybody to take you serious? Donald Trump's got a Batman and a Superman building, man. Speaking of Epstein Island. You've never been here, you dumb fucking idiot. You come in here with a name like Batman, I surely would have known, you know, coronavirus out of a fucking laboratory or out of some bat soup in fucking Wuhan. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. If you're all about Christ, you don't know anything about Christ there, Batman. Fucking sonar, radar. You are a fucking idiot. You got to be the biggest idiot I think we've had in here come in here all day with a name like Batman. Did you guys see what? Let me read what this dumbass said. Hey, seriously, I mean, people come up with some stupid shit, but this got to be the stupidest thing I heard all day. If you're all about Christ, you should be doing more to get the Epstein files released. But instead, you're on YouTube spitting random Bible quotes. This is Batman. Holy crap, guys. This is your American citizen you live with, brothers, sisters. Did you hear what he just said? I was exposing Donald Trump about Epstein Island before you even were probably born on this rock. You're a child. You have never been in this ministry. I sit here, go over constantly, told everybody that before fucking Elon Musk ever came out, and it was telling people years ago that he went to Epstein Island, dumbass. I was telling people when he was on the dark web more than 15 fucking years ago. When you were born? Were you just born under a tree or under a fucking rock? Where the fuck have you been? I think before you come in and open your mouth to somebody, I'm going to remind you, Batman, listen to me. I'm just going to give you a little heads up about how crazy are the times that we live in. Batman, you're a fucking dumbass. Now, it's a good thing you came in, and I'm not a man of vengeance, and I don't give a fuck who you are, and I don't care. I just want to leave the country. So if you're an American, I'm probably going to go a long way from you. I don't even want to be around any American right now. None. I'm a veteran. I served this. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and don't talk to me right now. You listen, or I'm going to ban you. I'm going to give you a blessing. Okay. So you shut your fucking mouth, or I'm going to tell everybody else in here, and they're going to learn off of your stupidity because you're an ass and you can't be quiet and you can't be taught. So you can't say anything. I'll let you talk in a minute. Okay, there you go. Well, I live off Walled Road and Oil in Silver Lake, Oregon, by Table Rock, the icon of the valley. You can call the state police in Lake County. They know who the fuck I am, okay? So I'm not hiding. Batman, stop talking. Ban Batman if he says anything else. If he can stop for a second, we'll see, but I don't think he can. I don't think he can stop at all. I think this is a brute beast, and they'll just have to say something. If they had any self-control, they would stop talking, but they don't. I know they don't. I've dealt with these people's kind before, but watch how stupid this idiot is. Just what he just said. Do you know how easy it would be find this person? Now, that's a threat, what just somebody said to me. He just made a threat to me. Now, I'm not threatening him, but you know how easy, because if this Batman has probably been an asshole their whole life and probably a bully or whatever the fuck they think they can go pushing people around when they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. It would be easy, so easy for me, just what they said, to get this IP address. I just told them where I live. I live off Walled Road in Silver Lake, Oregon, and Table Rock, the icon of the valley. I don't hide from anybody. I got a driveway marker that's got 100 markers. There's a night light on it if you want to find me at night. You want to come fuck with me at night, okay? There's a pole out there that's got an actual solar light. And if you drive up on a night, it's going to look like somebody lights the fucking place up. So you can't miss me. So I'm not hiding. Walled Road, Silver Lake. I don't have an address because I live off the grid. But if you want to come fucking do something nefarious to me, go ahead. I have no fear. My door's unlocked tonight, okay? I'm not worried about you doing anything to me, okay? You can make all the threats you want to make. I'm not threatening you. You already tried to threaten me. I can already tell. So here we go. Look, guys, he couldn't control his fucking self. You're an idiot. You could have just shut the fuck up and be quiet. So now moderate Batman so I can teach off of Batman. Batman's an idiot. He could have just shut up and been quiet, but he didn't want to hear it. So moderate Batman because I don't want Batman to hear it. And then we'll tell everybody else about how crazy this world is right now. Because people got to realize if you open up your mouth and say something to somebody in this day and age, it's so crazy in this country that I could go get 3 or 4 or 5 of my buddies. I can buy all these ISIS private contractors. Most of these guys that are going out there and putting people in the box like Amazon, it doesn't care what it ships. It just puts it in the box and ships it, are private contractors working for the prisons. I've already done all my research on it. Most of them aren't cops. Most of them are private prison guard workers who work in the prison, are being paid huge. They want this fucking money right now. And they're paying them from the private prisons to go out. Most of them don't even have, you know what I'm saying, a badge number or anything else, brothers, sisters. So if you had something nefarious, think about, you might have been somebody in school. You might have been an asshole. There might have been somebody waiting for this type of day where I could get 5 of my boys. I'm not saying I would do this. We could all put the face diapers on, get all masked up and come out and kidnap this fucking Batman guy and take him out, waterboard his ass, take him out to the woods, fucking harass him, keep him fucking locked up for years and just do just crazy things to this person. You know what I'm saying? And this could happen to any one of us right now, brothers, sisters. So please be careful what you say to somebody, especially in this modern day world where our IP addresses and our access, we don't realize we metadata everything. I can find any one of you in this room right now you're here on this fucking chat. I could find any one of you and probably within the same day be at your doorstep. So don't be fucking stupid right now, brothers, sisters. Somebody can do this to you. There might be somebody who's been waiting because you were an asshole in your past to somebody. Maybe it's your high school sweetheart, the girl that you fucking, told no. Ladies, there might be, and I'm not trying to scare you, ladies, but they could come and do something to you too. And if they just said ISIS right now, fucking, oh, ISIS, get back, and play this masquerade. You could watch 50 of these things and see how they operate. They really have no fucking any kind of organized. I've done crowd control. I was a police officer, military police in the Army. These people don't have very good training. I can already tell they don't have proper training. I don't remember what the death count is already. You know what I'm saying? And so, brother, sister, just please be careful, because there could be somebody like your high school sweetheart that you said no to, somebody you didn't take to the fucking junior high dance, and the whole fucking time they've got pictures of you on their wall and shit. You don't ever know, guys. I mean, come on. There's some fucking nutty people. They think I'm fucking crazy. There are some fucking whacked out people out there. And this is just probably the perfect opportunity they've been waiting for to do something just like this. And I think if their mind worked, like you got to think like a criminal to catch a criminal, would easily do something like this and get away with it. They could get away with this right now. You can buy all these badges. They're not even badges. Remember, they're not even badged up. And they look like and some are just wearing fucking Levi's and shit. I'd get 4 or 5 of my buddies and just kidnap your ass so quick, and not a fucking person do anything. And I don't even think if they got it on camera, they'd even figure out who the fuck you were. Seriously, a lot of them don't even have license plates and shit on their vehicles. You know what I'm saying? And so this is not a safe time to be in this country right now, brothers. Just please be careful about fucking with people right now. You know what I'm saying? Good stuff, Ron. Good stuff. The best thing to do is get away, guys. Okay, really, seriously. The best thing to do is get away from people. Don't fight with people. Go away from them. Population density. Go get the book Strategic Relocation by Joel Skousen, okay? I think he's on the 4th edition right now. He sells it on his website, Joel Skousen. Okay, look that author up. He's got a great book on where you can go and what places are safer and what places are better, and they rate it, 5-star ratings and different things like that. So definitely, just be careful is all I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? So just avoid chaos is all I'm telling you, brothers, sisters. You don't want to be down there getting toilet paper when you could already got it. Okay? Fighting people for the last box bag and can because Donald Trump decides to put us in fucking lockdowns. What would take you, Canadian Preppers said, 100 days, you can probably do today. You'll be wishing you went down to that Home Depot, got that goddamn bag of concrete. Or that ever project that you had is going to take you 100 days if the sun pops us. And we're supposed to see auroras tonight. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get up in a minute and go see if there's any out there. It could be, a sun flare. It could be a satellite, something nefarious. The government could just do it, brothers, sisters. And I'm not trying to incite fear. Okay. You should have a plan. And if you feared something and you did something about it, then you wouldn't fear it anymore. Fear gets you up off your ass to do something about it. Right? Oh shit, honey. Oh, let's do something about that. Oh, we feel better now. Wow. Aren't you glad? It's the preparedness people. They think they're fucking freaked out. No, they're probably some of the calmest, most prepared people, because they didn't just say, oh shit, one time. They said, what? Oh shit, and many times. And they did something about that. And now they have peace of mind. Like, you're in good hands with, insurance. They have that insurance that, hey, if it happens, I at least got some kind of plan. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. Perfect practice prevents piss poor performance. It's better to have and not need than need not have. All right? You want to see a failure? Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. You're just standing around, and only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. That's right. So preparedness is a lifestyle, and you're already, remember, if anybody ever gets on you for preparing, tell them that, you ever read the book of Luke? We talked about, Noah had been scoffed at for decades, right? 126 years. What he lived me 900 plus. It took him 126 years just to build the ark. And remember, no water, not a drop, not one drop of water. It hadn't even rained. And he was building the boat. People are like, this crazy motherfucker. And then it rained. You ever read the book of Luke? Okay, now remember, that was Father obviously spoke to Noah. We wouldn't even be here, right? If I'm not mistaken, Christ said, I'm going to go to where my Father's house is at. The kingdom of heaven was in. I'm going to prepare a place. I'm going to come back and I'm going to receive you. I'm going to redeem my purchased possession. And if I'm not mistaken, he's not done preparing, correct? Has he come back yet and redeemed his bride? So he hasn't not preparing for 126 years, not 900 years, not 1,000 years, not 2,000, not 25, not 26, 2,600 plus years. He's still preparing that house. Remember, a bride would tarry? Yep. So if anybody ever gets on you preparing, you tell them that Christ has been preparing for 2,600 years. You're here in the book of Revelation, in the last book. 2,600 years. He said it was going to go 2,600 plus years. He's still preparing. So what's your excuse? What's your excuse? Why don't you prepare every day? Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. You're just a failure. You're going to sit there like a bump on a log. You're going to be just be like a turtle, flip you over on your back. You don't have no wiggle. I want to see you wiggle it just a little bit. You can't flip over. Come on, honey, turn over. Right? Would anyone like to finish this for me? What happens to every woman that I've ever gotten her on her back? Is that what you are? You're like a turtle? You got no kick in you? No fight? Ain't gonna try? So preparedness is a lifestyle, brothers and sisters. Any woman I've ever got her on her back, she was screwed. Is that you? And I apologize. It's just a joke, ladies. I'm not trying to be facetious or too raw here. It is an adult stream, but that's how most people are, guys. They're kind of, once they, get flipped over, they're just, they got no fight in them. Brothers and sisters, we are supposed to prepare. He said, have extra oil in your lamp. Did he not? Have extra oil and have your lamps trimmed. Trim them. Don't be burning up all your oil. Nobody knows the day or the hour. But do remember, he said there would be signs in the stars, sun, and moon. In the book of Matthew, he said Genesis for times and seasons, so you could be wise. And remember, Paul did say, you will see the day approaching. So it will be in the signs. We will know it's coming. Nobody will know the day or the hour. It says that. Christ does not know. The messengers that run this rock, only Father knows that day. But you should be acting like that day was 100 years ago. It doesn't matter that when to be saved, you need to die already. You don't get saved because you have to endure to the end to be saved. And that he comes back and picks up his bride when the dead are raised from the ashes and the dust, and then you're redeemed. Then you get saved because you were bought. He picks you up. Like you put money in the bank. If you go spend it, you ain't going to have nothing for later. You've left your treasure on this rock. You know what I'm saying? This stream should uphold the Constitution and not judge what said Fourth Amendment. What in the hell are you talking about? What did this person mean here? Did anybody know what this person mean? I have no idea what that person meant. Huh. I need to go to your ranch to imprint my name and get rid of my hesitation. Yep. Perfect practice prevents piss poor performance. It's not like riding a bike. I'm not sure what that person meant, so. Okay, all right. I'm going to go look and see, guys, and see if we got any Aurora Borealis. Remember they called the Northern Lights, and they see them at the equator. So, yeah, Fourth Amendment. Yep. The Fourth Amendment is your right to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, effects, the right to warrantless seizure, right? That's right. That talks about warrantless seizure. So you have to have probable cause. You have to show warrant. On the warrant, you have to sign an indictment by a judge to show out who you're going to search and where. Call out in the warrant who and where you're going to, as a Fourth Amendment right. So, yes. That includes your personal means of traveling, your personal vehicle, not all operating in commerce. So under your Fourth Amendment, you can't stop you for not having a license on your vehicle. It's not a crime. You can travel without a license while operating in a private capacity. You're not working for the corporation, correct? You're not delivering for Uber Eats or pizzas for Domino's, right? You're just operating in a private capacity. You don't have to have a driver's license. What are you going to do? Drive on people's fucking private property? That's a good way to get fucking shot. So, First Amendment, Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of the press, the right to free religion, the right to peacefully assemble, the right to redress grievances, right? Form well-regulated militias, correct? Yeah. First Amendment comes first, redress grievances first, ballots, then bullets, right? First Amendment comes first, Second Amendment comes second. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech. So, yeah, peacefully assemble is that redress grievances. First ballots, it's like the writers of the Constitution knew exactly what they were doing, right? First Amendment comes first, Second Amendment comes second, because if they don't listen to us, it's not only the right of the people, but it is the duty in your Declaration of Independence to overthrow this government, and that's why you have a Second Amendment right. Because if our government comes tyrannical, first we redress grievances, and then we first ballots, then bullets. Correct? And I'm not calling for arms. I don't want that. It's too late. You're not going to do it anyways. It's too late. You missed the boat. But that's how the Constitution was written. It's like the writers of the Constitution knew what the hell they were writing, huh? First Amendment comes first, redress grievances. They don't listen? Get them out of there, huh? It's not going to happen, brothers. Nobody stood up to the COVID. Listen here, boss. I got Mr. fucking 44 Smith and Mr. 45 Wesson here, and you're going to give me my fucking paycheck. I'm tired of this goddamn... Yep, every Friday, right? I don't give a fuck. We're contracting, and this is Mr. Smith. He's my two witnesses right here, see? He said you always have two witnesses, so... See this Mr. Smith here, or Mr. Wesson, this can assure that I don't have to wear that stupid fucking face diaper, right? And I'm not doing this fucking direct deposit. You're just going to bring me cash, right, boss? Mr. Smith and Mr. Wesson here. And I got Mr. Ruger if you need a third witness out in the car too, right? We're not doing this bullshit fucking fake scamdemic going to give me my fucking paycheck cash, right? Because Mr. Smith and Mr. Wesson, you fucking stupid motherfuckers didn't do shit. Not one of anybody did a goddamn thing during the COVID. Nobody protested the fucking COVID for 5 fucking years. And these people are still cauterized right now by this shit, brothers and sisters. You could walk up to a cop right now and go, get away from me, 6 feet. 6 feet, COVID. And they'll go, okay. Oh, well, I said COVID, 6 feet. They'll go, huh? Okay. I don't give a fuck who it is. It's so funny. You guys have been polarized. Seriously, the whole world did it. I'm telling you, I don't remember any protest. None. I remember no protest. Not even a single one. Does anybody remember anybody protesting the COVID? Protesting Donald Trump, protesting their governor, protesting their sheriff's office to get off their fucking ass? and protect their fucking businesses. So we don't keep shutting down. What was like the first time 2 to 3 million small businesses shuttered their doors and never opened them again? Was there any protest anywhere? Did anybody ever hear of a protest? Anywhere in the U.S.? Anywhere in the world? Anywhere in the U.S.? Like a COVID protest? Where? Where was there fucking COVID protest? Where? I didn't ever hear of one protest. Tell me, name it. Give me the link. Show me, drop me a link. Never heard of one COVID protest. Nobody fucking protested the government. Everybody stood on the fucking X, went inside, flat, shutting the fucking business down. The cops just went along with it too. Just fucking a bunch of thug pigs just collected goddamn paychecks. Remember, you could fucking nearly run somebody over. They didn't give a fuck. They just did whatever you tags. They didn't fucking care. These fuckers went tuck their tail, collect goddamn paychecks for almost 4 years. Hey, look, remember I'm in a cannabis county, right? This state has legal cannabis. You know, they did the COVID. But pot bust in Klamath County. It said, release the dogs as soon as the COVID was over, you know? So does anybody know of protests other than this person said it, but I don't know, you know, put a fucking drop a link. Where? Tell me where. No, there was no COVID protest. Nobody protested fucking COVID. I don't remember any fucking protests. I don't hear anybody protest. Nobody protested consistently. Nobody protested. I don't remember any protests. I followed that shit from the beginning. They weren't protesting the COVID. What fucking protests for what? What, the mandates? What the fuck were they protesting? I'm pretty certain I would have heard a protest. And I could be mistaken. I'm not saying, but I don't remember any protests. Every capital city had them? No, they fucking didn't. Where the fuck are you coming up with this? Seriously, I'm curious. Where the fuck were these protests at during the COVID? Does anybody remember what this person's saying? All I remember is people standing on like goddamn X and everybody went along with it. I remember a bunch of protests before the COVID. A fucking world was nearly on fire and then everybody went inside. It quelled all those fucking protests in Hong Kong, didn't it? Everywhere went fucking silent. Yes, the fuck they did. This world, oh, I mean, I could name all a shitload of protests for the COVID. And everything just went quiet. Like fucking crickets. Okay, I didn't think so. I don't remember any protests. So seriously, brothers, I remember at Griplow, this world was nearly on fire. Remember France was protesting for how fucking long? Yeah, I'm talking about here in America. There was no fucking protests. Nobody fucking protested shit. Nobody fucking did shit. Everybody just fucking went along with the bullshit. So Father knows who protested and who didn't, so I remember that. So that's all I'll tell you. Because there were people, but probably nothing you ever heard about. I know I looked. It's better and it killed me. Sitting there watching everybody just fucking go along with the bullshit when a virus is not even a living organism. How fucking stupid are we of a civilization that somebody's afraid of something that's not even alive? Well, you got to be dumber than a fucking box of rocks not to be able to figure that out. You could have debunked the scamdemic and what about 30 seconds? Go on platform, DuckDuckGo, Yahoo.com, Google. What are you going to even ask? Is a virus alive? Nope. It's not a living organism. If something's not alive, you're not going to catch something that's not. There's a dead virus sitting here on the fucking. A virus is a fucking computer program like Bill Gates. It's not alive. If you even looked up you could have debunked the scamdemic in about 30 seconds. because it's not alive. You can't catch something that's not alive. Your brain is about that fucking big. I've studied autoimmunity. I'm a first responder. I'm a police officer. I was served in the military. Obviously, I have quite a bit of certification. I want to put your damn body back together before the paddy wagon shows up. The virus isn't alive. What the fuck is wrong with society? What a stupid generation, guys, and everybody did it. Nobody had the time to get on the goddamn internet to even look and see if the fucking thing was a living organism or not. That's pretty sad. Pretty fucking sad. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that crazy? I thought veterans, we wear masks so that you don't have to you have the choice to whether you wear a mask or not. The whole thing was just such a scam. So nobody protested shit. I looked on a regular basis. Not a one fucking person even scammed fucking demic. Didn't even care. So absolutely. I'm even way more of a person. You ain't met me offline. If you could sit here right next to me, I have to be moderated, subdued, like in the military. You blacken something out, like murder it, So, yeah, there we go. Okay. 105.85. Interesting. So, my family members restricted viruses that have evolved along with this, but I need to research more. No. Viruses don't evolve. Actually, that's pretty fucking funny, guys, because every time something mutates, it becomes less. And remember, it was novel fucking coronavirus, which means it was made in a goddamn laboratory, which was fucking man-made. That's how smart you people are. I'm not downing you, but you had the fucking chance. Novel means made in a goddamn laboratory, you fucking idiots. It doesn't mean it's not a natural novel. Remember novel? Guys, whatever, man. We're past that, but still, That's I'm saying. It's like, dude, are you that fucking stupid? They first got this novel coronavirus is a scientific name for the common cold, for Christ's sake. Hello? You have to isolate something before you can create a goddamn virus. Fucking on, you ever study virology? Just let me put in just the tip. You're going to build up an autoimmunity. You know nothing about virology, do you? Well, that's the way they got away with this. People fall for this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Watch your fucking language, you motherfucker. I'll port your goddamn motherfucking ass to goddamn fucking YouTube. He comes in an adult stream and says he's going to report me for foul language. Get away from me. Go the fuck on. Move away from me. Don't be around me then. Sure, there we go. Hey, remember we were all going to get Ebola? Rodriguez? Remember we were going to get Ebola? We're all going to get Ebola. My Ebola. Remember? Ebola has been around for how fucking long? You know what I'm saying? That's not something that's novel. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He only knows the Schoolhouse Rock. Rum's got a whole swarm of Miss Frizzle nano school buses going up his nanos. Rum, careful, Rum. They're inside you. Careful, they know it's inside you. They want to get inside you because Christ is inside you. See, they want to get in. See why they want to get in you? Yeah, we want inside you. Come on, we want to get in you. They're like fucking like cops with your ID. We need the ID. They're like cops are like crack with ID. I gotta have that fucking ID. Give me your ID. Give me some fucking ID. Right, I need some fucking ID. Fucking cop suckers. Hey, come to my house. It's got a sign at the front of the door, or big huge. What big his sign? It says no fucking pigs, no cops, no pigs, nope, can't come here in my house. Fuck you. So Yep, there we go. So you guys got it. What a scam we've gone through, guys. We all went through this crap together, and people ain't even have enough to wise up. Remember during World War II, they were just whacking a bunch of fake Jews, right? Just one supposedly ethnicity class. Now they're just like, hey, under this covenant, it says white, black, brown, red, yellow, Jew, Gentile, man and woman, all flesh. Fuck it, we'll just whack them all. Ha ha! Everybody stood on the X, remember? Yeah, everybody wore face diapers, acted like a child, remember? The whole world did it, remember? Yeah, all in cooperation, just like their Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, didn't Greg? They are all in cooperation with their smashing atoms. Yeah, right. It's nothing to do with atoms, so. See how what a world that we live in, guys. Remember, they had people thinking if you push your buggy down the aisle one way, you wouldn't get the bug. we should just go back and say all the funny things that happen. We can laugh at it, guys. You know what I'm saying? They're going to go back and look at this generation and go, oh, guys, dude, look at this. It's like 1,000 years ago. Like, dude, we found this is the stupidest generation ever. Look like, watch these. This guy said, what? Look at this, watch. He said, you know, I was a snake before you let me in. He's like, and then he let the bite in. Dude, he gave the sticker too. You're like, hey, play Pokemon. Oh, no, why don't you play Pokemon? So my brothers go, oh, come on, play Pokemon. And so my buddies at Pfizer and Johnson can get rich again. You know, come on, man. No, seriously, they legit watch this out, dude. They said it was 25 feet. They got them all scared and shit. They're like, the science, trust the science, trust the science. You know what I'm saying? They're like, 25 feet, right? And then they're like 15 feet, right? And then they're like, fuck it, dude. We'll just fuck with them. Watch this. 6, 6, 6. Va, va, va. Like the stakes that they put in his hands, right? They staked him to the stock, right? These people are stock exchange. They were going to go 6, 6, 6 feet apart. 666, the number what? Nobody even said a damn word about it. Remember, I said you could go up right now to a cop, and if he gets too close to you, just say to him, 6 feet, COVID, 6 feet, 6 feet. All right, 6 feet, COVID. And they'll back up. The COVID's at 6 feet, COVID. I'm guarantee you they'll back the fuck up on you. Try it. Try it to anybody you know. Just walk up to somebody random on the street. Dude, give me 6 feet, COVID. They will back up, guys. I'm telling you, they'll back up. I'm so stupid, guys. People have been so cauterized, man. Try it. How long has it been? And do it, man. People will they'll still fall for that shit. They will. I'm telling you, they'll do it. You know what I'm saying? To 6 feet, give me 6 feet, COVID, and they'll back up, guys. I don't care who it is. Your doctor, a cop, fucking do it, guys. It's funny, man. It is hilarious. So remember, they wear 2 masks. They're like, wear 2 masks. You know what I'm saying? Remember, the Dr. Falsey was wearing 2 masks. You know what I'm saying? 2 masks. They had people wearing fucking masks, guys. Oh my God, dude, that's so crazy. You know, like remember I was saying, you know, they guys, remember, they're like, holy shit, dude. We're like, watch this, dude. We'll just tell them they can't buy none of this shit in this aisle. We'll just caution it off like it's a crime scene. We'll just we'll tape off this whole fucking aisle. We'll tell them you can't buy none of that shit. It's not essential goods. Fuck it. They'll just listen. We'll do whatever we tell them to do. Watch. We'll just run them like fucking ponies. This is great, dude. Watch this shit, dude. We'll just whack them, dude. We'll tell them. We'll tell them it's a respiratory virus, and we'll whack them with 5G. We'll start spinning their white hemoglobin, right? The red blood cells and the white oxygen cells in their blood cells. You know what I'm saying? And we'll start spinning their blood cells, and then we'll get paid because we'll make them come in and test with a PCR test that doesn't even actually isolate the CV-19. It's just a corona, and it'll blow it up, and it'll say that they've got the corona, and then we'll get paid for that. Watch this. We'll scam them. And then what we'll do is we'll invent, like, remember Warp Speed? He said, you know what? I took the hydroxychloroquine. That's a fish tank cleaner. Watch. We'll use this stuff we use for malaria, which is chlorine, right? This is what we give to patients on death row. It's a halogen, right? This is what whitens your whites and brightens your brights, you know, your socks, if you wear white socks, right? And we'll take this and remember, this is work for malaria. And so we'll have the president take it, and he'll take it. He'll go. But actually, because this remdesivir, remember, these are both blood thinners, right? So they'll come in there and they'll think that they've got this scamdemic respiratory disease when nobody actually has any respiratory disease. what we've done is we've tagged them with corona, which is the scientific name for the common cold, and everybody's have the common cold. So we know everybody will scan on this, and we'll get everybody, because everybody is at least out the common cold. So we'll get them in there, and this will have nothing to do with the respiratory virus, because we know we're just going to stick them, right? Which will be the cure, which will actually, but we've got another way to get rid of a bunch of these idiots. Watch. What we'll do is we'll get paid. We'll put all these 5G paddles like they use in the desert to like kill people with like a silent weapon. These are silent weapons. 5G is a weapon patented by the United States Navy, a military grade. We'll use this as our front. We'll use this as our front, and we'll start whacking people like with paddles, because it's not like satellite Starlink. That's why they have to be in the city and so close on a grid. So we'll focus on the cities. We'll actually start this in Wuhan, China. We'll outfit the whole goddamn country, right? The whole town or the whole city of Wuhan, and then we'll release the 5G there, and then we'll tell everybody, and that's where we'll release the virus, right? We'll release it right there, and we'll tell everybody it's about the virus, but it's really about these 5G paddles that actually go in like a microwave that excites the inner structure and cooks your food. This starts and making a centrifuge and like creating a weapons grade. You start spinning this, you know what I'm saying? Spinning this around, right? To make the faster they spin it, the more higher in the weapons grade it becomes, right? So we're going to use this technology, which is called 5G. It has nothing to do with the internet, nothing to do with the internet. We're going to tell them it's the internet. And then what they're going to do is they're going to think that they're getting a respiratory virus because we stretched Christ back. Remember when the Pharisees, so he couldn't breathe? You know what I'm saying? That's not what they use 5G for. That's not what 5G is. You're wrong. That's 100% a lie. That's 100% a lie. That is no truth to that. So that's not what 5G is. You're an idiot. 5G is 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter wave. It's an oxygen absorption wave. It has nothing to do with the internet and had nothing to do with what they did in Hawaii. Bullshit. You're a fucking liar. You know nothing about 5G at all. So 5G is a military patent grade weapon by the United States Army, and it is a 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter wave. We used it in the fucking desert. Just shut up or don't say anything about 5G, because you don't know shit about 5G. Obviously, just shut the fuck up. You don't know shit about 5G. That's called directed energy. That is technology, directed energy, not 5G. Okay? So 5G is 60 gigahertz. It is an oxygen absorption wave. If you're coming over the hill and you're on a camel and you're riding over there on the top of that hill, and I've got a dial and it goes to 10, I can turn it up to 1, and you're not going to hardly be able to move, because what it's going to do is it's going to start rotating your white oxygen cell in your blood, in your hemoglobin. And now it's going to start rotating it faster so it can attach to your hemoglobin and go throughout your circulatory system. This is what they use too. This is why birds are fucking falling out of, right? No, this is a ground-based weapon. This is ground-based. This has to be in the paddles on a grid. 5G does not go around fucking buildings or through walls or fucking through the woods. That's why they need a grid system. So, okay? So, they're fronting as a virus, coronavirus, so you can't breathe, because they stretched Christ back so he couldn't breathe. This is just to mock religious people and whack as many people as they possibly could. So they're in the, like I said, in the desert. I point that at you, that paddle, it hits you. You're on the camel. I turn it to 2. You're going to grab your throat and say, what? I'm George Floyd. I'm Eric Carpenter. And you're going to say, what? Those 3 words. I what? I what? Oh, to mock Christ. Remember, they stretched him back, the king, remember, to a tree, nailed him back, raised him up on a stake, right? Pegged him, staked him to a yoke. He carried that yoke and raised him on a tree and then lifted him back so he couldn't breathe, right? That's why they did this 5G virus to you. That's what the 5G is all about. He's mocking you every time you say 5G. You should remember what they did to Christ. So I turn it up to 2, remember? And you're going to say those 3 words. What are they? Yep, I can't breathe. When I turn that up to 3, try to remember when this scamdemic first came out. Where did I say it started? Where is the very first place to be completely outfitted with 5G? Wuhan. Remember all the police officers dropping like fucking sacks of potatoes? 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter wave. Look it up. Look it up. You'll see what I'm saying. Patent by the United States Navy. This stuff is so old. It's so okay. Okay. So 60 gigahertz is an oxygen absorption wave. So if they've got these in the cities, okay, in the cities, and they've got these turned up. So, okay. So when they turn these on, brothers, sisters, when we use these in the desert, okay, and we get that up to 3, your blood cell is your white hemoglobin, right? Your white blood cell in your hemoglobin, your red blood cell, excuse me, right, is now not able to travel because it can't move. It's not absorbing because it's spinning. That's what's happening inside your blood. And they're fronting as a respiratory virus. So you complain because you live in a city that you're struggling with your breath. You feel weird. Do you know that I told you the very first place to be outfitted in the whole world was Wuhan, China, and that's where the virus started, and that's where the very first place to outfit with 5G. So that's where people were dropping like flies, remember? The cops just sitting there. Remember, sports people were just dropping perfectly healthy fucking people. Newscast. Why are people doing that anymore? Like the fires that they do. They light them and then they stop, so that's right. Remember the place, and notice almost everybody, brothers, sisters, if you go watch, at least half of them do this. And turn and rotate. Remember, a lot of them wouldn't just fall, but they would, like they saw something and do that. Yes, they did. Go back and watch all of them. There's still a ton of them up there. Their whole, they went like that. Yep, like that. And that was it. Spun. Remember that? You guys remember that? Anybody even watching those people? They would like that, bam, and fall out. That's what's going on in your white blood. Your white blood cell is spinning. So now you go to the hospital. Remember when they turned? Okay, guys, now that's starting to make sense why a lot of them, now not all of them did it, but like about half of them did that. You remember? They did that, and then it was like they saw something, and then they wham. Guys, that's because they turned that thing up to about. So where is the very first place in the United States to completely outfit from coast to coast? They outfitted the whole, from coast to coast, brothers, from the West Coast over here, where I'm at, to the East Coast, from all the way across this corporation. Where was the very first place in America they outfitted from coast to coast, okay? Does anybody know? I told you Wuhan, China was where this came out. Well, New York was from this side, but it was from coast. Thank you for your answer. To coast. Where was it, guys? Come on, think about it. Coast to coast. I'm talking from one side of this corporation, United Corporation, to the other, all the way to the other side. You know what kind of fishermen tell a fisherman story and never lie? The one-armed fisherman, because that motherfucker was this big. All right, never mind. All right, the one-armed fisherman, that's the best fisherman story. All right, moving on, guys. The very first place, I ain't getting no laughs out of that. Nobody likes to fish? All right, you can use that if you want. You don't have to curse, my bad. Okay, guys. They outfitted every major hospital in the United States. was outfitted. You can still see there are all those little, their 5G is a square paddle. It's not the big long rectangle. It's a square paddle. It's not even that damn big. We used to put them on the Humvees in the desert. Like I said, point them, and at 3, you drop like a fucking fly and you're dead. And they go up to 10. So you're in a city and you think you got the 5G, baby. And guess what you do? They're on all the fucking buildings. If you look around, you'd be surprised how many they're out there. Okay. Good stuff. I like that. Rodriguez, good comment. That's an excellent comment. Thanks for paying attention to your grill and things, little details like that. People think shit like that's stupid, Rodriguez. And I think what you're doing is brilliant. People don't want to pay attention to shit like that. When I first moved out here, there was only flies on the fly paper. Because this is a desert, and we had ants and flies, and that's it. Now there's a shitload, but because it's been wetter here. Now there's 30 different kinds of flying insects. I'm seriously, just flies when I first moved out here 10 years ago. There was nothing but ants. That's it. Ants and flies. I fucking love this place. No scorpions, no snakes, no nothing. In the desert, really. Now we've got scorpions. I ain't seen but one snake in 10 years, but that's pretty good for a desert, huh? I grew up around snakes, but so no, hold on one second, Rome. Let me finish this, and then I'll answer that question, okay? So if you're in the city, brothers, sisters, and I already told you that's why they wanted everybody in the cities and put you on a grid, because they've actually have these 5G paddles, which is not satellite technology that goes up and down. It's like ham radio or like radar, or that's not how 5G works. 5G is a paddle ground-based technology. Ground-based technology, okay? Ground-based. That's why it can't go around buildings. It can't go through buildings. It needs to have a grid. And they got everybody sold on its internet, so everybody's just loving it, right? Oh my God. Remember when they were going to turn the 5G network on? There's another thing, guys, when you should have remembered. When they turned the 5G network on, remember, oh my God, it's 5G. Nobody's 5G worked better. As a matter of fact, I remember when they did that, a lot of people said my phone didn't even work as well. It stopped working as good. It doesn't work as good. Holy shit. This doesn't work better. Actually, remember they made that whole shift? Okay. So, you know what I'm saying? So 5G is not have anything to do with the internet. Zero. It is a military grade patent, ground base, not satellite, paddle. Think of it as a paddle weapon. Okay. Because they're spanking you with this. So like I said, they have these turned up to 3 and you're done. You can't breathe. At 2, you're going to put your hands on around your neck. You're going to say, I can't breathe. And you're going to fall down on the ground. Okay. You're going to fall down on the ground. So hear me out, brothers, sisters. So they set these up in the cities. They have them turned on to anywhere from a half to about 1. Remember the dial? They have them turned on in all the cities. When they put them on, they went in, they turned about to half to 1. That's when they turn the COVID on. They turn these paddles on. Just think of them as a paddle, okay? Okay? That's why, Bird. I'm trying to tell you. This is why. This is fucking why, okay? This is why. You think it's radar towers and these are fucking oxygen absorption fucking towers in your fucking cities paddling you to rob your it's what it's doing is it's spinning your white blood cell in your hemoglobin. It's doing that. You can't fucking feel it but your shortness of breath is not respiratory. Now, see, this is their cover. The cover was the respiratory virus. So they know this. Now they have these turned on in the cities. The very first place to be outfitted from coast to coast was every major hospital. When you suffer and you think you can't fucking breathe, you're going to go straight and run straight to the fucking hospital, brothers and sisters. You're going to run straight to the hospital. And at the hospital, they're turned up even higher. They got those things on to about 1, a little over 1. And that's enough to, you know what I'm saying? Bring you're going to think you're getting worse and you're going to complain to them. They're going to take you in there and they're going to stick you with the PCR test and say, you have coronavirus. and you get paid for this, right? Doctors get paid for this. Now, most of the doctors didn't even know this was happening. They give you the PCR test. Remember the guy that came out with the PCR test said, hey, this isn't to isolate CV-19. This is just meant to magnify corona to see if it's in the system. And actually, like a magnifying glass, it blows it up. So this is going to make you 100% like test positive. It was a guarantee. Now they've got you tagged as a coronavirus when you're actually suffering from oxygen saturation in your hemoglobin, from your white blood cells are starting to spin. You get there, they start spinning more. They say, okay, we're going to give you remdesivir or hydroxychloroquine, which they used during malaria, which was a cure for malaria, which is chloroquine is chlorine. That is a halogen. The same thing they give you on death row to stop your heart, brothers, sisters. People knew nothing about this, but this is what was going on. That's why Trump took it, to endorse the hydroxychloroquine, to sell that. He's a fucking salesman. He sells whatever he can. He just came out and changed the whole fucking market. You guys don't realize what Trump just did. But anyways, moving on. This is Trump is responsible. This is his tech too. So, you know, it is. This is all on Trump. This is all 100% on Trump. It is. I don't care what you say. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm not going to argue. This is way fucking past Democrat and Republican now. So anyways, moving on. So, okay. So hydroxychloroquine is bleach, brothers, sisters. That's the chloroquine. It's a blood thinner, brothers, sisters. It's going to fucking thin your blood. They got paid to stick you with the PCR test. Now you got corona. They got paid to give you the hydroxychloroquine or the remdesivir. Then they said, oh shit, that's a blood thinner. You fucking look at his blood. It's spiking. He's spiking. Uh-oh, my God. We need to put him on a god respirator. His lungs are failing. No, they're not. This has nothing to do with your fucking lungs. Now they're going to put you on a respirator, and they're going to take you to the fucking gym and exercise your lungs, and you're going to exercise those fucking lungs for about 5 or 6 hours, however long they have you on that. Remember Mr. Warp Speed with his ventilator? Shut the fuck up. Get out of here, Caddy. You don't have anything what the fuck you're talking about. You're just going to allow our goddamn president to just whack motherfuckers and make Ford respirators, and you're going to come in and say your dumbass shit like this. Go fuck yourself. There's my 2 witnesses. I'm an Army veteran, and you just allowed this to happen under your fucking nose. So go look at this. Everything I say, research everything I say like it's all a fucking lie. So remember Mr. Warp Speed with his respirators, Ford respirators, Ford respirators, Ford respirators. So now you don't have a respiratory virus. You are saturation depletion is because your white blood cell is spinning in your red blood hemoglobin, and it's not allowed to attach and move throughout your circulatory system, and you feel like you can't fucking breathe. You go to the hospital, it's turned up higher. They stick you with a blood thinner. Now you're in near respiratory failure because, oh my God, his blood levels are spiking. They put you on a respirator. They massage your fucking lungs for 4 to 5 hours, however long before they just. If you go to the gym and you ain't worked out and never worked out, and I don't care, and you do 5 hours of fucking workouts, right? And they turn the machine off and they said, okay, ready? All right, let's see if you can do it on his own. How many sets do you think you can do after fucking doing 5 or 6 hours of sets with your lung? This is helping. This is assisting a ventilator. Remember? This is ventilator, respirator, ventilator. It's pushing your lung back and forth, doing fucking exercises. And then they turn the machine off. How many sets do you think your lungs can do? You know how many people I talked to, and they said, that's exactly what they did to my husband. That's exactly what they did to my wife. Guys, that's it. That's it. Right? That's it. You're not going to be able to push not one fucking set. COVID. And they got paid, and fucking Burton comes in, snowboard, and fucking knocks it out of the park. That's right, brothers, sisters. And they got paid for the PCR test. They got paid to stick you with a remdesivir. They got to put you on the respirator, and they got to pay you for a COVID death. These fucking doctors are the sickest fucking motherfuckers, just next to the cops and the government, because they were all in on it together. All of them. So nobody fucking died of COVID. Remember that guy fucking out here at the airport in Christmas Valley at the airport? He didn't pack his fucking chute right. He jumped out of the airplane. He landed on the ground. He died on impact of COVID. Remember? It didn't matter. Remember that lady? If you're in hospice and you've got heart disease and your test for COVID, you're a COVID death. Everybody was dying of fucking COVID. Remember? Remember? Everybody. There was no, remember? How much flu could a flu shot stop? If a flu shot could stop flu? Shit, I meme my way through the COVID. That's the only way I made it. Go find my meme. It's still on the internet. How many flu shots, how much cases of flu did we have the very next year? I had no fucking idea what I was saying when I made that meme, that would happen. That is insane. Look at my meme. It's still on the internet. I have some of the best memes of the whole fucking COVID. I did. I'm telling you, I had some of the best memes of the whole COVID. I seriously did. I meme my way through that son of a bitch. So. Potty talk. Oh, Lord, go get the fuck out of here. It's an adult stream. Didn't you check on the thing before you came in? There's no children in here. Go be a fucking child somewhere else. Turn meant to about CB or her. Go the fuck outside and play then. Goodbye! See ya! So, they killed these people, and it's Donald who's responsible because he's the one, remember, with the Ford respirators. This is a live exercise. Another one of these mass murdering chiefs. He created this jab. So, remember, they would, and then if that didn't get you, the old sticker got you, remember? So it wasn't just there's nobody fucking died of corona. Remember, how much flu could a flu shot stop? If a flu shot could stop flu? How many cases of flu were there in 2021, brothers and sisters? What a weird confluence of theories, but you don't want to research shit, do you? You don't even want to look at shit. You just want it handed to you on a silver fucking platter. This is what you got to worry about right here, Rustus. This is the kind of shit right here. This is the person right here. Not only did these dumb fucks vote for him 3 times, but they want to vote for him again. Goodbye. Go fuck yourself. Whoever's going to sit there and be pissed off, go take your fucking jab. Go get your booster. Don't want you in here. I'm a veteran, and I cannot stand what this government just did to fucking citizens, and now look what they're doing. They're just kidnapping people off the fucking streets, and people don't care. They don't even have to be from another country. So, yep, idiot, Jake. Look, Jacob, MAGA's the high priest of the Satan church. Don't moderate Jacob. Let's see if Jacob has a brain at all. You know what I'm saying? A brain at all. Jacob, do you know that MAGA means the high priest of the Satan church? And that Donald Trump 100% decorates his house with Satan, who had a 58-story tower. Trump Tower is 58 stories. He lives in the 66 penthouse floor of a 58-story building decorated with Satan. What do you have to say for yourself, Jacob? Did you vote for him 3 times? Remember, he let the Biden in. 100%. President 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. President 9/11. Come on, man. Speak up. You vote for a man. You put MAGA in here. That's the high priest of the Satan church. Remember? MAGA. High priest of the Satan church. Has his house decorated with Satan, who lived in a 58-story tower, like Trump Tower. 58 stories. What do you have to say for yourself? MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. May the force be with you. No, that's Nanu Shazbot, remember? You can't believe in Jesus Christ. There's no such thing as believing in Jesus Christ, Randy. You need to reread John 3:16. You don't know what the word believe means, so you can't believe in Christ. That's not what the word believe. It doesn't mean a thought in your head, so. You like what he's done with the border, like he's pro-God. I like he's anti-abortion, like he always says what he means. Oh my God, Jacob. He said he was going to fucking put Hillary Clinton in jail, and she sat at his inaugural fucking dinner. It's holy shit. Remember? He said he was going to build the greatest wall. Instead, you got the greatest jab. in warp speed. He spent more money than any other president ever in the history of mankind, in the history of this country, and even Kamala al-Bakbar and Joe Biden, his buddies that trade lightsabers in their ice holes, couldn't spend as much money as him. Remember his buddy Barry, his B-Bine buddy, his homosexual buddy Barry? Barack Obama was his uncle. Okay, remember Barry? Barack Obama? He spent 10, Donald spent 8 and 4. So he spent more money than Obama spent. So you're an idiot. You didn't hear what I said. Did you answer my fucking question about why you're okay that he decorates his house with Satan? Stop beating around the bush. He didn't build no fucking wall. He fucking stole the American fucking money. Remember, you got too many bikes, and so we're gonna spread your bike around. Socialism. He made it. What was it? $2.2 trillion, right? 8.8. And then how much money did you get? A $1,200 check. How does that work for your fucking? You know what I'm saying? $3,600 fucking mortgage payment. Remember, all his buddies got rich right away, and then you waited how long to get a fucking check? He didn't do shit at the border. He never built a fucking wall. He didn't build any walls. As a matter of fact, there was a $500 million bill passed by Obama to build the fucking wall, and then he went after social programs and took a whole other $500 fucking million. What a fucking loser. Remember, campaigned it on lock her up. Then she sat at his inaugural dinner. That's how fucking stupid you are. And you won't even answer my question about he decorates his house with Satan, and you don't even want to address it. What the fuck is your problem? What is your problem? You cannot address it? What are you, one of these, all we do is win trophy generations? Right? That's what you fucking, all we do is win. You can't admit if he fucking does something wrong, right? Well, how about you just admit that you're fucking wrong, that he decorates his house with Satan, the sun god, and he lived in a 58-story tower, just like Trump Tower. And he actually decorates his house with Satan, the sun god, Mithra. You can look it up for yourself. It's been in movies. How many blogs have been done about it? Oh, my God. They're not even hiding it. You know what I'm saying? So what wrong did he do? He fucking hates fucking everybody, right? Remember, he's going to lock all of you fucking up. He's going to put military in all the streets of America. It's just because you're too poor right now. That's by his executive order. You're too fucking poor, and if you resist, we'll ship you out of this country. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane? You don't have enough money, but they ship all our fucking money to Ukraine and Israel. And Iran. Wait a minute, Iran and Israel? Yeah. Oh, wait, now we just sent, down. How much money we got going down as Venezuela right now? Remember? Oh my God, how many fucking military bases do we have? Mr. Peace President's turned into Mr. War President, and fucking First President inaugurate himself for the Nobel Piece of Shit Prize winner, right? It's crazy. So, no, if you entered illegally. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? At least they gave him a plan and a title, right? The Gentile Messiah. So, all right, get out of here. Anybody who supports Trump, leave now. The dude decorates his house with Satan. Are you that fucking stupid? Are you that dumb? He's President 9/11. 100% President 9/11. Okay? Are you that stupid? 4 + 5 is 9. Skip Joe Biden. 4 + 7 is 11. That's where you're at right now. Okay? The guy's shipping all our money out of sea, just like Joe Biden. Remember, $300 billion. Remember, he's going to pull us out of there in 48 hours. Instead, this time, instead of 8 months, you got the 48-hour jab. You didn't know that, right? By executive order, $500 billion to create a 48-hour jab with Mr. Stinky Muskrat with their smart jab, their Apple jab, their Android jab. Is going to go in there in 48 hours and get you all fixed up. $500 fucking billion, brother. Says you came back here every day and I paid you $1 million to take you 180,000 years to pay that off. See, he's already spending more money than he even spent last time. He's on pace to look at it. I mean, it's unfathomable. I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump. He's a goddamn, decorates his house with Satan. Are you that stupid? He spends money, but I don't give a fuck about the politics aspects of this shit. Okay? He's going to spend the future's generation they've already spent the future's generation. It's like, fuck you, the next 3 generations, 5 generations, they're not going to pay this debt off. $33 trillion, and that's it. It's totally mathematically impossible at $33 trillion. And we're, 37 now? They're printing $1 trillion every 100 fucking days. That is not sustainable. I don't know why anybody would follow this guy. I don't care if he's a fucking Democrat or a Republican. I don't give a fuck who he is. He spends the future generation's money. So you don't give a fuck about the future at all. We're not even supposed to have one single fucking military base outside of our country under this New Testament. The founding writers of the Constitution, remember George Washington, no foreign entanglements. So fuck you, you dumb fucking supporters who support all this bullshit. You're a piece of shit. You truly are the fucking work of fucking iniquity. Allowing your tax dollars to go kill people so you can be a fucking American? Fuck you. You're in debt. Why is this nation free if everybody's in debt? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. This nation is got a debt that can't be paid back. They sell your slave labor to kill Ukrainian citizens. I don't care if you even served in the fucking military. You did serve because your tax dollars paid to kill all that whole Ukrainian generation, in case you haven't been informed, is gone now. Fucking dead. Nope, gone. Dead. You paid for it with your tax dollars and you killed the whole Ukrainian generation. You did it. So if you had a W-2, you paid for it. You paid for the death of a Ukrainian generation. The average fighting age is 43, 40. They're going and having to try to change the inscription age. Remember, they're having to use fucking drones. They've run out of people over there because they put women into the meat grinder over there. And now they're going to draft American women. It's already law. I already told you fucking years ago and nobody listened to me. And now it's actually fucking law, like Pasa Comitatus. Could have had the military come home and fix it. Now they're going to use the military against you. I told you before all this happened. So if you don't think that they're going to unalive every one of these fucking American women, I hope you have a daughter that you love and that you better hold on to tight, or a son, because she or he is going to fucking war now because we just got involved in a goddamn another military operation. I promised you. One more fucking operation, they're going to start drafting women if we go hot on another war. And we just got hot on a war that's bigger than anything that we've been ever involved in. And this is going to involve dead hanging fucking people off the bridges and fucking dead heads being sent to people in their mailboxes. You ain't never fucked with MS-13, have you? I grew up right there on the fucking border, okay? So I don't want to hear your shit about people not having a fucking piece of paper. Go fuck yourself. You don't know anything about the Constitution. You don't have to have citizenship to have rights under the Constitution. If somebody doesn't have a piece of paper, go fuck yourself. That's no different than having a goddamn speeding ticket or your lawn's too fucking long, so they give you a fucking ticket. Fuck you. If somebody's been here 30 years and they ain't committed no crime, I don't want to hear shit. You are not Christ-like. You are not human. You have no fucking humanity in you whatsoever. If they've committed rape, murder, armed robbery, get them the fuck out of here. But remember, it ain't about foreigners now. It's because you're too fucking poor. That's right. That's qualification for getting your ass thrown out of this country. And in case you ain't figured it out, those people in Sudan washed up in Spain. They follow these. I've been doing this, watching this now every fucking day. Planes leaving off our coastline and turning around. Turning off their transponders, not even going to the destinations where these fucking foreigners are supposed to be going. You're going to be on that fucking plane next. You're going to be on that plane next. You're going to be on that plane because you got blue eyes or blue hair. Or maybe they don't like something about you. During World War II, guess what it was? It was American citizens. Their parents were born in another country. Do you have a parent from another country? We're all fucking immigrants in this country, for Christ's sake. Act like a fucking human being. This is not humanity. This is not what Christ would be doing. Just ask yourself, was this Christ-like to take people because they're too fucking poor? It's $4.39 for a gallon of gasoline in this town that I live. Like shit's getting cheaper. No, it's not. They keep printing more money. Silver just hit $41 today, brothers and sisters. Gold is $5,400 in Canada, brothers and sisters. You better wake the fuck up. They're changing the system already around you. This isn't something you take lightly when they start taking your own fucking people. How do you cure poor people? How about bring home those goddamn 1,000 military bases? Stop fighting and fucking with everybody else and start worrying about our own fucking people. Dying people on the streets of this country, war veterans, children and women. And we're sending our money to other fucking countries? Are you out of your mind? This is not Christ-like. This is not what Christ would do. I don't care if somebody doesn't have a piece of paper. That's disgusting. There literally have people been here for decades, brothers and sisters, going through the naturalization process, and they're shipping them out of here. But remember, that we're past that point now. We're past that point. We're past that point. They're literally taking people off the streets for being too poor. Christ will not be using his Father's name in vain. You don't know what means vain. God damn it does not mean taking the Lord's name in vain. You stupid motherfucker, get out of here. I see you. You keep putting your dumb shit here. Why the fuck are you staying in here? Why don't you just pick up your fucking ass, get your fourth point of contact, and get the fuck out of here? Move out and draw fire. I want to know where the enemy's at. And you might just be a casualty for the cause, right? For the cause. Shut your fucking mouth. Lead, follow, or get the fuck out of my way. Don't sit in here and talk shit. I'm a United States Army veteran, and I take an oath for people to stand on a fucking X and wear a face diaper. I didn't take an oath for freedom. I didn't take an oath to no fucking flag. Fuck the flag. It's shit and burn on it. Fuck the flag. I took an oath to the Constitution of the United States. Not a country. Fuck this country. This country is an abomination. For 50 years, we have forced everybody with mafia behavior to pay for our oil with US dollar, and you got to reap the fucking benefits while these people are on the under end of a fucking gun. You know what depleted uranium and just don't go away? You know what the half shelf life of uranium is? Generation after generation suffers so you could fucking stand in the fucking line at Disneyland, get a fucking food stamp card and bitch about Mexicans coming off our border as they pick your goddamn food. You couldn't tell the difference between a Mexican and a fucking Latino. Anybody. Americans are so fucking stupid. 80% of the people coming across this border since the Obama administration, where they were coming across in train fucking loads and letting them in here, were other than Mexican, you fucking idiots. Stop bitching about Mexicans. Even Mexicans don't want to come here anymore. They fucking send their money back home. How much money did you send to grandma? No, you got a new beta game, didn't you, on your World of Warcraft or your Call of Duty? Shut your fucking mouth, Americans. You are a weak-ass goddamn American and said shit. You could have stood up for your country, but it's too late because they repealed posse comitatus, which means that the federal, like me, a fucking active duty soldier, like the 700 Marines, Semper Fi, that they sent to the streets of California, can be used against you in a law enforcement capacity because it's too fucking late. It's already law. They're already going to draft your women. It's too late. You better figure out what the fuck you're going to do now. You're going to send your little girl to another country? Venezuela? You think it's just going to start? If you take on the cartel, you take on all of South America, and they're never going to win that war. They're not. It's like the war on drugs with Ronald Reagan. They never did win the war. You can thank the SWAT team for Ronald Reagan. You know, with his wife, Nancy, with the Adams apple, all the first ladies got apples. You need to fucking wake up. I'm a prior law enforcement officer, credible witness. I can identify. Remember, when I was a police officer, I couldn't put my hands on a woman. I don't give a fuck what your bender was. I didn't. You're a fucking woman. Your rights were more important than my fucking officer's safety. Two stupidest words ever invented in this world are officer safety. Because you never heard a song called "Fuck the Firefighter," have you? Never once, huh? Because a firefighter, like a veteran, is willing to lose his or her life for you. To stand on an X, to lose my life, all an officer all day long is thinking about his fucking safety. No, my safety was not as important as her rights under the 4th Amendment to be secure in her houses, papers, persons, and effects. I had to be able to identify the difference because a man is portioned. When I was in the military, a woman has a different physical standard training. We're not built the same. We don't have the same frame. You can't make a man into a woman. It's not possible. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. Let me see your pelvic bone. Okay, how about three heads? 3 heads. A woman does not have 3 head heights. I don't even give a fuck. Turn around. I said I'm a credible witness. She'd be running away from me. A man's shoulders is why a woman has hips, because her hips open up. Go fuck yourself, you dumb fuck. Stop. This is adult-only stream, not a childish stream. You know what plucking the U-bow means? They cut their bird finger off so they couldn't draw the string back on the U-bow. Hey, how about you go fuck yourself, okay? This is an adult-only stream. Go the fuck away from me. They're literally kidnapping people, and I'm going to get reported for fucking cursing. Well, you started getting stung and stinging you and spells and casting spells, cursing on you at the spelling bee, didn't they? Yeah, you got schooled. Yeah, so you go with the fucking flow. Karen, shut the fuck up. Use your right to remain silent. Use your 5th Amendment right. Invoke your Miranda rights and shut the fuck up, okay? Or leave. You don't have to stay in here. This is an adult-only stream. If you can't handle it, then go somewhere else. They're kidnapping people, and I'm supposed to be fucking happy as a veteran. This is taking everything it means to not blow my fucking head off, okay? This is how I relieve my stress, by telling you the fucking truth. If you don't like it, go ahead and report me, you fucking little Karen-ass bitch. Stop being a Ken. They're kidnapping not people not from this country, people that are too fucking poor. There's 76 of you. I own this goddamn fucking land. They can't throw me in the streets, but I guarantee you that 7 of you are one fucking paycheck away from being on the streets. If not, then make it rain in this bitch. Put your goddamn money where your mouth is. $21 there. Somebody could fucking put their money where their mouth is. You don't have to give me a dime. I don't want your fucking money. Remember, I said this land is paid off. Yeah, but I sit there and think about how many of you are going to get in these fucking, one of you are going to fucking go in these things and be put in these goddamn airplanes, and you're going to end up shackled and handcuffed by the number, not probability. There is a good probability, not by chance. Oh, there's a better chance, because I said if probably more than 7 of you in here are not doing well enough because you're here on some fucking YouTube channel with me, some broke-ass motherfucker out in the desert. Oh, you're that goddamn important? Well, then make it rain in this bitch. I got Bitcoin. Boy, that went to silver, hit fucking $40. P.O. Box 921, Christmas Valley, Oregon, 97641. Send it to my P.O. Box. Make it rain up in this bitch, or shut your fucking mouth. If you're going to be charitable, why don't you be charitable with the word then? Put some goddamn comments in here that somebody can learn something, okay? So I'm not here to be nice to you. That word means to be stupid. I'm not upset. This is passion. I can't stand when my countrymen and women stand around and fucking don't do anything. You didn't do anything during the COVID, and look what happened. This is not the time to stand down. I'm not calling for didn't you hear what I just said, you dumb fuck? Put your money where your mouth is. They're a black fucking idiot. Yeah, black hole. Shut your black hole. You don't have to give me anything, dumb fuck. Time is what I require in this ministry, but you wouldn't know anything about it because your first time here. Well, guess what? Don't come back. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord splits you. I don't give a fuck if one of you subscribe to this channel right now. You can all leave right now. Goodbye, all of you. Get the fuck out of here. This ain't your ministry anyways. Okay? I'm not here to be nice, brothers, sisters. I'm not okay with American citizens now being just kidnapped, involuntary detainment because they're too fucking poor. I've tried for 10 years to invite people to come to this ministry, and not one of you came. I actually thought about going to the fucking border and picking up illegal fucking immigrants because I built cabins like this one out here, and nobody wants to come deal with me, right? No, I'm not going to do this. When you come out here, it's a whole separate thing. That's why I said I would love to have immigrants. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, all glory to Russia, because God's bride, when Israel is in Russia. Thank you, Russia. I actually would rather live in Russia. I was thinking about moving to fucking Russia until Putin said, I can't do this in Russia. Fuck Vladimir Putin and fuck Vladimir Lewinsky. Fuck both those Vladimirs. The people in Russia don't want fucking the KGB operative, just like they don't want Donald Trump They don't want that shit. And let's talk about this for a second. Thank you for coming in from Russia. You know, you don't remember anything. Tear down that wall, Mr. Gordon. You don't know anything about the Berlin Wall, do you? You don't know anything about the Baltic states and Poland and Ukraine and nothing before World War II, do you? You don't realize that most people in Ukraine speak fucking Russian. They don't really want to be doing this, brothers and sisters. Most people in Russia don't want to be fucking with Ukraine. Most people in Ukraine don't want to be fucking with Russia. And it's not Ukraine fucking with Russia. It's the United States that is at war, the 51st state of America, Ukraine, with Russia. So fuck America, because they're the one fucking, and I'm not saying I don't agree with none of it, but if we had fucking NATO at our fucking doorstep in Canada and in fucking Mexico, I don't think I would be very fucking happy either. Putin gave them plenty of chance to back their shit out, and fuck Vladimir Putin, but he's shown some reservation. Remember, you motherfuckers in America are so stupid. Putin just came here to Alaska and Trump sold him minerals. So Putin's got his foot back in the door in America, you dumb fucks. And I already told you he was going to take over. Russia is going to take back over Alaska. Magog from the north, but you don't listen to me. And you just keep going along to get along. And that's what you do. And that's okay, brothers and sisters. I'm not trying to turn a goat into a sheep. Okay? I'm not going to try to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. Okay? So, in Russia, brothers and sisters, just like in Iran, not everybody chants death to America. Nope. Most people don't chant death to America in Iran. Most people in Russia don't want the fucking war, okay? They don't want the war. They don't want this war, brothers and sisters. Most people in Ukraine speak Russian. So that wouldn't be no difference than them starting some faction right here and saying, well, now the people in Florida and Georgia and South Carolina, all those people there are fighting the people on the West Coast. Then ain't no difference, like fighting your own countrymen. You just don't know anything about Russia, nor do you know anything about Ukraine. You don't know anything about the breadbasket, right? Ukraine. That's seriously, that's no different. You have no idea the history of Ukraine. And obviously, Putin did a fucking horrible job when he gave the whole history of Ukraine, but he forgot to leave the fuck out that they whacked the fucking shit out of those Ukrainians. An important battle. Everything but that one, right? Remember Tucker Carlson when he went in and gave that, whole speech, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? So Vladimir Putin, right, said, remember? See, you guys, they're all in on this together. You think you want to be fighting your fucking people from New York because you live in Oregon or Florida? That'd be fighting your own countrymen, brothers and sisters. That's really what's kind of going on over there, but you don't know anything about that country, do you? You don't know anything about Russia. You don't know anything about Ukraine. That sucks, guys. These people don't really want to be fighting each other. It's us that did this shit. We are funding this. Remember, $300 billion fucking dollars to Ukraine. So who do you think? Tucker Carlson loves the bread in Russia. Oh my gosh. So, brothers and sisters, like I said, if I could move to Russia, I would. You know what I'm saying? I would move to Russia. The food is better than this place. Okay, I'd have a problem because I couldn't talk to. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know nothing. Okay, whatever. Get out of here, idiot. I know nothing. Does anybody agree with this? What is this person? Foofy. Oh, I got a name. Foofy. Foofy. What's stopping me? Oh, you don't know anything about my situation, do you? So, anyways, brothers and sisters, there are some good Russian people, okay? There's good Ukrainian people. There's good people in Iraq and Israel and Iran. There's good people all over this rock, brothers and sisters. But it's not the governments, okay? It's not the governments. It's not. Fuck Vladimir Putin. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Netanyahu. Fuck all these leaders, brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. The people generally don't want what the governments are doing right now, brothers and sisters. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, okay? I don't support these governments. I don't support war. I'm a fucking veteran, okay? I don't like the shit that I got myself involved in at a young age. I joined the military at 17 fucking years old. I joined what is called the Army's DEP or Delayed Entry Program, okay? I was 17 years old. It was a young choice, but it was still a choice that I knew what the fuck I was doing. It's a volunteer military, so that's no excuse. Okay? So, but if you make a mistake in life, you don't keep making the same mistakes over and over again. Okay? So I don't have any problems with the people of Russia. I don't have any problems with anybody who's standing for the people. I have a problem who stand around and let the governments just fucking rock their worlds, because that's not Christ-like at all. Christ stood up to the law. You don't know who Christ is then. You have no idea. I don't care who you say you are. I don't care if you're a biblical scholar. If you don't understand that Christ stood against the law and they killed him for doing that and hated him because he stood against the law, the perverted law, and they hated him for it, and he was a threat. That's why fuck Vladimir Putin, because he said you have to go to a church to fellowship with your brothers and sisters. It's illegal in Russia. I was considering going until fucking that. Seriously, because I wouldn't do very well there. I do this everywhere I go. I mean, I have this ministry online, but I do this when I'm in the streets. I don't stop doing this. I do this every day. I do. Anybody go ask this town. People run the fuck away from me when they see me. Oh shit, here he comes. You got to start talking about Jesus, and you can't get away from him. Well, just don't fucking walk up to me then, or don't let me get close to you. So whatever. Not everything's about Jesus, Tracy. Really? He said he created all things. Can you tell me how that's not pop? So, brothers and sisters, I wouldn't make it very well in Russia. I wouldn't, because I'd be out there streeting on telling everybody, spreading the good news, because that's what we're supposed to do. It does, and so Vladimir Putin made it where you cannot fellowship without church. That's stupid. That's dumb. There's no Christ in any churches. There's no Christ in there's no good churches. There's not one good church in this world, not one. They all celebrate. We're not supposed to celebrate anything, not one single day. And they all celebrate. So they're all vain. You know what I'm saying? So I would not support any church. So somebody like me is an enemy to the state of Russia. They would hate me there. Well, the government would. I think the people would. I'd be fine there with the people. I don't think there's any nation that I couldn't go. Okay. No, that's not true. In Russia, Orthodox Church, which are Satanist, no connection with Christ, which is Satanist. Churches are not forced upon. Most Russians don't even go to church. You didn't hear what the fuck I said, so you're a bumbling fucking idiot. Fucking come on. I know what I'm talking about. You're a fucking dumbass. Did you hear what I said? Did you just what I hear said? All churches are Satanists. So Russian Orthodox, Catholic Orthodox, it's all Satanism. So you're an idiot. Okay? So he doesn't dwell. The Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands. Yes, Vladimir Putin made it illegal to fucking church outside of the church. You're a fucking idiot. I know shit about people's countries that live in their own countries, brothers and sisters, because people in their own countries don't even know what the fuck's going on. It's like people who are Democrats, they don't have any fucking idea what's going on. Republicans don't have any idea what the fuck is going on. Nothing. They're fucking blind as a bat. Both of them, they're fucking idiots. Got to be the stupidest fucking people in this whole country right now. Who people consider themselves Democrats and Republicans. I'm not trying to win an argument, Brian. Nobody's winning an argument. I'm not arguing with anybody. You're wrong. You don't know anything I'm talking about. So please leave. Get out of here. Brothers, sisters, Vladimir Putin made it illegal to fellowship. You have to go to a church. I don't give a fuck what this dumbass is saying. I know what I'm talking about. I was going to move there. I had somebody offer me 20 acres of land to move there because I had 20 here. So I've already been invited to go to Russia. I've done my research. I think Russia would be I've already lived in Alaska. I've already lived, so I think that Russia it's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful country. The people are amazing people. They're very war-hardened people too. So they're not pushovers. Okay. They really are amazing people, but the government is just disgusting. It's just like America. So don't tell me that Vladimir Putin didn't make it that way and start talking about Russian Orthodox, shut the fuck up and either listen to what I'm saying to you and focus on what I'm telling you, or just leave. Okay? Or just leave. I don't want you here. You don't have to agree with me. I don't care if you agree with me or not. If I say that fucking Vladimir Putin made it illegal to fucking fellowship with other people, okay, and you want to change that, well, then just go, okay? Don't fucking argue with me. I'm not going to open my mouth and say something about another fucking country unless I've done my own fucking research, okay? You know what I'm saying? Seriously, I mean, it's not something like I said. This is what happens in most countries. You have a very small select people who are the mocking, talking people of the you know, but that's not the majority. It's like this whole death chant to America from Iran. Most people in Iran do not chant death to America. No, they don't. It's like the dumbasses that are Democrats and Republicans in America. They're like the same group of motherfucking dumbasses. The best thing you could do is be your own system. How about getting off the fucking grid? 66 of you in here, and I guarantee all 60 of you live on a fucking grid, on a smart meter. You're going to come in here and tell me that I'm fucking crazy and I'm stupid and you don't even make your own power? You pay fucking taxes, send your goddamn taxes to kill motherfuckers, to pay these big banksters. Wind, solar. I bet you got only one way to heat your fucking house. That's it. You can only heat it with electric, and when your electric goes out, you're fucked. You got no other way, no other means to do shit. Okay? Guys, I am self-sufficient, and I'm not saying that I'm better than you, but I'm not going to be there's no fucking rolling brownouts at my house or blackouts at my house. I control the fucking power. I'm the power company. Become empowered, brothers and sisters. Stop contributing to the system. You're the problem then. You're the fucking problem. You're paying taxes that ship to Ukraine to kill Ukrainian women and men. You unalived the whole Ukrainian generation. If you paid a W-2 tax dollar, you paid for it. You paid to kill those Ukrainian citizens. And although you don't have blood on your hands that you can see, that doesn't mean that you don't have blood on your hands. So this is the ways that I don't contribute to the fucking system. Okay? I did, but I'm not going to do it anymore. Shut the fuck up. This ain't hippie talk, you dumb. Look at this dumbass right here. Weather said, society, man, bro, we have taxes to pay. Well, I'm not your brother, so don't call me brother ever again. Quit the hippie talk. So listen to this dumb fucking idiot. You're a hippie if you make your own power, guys. You're a hippie if you can fucking raise. Here, let me show you. Let's show you what hippies do. Look, I'm such a hippie. Oh, you'll have to pardon me that I ate a couple eggs. That I'm such a hippie that I'm so fucking hippie that I'm hippie because I raise my own eggs, right? I'm hippie because I raise my own meat. I'm self-sufficient. That makes me a hippie. Dude, are you fucking completely fucking stupid? You're the epitome of what's wrong with this country, so you know. I eat fresh butt nuggets every morning. Look at that beautiful egg right there. All those little brown spots on that bad boy. So look at this dumbass. He probably eats store-bought eggs, been stung by the spelling bee, got jabs. I don't know how many jabs this person's taken. They come in and say, call me bro. Don't call me your bro. Okay? This is a blue egg, by the way. I know it's a little lighter, but this is a blue egg. This lady lays an egg every day. Every day. So, don't call me a fucking hippie. You're an idiot. I'm not a hippie, man. Remember? Hippies smoke pot, you know? Hippies smoke weed, man. right, man? Hippies smoke weed, man. Like, for real, man. Like, shaka bra, man. Like, for sure, man. Yeah. Fucking idiot. Would know the difference between a farmer and a hippie. Would know the difference between a self-sufficient and a hippie. Would know the difference between a Latino, a Mexican, and a Salvadorian. This is like crazy. This crazy. I'm just. Oh wow. Oh, well, maybe I use actual organic fucking cannabis so that I don't smoke no autoflower bullshit, so that I don't lose my fucking mind. Hello, hippie. That's pretty. They call me a hippie. I don't even have a beard anymore. no beard. I got called a hippie. So, do you have fresh butt nuggets? Oh, I guarantee you won't leave the USA. Ha 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 ha! Pleasure from somebody else's fucking pain. I guarantee I'll leave the U.S. as soon as I can. They're weak. Pack. Do you have a passport? Do you have a passport? I got a passport. As soon as I can leave, I'm out of here. The day I can leave, I'm out of here. I'll film it. That's how weak you are. I'll get out of here. So, Ecuador. Just to buy another ministry. I'm not leaving permanently. I want to go buy another farm. I want to buy another farm. So, this is a farm. I live on a farm. This is Silver Rock Ranch. We farm here. Well, me, the animals, and I got Kim, but Ecuador is a constitutional republic. I thought this was a constitutional republic, but it's not. It's a nice country. The dollar there is the currency. So I won't get robbed on the exchange rate. And the farm that I'm looking at is an all organic farm that's never been fertilized by anything but the farm itself. So there's 20 plus fruit trees growing on that property right now. I live at 4,500 feet. My cannabis plants right now need to be undercover. And then when I'm done with those, I'm trying to grow food outdoors. Okay. And I can't grow bananas. Okay. I can't grow star fruit and guava and papaya. Okay. So I want to take and tithe all of this to the ministry, to people, not like this dumb fuck right here who says, oh, nobody gives a fuck, or it's like for Lady in Red. I'd seen rum in here, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'd send some to rum. And the whole idea, you see me eating earlier. What I ate earlier, I had some freeze-dried meals or something that I had ate. I think it was chili or something. I'd like to send you, the ministry, freeze-dried papaya, guava, mango, avocados, all this fruit that I can't grow here in the Northern Hemisphere is not as conducive, where I can go down to the Southern Hemisphere towards the equator and grow food. So it's just to grow food. I'm not going down there, but to just grow food. Okay. I could take and spit the seed on the ground and it'll grow. I can't grow here like that. You know what I'm saying? Poquito español. A little bit. No, cannabis is not illegal. Ecuador has the cheapest cannabis on this rock. That's funny, dude. Look at this fucking idiot. Ecuador has the cheapest cannabis. So look at this dumbass. How the fuck would you say something so stupid? Ecuador has the cheapest cannabis. So, and I don't care. I grow my own. Hear what I said? But anyways, let's take a look at some of these beautiful eggs here. Look at these beauties. So, anyways, I'm not worried about going to Ecuador to grow cannabis. I'm going there to grow food, not cannabis. Okay. So, hey, DS, see in here, you're still in here talking shit. That's all you've done the whole time. You're a shit talker. Look at you the whole time. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cares. Okay. Nobody cares. You keep putting that, but nobody's even addressed you. You feel better now? He said, nobody cares. Nobody cares. I know you don't have it. You live on a fucking smart meter. You live on a Wi-Fi router. You're a fucking Wi-Fi. I will not allow Wi-Fi ever in my fucking house. Ever. No cable, no Wi-Fi, none of that. No, thank you. No, thank you. Don't want that technology in my house. Fuck off. Get it away from me. You can keep stewing yourself in that goddamn shit. I don't want it around me. So these are excellent eggs. Excellent eggs. Let's go outside and see if we got any northern lights out there yet. We're supposed to maybe see some northern lights to the north. I'm in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world, so it's super dark out here, guys. This is, you can't, you know, my nearest neighbor's over there. Can you see him? Oh wait, there's my other neighbor, which is like 3 or 4 miles away. This way, let me turn you around. Can you see my neighbors? They're like 3 and 4 miles away. See, I'm covering the lights. So this is, we're inside this is the cabin we're inside. This is the rusty cowboy cabin. This is the cabin we're doing the live stream from. So, all right, I don't see any northern lights, guys. I can see the Big Dipper. Any northern lights? All right, I had to come out here and look. We're supposed to be having like a G2 geomagnetic. Yeah, I think that's awesome, Linda. I love that idea of somebody being in Arizona, you know, and because the Big Dipper is right behind me right here, you know, and somebody being in Arizona and we're able to look at the same thing at the same exact time, you know. We're so far apart from each other, you know what I mean? That's pretty awesome. Isn't that amazing? I used to tell my son that, I said, son, you know, I said, I said, that used to be their internet, son. I said, I know you don't think like that, but that used to be their internet. You know what I'm saying? I said, they would look up there and they would see Leo. They would see the lion. They'd see Ophiuchus. They would see him wrestling the serpent, right? The serpent around his neck. They would look up these celestial firmament markers and they would look up there and that was their internet. Pretty much at the time, it told them everything, you know? It did. They could navigate. They could tell them time. You know, it was just so many things that it told them. I just find that very fascinating. Kind of like what you said. Uh-oh, did my phone not turn on? Uh-oh, guys. Oh, all right. It plugged in. Luck. No luck. So, cool. I live in the Mojave Desert. I was born in the Mojave Desert. So, pretty much. Yep. I was born in the City of Angels. So, I know what it's like to be hot. Drop it like it's hot. So, I remember I took my son down there and I used to walk around with my shoes off. You know what I'm saying? The only part of my body that wasn't tan was the bottom of my feet. You know what I'm saying? I remember I took my son down there to visit down there, and God, it was so different when you don't live there. You know what I'm saying? And I tried walking on the pavement. Oh my God, I had to run to the pool. Like, you just go like this. Oh, fun. And I used just to walk right across the pavement. Right across the pavement, man. Didn't even burn my feet. Walked around, like I said. I mean, the only part of my body that wasn't tan was my feet, you know. Yeah, I think it's incredible how two people can be completely, you know, you're down there, I'm up here in the Pacific Northwest, and we're looking at this same celestial star marker. And it's just, I think that's amazing. And we can, you know, and obviously from the northern and the southern hemisphere, there's a difference. But thanks for bringing that up. I think that's awesome. You know what I'm saying? That's right. That's how it works. That's exactly right. 50%. half off. This is a BOGO. Buy one, get one free. Oh, wait. Hey, BOGO, that's the best sale. I'll tell you what, if you buy this one, you just got to take another one for free. So, right? I don't care where you put it. Take it with you. It's got to go. It's the best deal in the world, right? You buy something, I'll give you another one. So I made so much money off that. How about if I give you more for free today than you pay for? Would you do it then? I'd do it. That's a good deal. I don't even get that good of a deal. Hell. So, no, I don't live in Alaska, although I have lived in Alaska for years. I lived there. I've lived in Alaska, lived in North Pole, Moose Creek. I did a lot of training for the Army. I did a lot of training. They were preparing me for a lot of things. The military put a lot of money in me. So, yes, they did. So, but yeah, I stayed up there and did a lot of Arctic training, mountaineering, cold weather training. Got to see a lot of things in Alaska people didn't get to see. I was very blessed to be up there. So Father gave me an amazing time up there when I got to spend time when I was there. You know, I got to work with the hot shots that do all the fire jumpers. You know what I'm saying? 95 Bravo. So, but yeah, it is, and that's why, Linda, I'm trying to get out of the Pacific Northwest right now. I've been building an underground garden. I don't have that completed. I have an underground shelter here, about $500,000 shelter, but I've also built an outdoor terrarium that I've been working on too. But I can't. The fuck are you talking about? Your MOS was a 6969. The fuck would make you think I'm a 6969? So, yeah, smoke jumpers is what they are. They're hot shot. They're called hot shots. They train them up there. They're trained with some of the trainers and stuff that I've done. Like I said, I got a lot of training in the military and outside when I was in law enforcement, and I did a lot of things. You know, I was able to score really high in my percentile always. You know, when I joined the military, I scored high enough to pick my job. You know, most people don't get to pick their job. You have to score pretty high to be able to pick your job. And I joined the military at 17. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask, don't tell. That's how it was in the military when I was in the first part of the 90s. Yep, Desert Storm, Desert Shield. You know, that's first. So, but anyways, yeah, you know, Alaska's a good. I loved it up there too. Boy, you talk about a view of the stars, man. I mean, I live in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world right now. This is the best place in the whole world to see the stars. So, it's protected, 2.5 million acres, set apart, protected from light pollution. So you better get your spot out here if you want a good spot to see the stars. I mean, you can go outside and see the Milky Way galaxy all the way, go from the northeast all the way to the southwest of these 20 acres. You know what I'm saying? It is unbelievable out here. It just melts your mind. You can sit out here for an hour. I don't have any belief in aliens. There's no such thing as aliens. I don't do fallen angels. I don't do that. But you can sit out here for 1 hour and you will see things that your eyes that you've never seen, that you might even have a hard time explaining what you just saw. And there's a lot of it out here. And there is a lot of it. It is. And I don't do aliens. And I have a UFO crashed on the 5-acre property and I brought it over here. So don't tell me no UFO nonsense. So, so. Camp Pendleton. Somebody's not Camp Pendleton's the Marines. That's the Marines. My stepdad was stationed at Camp Pendleton, out there by what's that, San Onofre and Yeah, I know it's getting worse and worse. I know a lot of so much light pollution. So, but they put 2.5 million acres out here and they protected it from light pollution. So they're not going to allow a whole lot more people to come out here. You know what I'm saying? Isn't it though? Rum is hard. This is hard. This is not an easy, you know, not easy to moderate in this channel. Thank you for recognizing that. These moderators have quite the, and this channel has been shadow banned. We used to put 1,500 people on the TikTok channel, you know, in the live stream before we were shadow banned. So that's okay. That's what happens when you cover the truth. But yeah, like remember on TikTok, we get 8 people come in and we can put over 1,500 people in a live stream where there was a lot of work. It was enjoyable, but it was definitely a challenge. You know what I'm saying? But that's what happens when you cover, you know what I'm saying? That's what happens when you cover what we cover. These subjects in here are not being covered by any other content creators. I've covered subject in here. There's not one other platform, another content creator anywhere on the internet covering. And I give all glory to Shiloh. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I have just the most utmost love so much for Father to be able to give me such a blessing to be where I'm at. And to do what I do and still be alive. I mean, they brought 25 men with guns out here to kill me, armed to the teeth, bragging that they were going to come here and kill me, and they were unsuccessful. And I'm not saying that I'm some kind of badass or anything like that. I am a veteran. I got a lot of fucking training in my actions when they come here and try to kill me, how I responded, and I was not going to be intimidated, and their grenading me to the face didn't stop me from conveying my evidence. And I do what Father makes me do. I'm a soldier of God, and you know, and I stand up for a constitutional right of the people, and I stand up for the right of the organic right of the land, the natural right. All countries, I don't care which country you're from, you're a human being, and you're supposed to love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. So Father made me to do this, and I'm hoping if we can continue, this ministry will just grow and grow and grow, and it will just be larger, and not like that, meaning the bodies that he wants to be here will just keep coming back again and again and again, and that we can fellowship until we can't anymore. You know, this is what I call the 490 generation. We are the 490 gospel. The 7 times 70 gospel is what we share with you here. You got to turn your cheek, be meek. I don't promote fighting with anybody on this channel. I don't promote revolution. I promote evolution. I'm a pacifist. Although I'm certified to kill you with my hands and I don't need a weapon, I'm not threatening you. I tell people to get away from fighting people. Go away from people. Be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Okay? And so cache some of your stuff in a different location. Walk away from what you have. Don't lose your life. Go somewhere else. This is what I've been teaching over and over and over and over and over and over again. Never have they once said, oh, he's trying to be violent and he's trying to make a coup against the government. No, I'm not. I'm saying become your own government. Govern yourself. Become your own company. Empower yourself. You know, make it sure that your only source of heat is not electric. You know, I got 5 ways to heat my home, 5 ways to light my home, you know, multiple ways to make power. I got probably 5 different kinds of stoves sitting in this house right here where I could, if one went down, I could use a different kerosene, propane, wood, electric. I have all these sources. That way something happens, I back up. I've got a B plan. I got a C plan. That's the way that when the state of Oregon came in here with Lake County sheriffs and tried to kill me, it didn't work. They weren't successful. God had a different plan. They should have made another plan. Maybe they would, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they would have been successful at killing me, but Father wasn't having it. You know what I'm saying? And so 25 armed men grenade me to the face, grenade my daughter and my son, shoot my son, you know, tear gas my, you know, and they didn't get me. They wanted me they wanted me to come kill me and come out with a gun. They knew who the fuck I was. This government's been watching me for 20 plus years. Like I said, I have been blogging on this platform for 12. I have 6 channels that are still up. Some I can't get into, some are locked, like Truth Viral Television, America Ever After. Those channels I can't even get in my Gmail account. I've been locked out of my account. The channel's still up. They stripped the subscribers, but the channels are still there. The content is still there. So this isn't my first rodeo. I'm not going to stop doing this. I will do this until they throw me in the dirt. Okay. I've been banned before. I've been banned on TikTok. Like I said, I'm going to keep pushing hard until I can't push no more. I've already lived this life more. I've already got more out of this life. I don't need to own anything. I don't need to do nothing. I don't have a fucking bucket list. I have nothing to do. Everything I do at this kind of point in my life would be considered gravy. You know what I'm saying? Gravy. That's it. God is in control of my life. Remember, I just reported my son murdered 3 days ago. Again, I've been thrown in jail for reporting my son, literally reporting my son murdered, and my daughter. They have thrown me in jail. Just after attorney, which I had to pay for an attorney, which I didn't want to. I had to hire an attorney. I'd be in jail right now. They would have thrown me in jail. He told me I had to contact the state police. By this guy, I think he's got both of these people. My son and daughter, here's the most. Stole 40 pounds of silver plus my gold, kept my dog, kept my passport. All this is illegal, and they threatened to throw me in jail for reporting my son. I've been threatened. I just did it just not too long ago when I was in court. They had me, I was reporting to court, and I was telling the judge, hey, I need to get this case looked at. My son and daughter are missing. These are the people involved in the case. And I reported this to Josephine County that they're murdered, and he told me he was going to throw me in jail. No, I've had no help, Rum. Nobody's made a GoFundMe. I've got not $1 for anything. Honestly, I just had to give up all my precious metals again. $11,000 in gold, $40 silver today, guys. Holy crap! But I just have a little bit of change left. I had to give the attorney the money or they were going to throw me in jail. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't have any choice. I tried to put that money towards the ministry. Last time I actually had $27,000 and I didn't get an attorney. I just used the appointed counsel and I paid off the ministry instead of helping myself. So no, nobody's helped me. But it is the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just the same thing over and over again. Nobody helped. No help. No help. No help. I talk. I get thrown in jail. You know what I'm saying? I say, hey, here's where my daughter's at. I think she's being raped. Here's who's in it. They're like, hey, stop calling us to do your dirty work. We're going to throw you in jail. I said, here, I'm in court. I said, hey, there's the case. My son, he's murdered in Josephine County. I report it because this is what my attorney and the judge says to me. Stop speaking that gibberish. If you don't stop, I'm going to come where you're at and I'm going to throw you in jail. So every time I report my son's missing dead body or my daughter's murdered body and tell them where it's at, I either get thrown in jail or be threatened with arrest. So I'm trying to leave this country. I didn't want to because I wanted to stay here and help my son, but I can't stay here any longer. If I could get somebody to help me or even get asylum in another country, I would seek religious, political persecution and asylum because I've over and over, like I said, I've reported that my son, the state police shot him with the hands and his hands were in the fucking air and they shot him anyways. They came on this property and did not do anything properly. They came and grenaded. Here's the pins. I even have the pins. Here's the grenade pin. Here is the grenade pin they grenaded my daughter with. She didn't have a warrant for her arrest. They kidnapped her and dropped her charges because they knew they'd made a serious mistake and now she's missing again. And I'm pretty sure if she was alive, she would have already filed her lawsuit and could have $25, $50 million because they grenaded her. That's how they came on this property and just threw a grenade at my son and daughter while they were sleeping. I woke up to the grenade. I didn't know what it was. I went to the door and asked my son if he was okay. I got grenaded to the face. To the face. It's on the playlist. on the playlist. Look at the playlist. There's 2 videos. Last time I was arrested, reporting who murdered my son, where to go look for him when they were throwing me in jail for telling them that my son was murdered and who murdered him, and that it involves the police. So the police arrest me. It's crazy, guys. It doesn't even seem like this is a reality, but if you'll go back, you can see Lady in Red. Lady in Red was here before I was ever SWAT raided. She was a moderator when I was telling the state of Oregon, calling the state of Oregon. I had literally hundreds of callers from YouTube calling Lake County, Lane County, calling these people saying this guy has all the evidence, and they were watching it the whole time. They were actually watching my live stream. So it says it in their evidence. And so when they came here, they knew what I was doing inside this house. So I didn't reach for a gun. I didn't do anything of the sort. And they hit me right in the face with a hand grenade. Unlike the 5 tear gas canisters that they launched into this house, which is excessive force still. And again, still to this day, I don't have, my windows still to this day are still shot out. That's why I have to move out of this cabin and move to the other, put 2 through this window and 3 through the other window. That's excessive force. Do you know what it's like to fucking breathe tear gas? Do you know what it's like to breathe 5 tear gas? You can see me on the SWAT raid. They're literally, I'm fucking standing by the door. I'm just choking fucking to death, trying to get the numbers and trying to negotiate with these people. I figured for sure I was going to walk out the door and get killed. I had to protect my ass. You guys are going to kill me, are you? So that if they did, it would all be live streamed. You know what I'm saying? So it's all filmed though, bro, sisters. So if you want to go look at and see what the hell they put me through, you're one of those people that is a sick motherfucker that just loves to get your fucking rocks off others' pain. Oh boy, you just found your whack off right here. Go watch me get fucking SWAT raided and watch me get shot. Watch my daughter get kidnapped. All of us went with our fucking hands in the air, and every one of us were fucking assaulted. My daughter was kidnapped that day. No arrest warrant for her body. Illegal by the state of Oregon. And I believe that's 100% why now they've picked them both back up and they're covering, because my son is owed the 133 hours that they made him overwork, right? He already did his hours. They didn't want to hear it. The attorney said, just do it again, man. You're this close to getting off probation. And he did it all again. And they still tried to throw him in jail. And he still had time on his fucking probation left. And they were just going to throw him in prison anyways. They didn't fucking care. Just like they came and SWAT raided this house and didn't fucking care. You don't come on somebody's property, wreck the fuck. They just drove over all these kennels that I keep animals in and my pens and all. They just drove over all of it with their armored vehicles. Hopped over. There's 25, 30 men out here. The locals said, oh my God, we thought it was fucking Armageddon. We never seen that many. Tracy, I've been here longer than you. I've never seen so many goddamn fucking army vehicles or whatever they came. They were bragging, at the fucking restaurant that there was this constitutionalist out there and that he said he would fight to the death to keep his son from going to prison. Yeah, I explained that I wasn't going to use any weapons. I was trying to use my 4th Amendment right of affirmative defense, that I was going to use my legal right, not my Second Amendment. I made that very fucking clear that I was never going to use a weapon. Instead, they brought weapons. I actually have recorded that my son, the only contact they made, he pleaded, please do not bring men with guns down this driveway. And they just didn't care. All they had to do is come to the driveway and talk to me, but they didn't do that. They never tried any attempt to do this properly. So they came here to murder me or make me so I never, because they hit me with a concussion grenade. I don't know if you've ever been concussed or a veteran, but like a smoke grenade that is meant to be thrown in the room to fill the room up with smoke, a concussion grenade is meant to throw in the room and fill with concuss, right? Or flash, not directly a projectile at somebody's face. If you look in the live stream, you can see the whole back of whatever's behind me completely turn orange because it hits me right in the face. That is attempted murder. At the very minimum, it's excessive force. So maybe one day you will see this case on the federal, somewhere, because if they ever open up the fucking case, everybody from the top down can be sued. I've already spoken with a criminal attorney, And he said, this is civil lawsuit, but these are all civil lawsuits of violation of my, obviously, my right to fair and speedy trial, right to due process, cruel and unusual punishment, you know, my Sixth Amendment, right to call witness in my favor under the right of discovery, suppression of evidence. It's every violation of my Fifth Amendment, Fourth Amendment. You can't come on my property without having a warrant and then telling me why you're here. They didn't care. They didn't even show it to me. They just came and grenaded my son and daughter, and then they grenaded me. Less than 1 fucking minute from being here. Nobody did anything to them. This is called attempted murder. Will the state of Oregon ever go on trial for the attempted murder of myself? They shot my son. You can literally hear me saying, you guys, I have my hands. He's coming out peacefully, guys. You know, he was not resisting. He has his hands in the air. He's asking, why are you here? Why are you taking me? He has the reason to know that. He has his hands in the air, and they just fucking shoot him anyways. They just shoot him anyways. They did not give a fuck. They just shot him. It didn't matter. See, they never meant to come here and execute this warrant like a normal warrant. And that's why they've been trying to cover this case up now for 16 fucking months, guys. My son went missing in September. He's been gone for a whole fucking year. He either hates me, which I don't think that's possible, and my daughter, because they were moving here. They were moving out of their house and moving here. They lived in that house for a long time. They were bringing things here. So my son, who I have a good relationship with, is just going to never talk to me again? No. He's been murdered or kidnapped. That's why when I reported him to Josephine County and they had a 7-year arrest warrant, imagine having to call the police because you're concerned that your daughter is being raped, you know what I'm saying, by this guy. You show him the motive, knowing that when they go there, your son's going immediately to prison. Yeah, he got a 7-year warrant for his arrest, some bullshit warrant, but it is what it is until I can get it fixed, right? That means they guarantee he can sit in a fucking cell and get paid for 7 years. They're not going to go pick him up because he wasn't there, because he's not alive anymore. I want him to be alive so fucking bad, but I've never not talked to my son for any extended period of time like this. And any time that I've ever wanted my son to call me, because I was his dad and mom, I raised him for fucking 8 years as a single dad. I raised him when his mom didn't want to raise him too, and I didn't even have custody of him. I can normally think of my son within 1 week. You know, I did that the other day. I thought about my son, and I thought about somebody that I haven't spoken to in a long fucking time that knows my son. And I said, man, I wonder if that person knows anything. And fucking they call me the next day. The next fucking day. And I try to do this with my son because I've always been able to do this. Always been able to do this. Even if we're kind of in, you know, and we don't have a good relationship. We've only ever gotten over like stupid little things where we just don't talk to each other for a little bit, but there's never been any kind of, we don't have any kind of relationship. We have a good relationship. So my son will not call me. No, I don't think so. How the fuck would they have a warrant for his arrest? And then I go report his body there, and my daughter being raped, and her car was not even supposed to be there, which was there, which tells me something was wrong. And then I report, and then the cops won't even go pick him up. I mean, it was so hard just to even make the phone call knowing, oh shit. And when I called him, I said, you guys, my son has already been shot by the state of Oregon. When you go execute this, going to look for him, this welfare check, please do not shoot my son. Last time he got shot with his hands in the air. His hands in the air. Please do not shoot him. They didn't care. I had 40 pounds of silver there that Marshall had of mine, plus the gold that was supposed to bail Elijah out, because I don't think he bailed Elijah out. I think he might have done something to Elijah. And if he did, he bailed him out and he had the money and he just took all my precious metals. Because he had them. That's what he said the whole time. And then he flipped the script. Bam, when I went to pick up my dog. I went to go pick up my animal, which he would not give me my dog. He came and took my dog. My dog was choking to death out here, guys. I almost lost my dog out here. He said he was so bad for like 2 or 3 weeks. He literally couldn't, you know, he was having problems breathing. He had to be taken out of here. Pants stayed here. Pants would not leave this property. There were kittens in the kennel, and Pants was not going to let those cats out the fucking door. He's a dingo. I know those weren't his babies, but he's a fucking dingo, and he just does his job. So they opened the front door to the thing, because there was all this tear gas. There was 5 of these. This whole thing looked white in here. Everything looked like a fucking ghost, like a ghost in here. Okay, seriously, he would not leave. Marshall, when he tried to take Tango, went with him, but he said that Bone bloodied his hand. He would not come off that. He wouldn't. The leash. He wouldn't go. Well, because Pants, they left the door open. I remember when I was in jail, they were like, "Hey, your door's left open." I'm like, "Oh, great. My fucking safe's in there." You know what I'm saying? My precious metals is in there. Damn, dude. I mean, it wasn't in some easy spot to find, but like, oh shit, it's just open in the middle of fucking nowhere. And I was worried about the animals getting out. Remember, I had all the kennels where I was trying to tell the cops, "You guys, you arrested me legally. It is what it is, but I've got animals. I have a fucking record. I'm an honorably discharged veteran." Even my son's attorney, who represented me, which is totally illegal to do, that's called co-counsel. Each defendant is different counsel, different attorney, and he counseled me, but he was pleading to the judge, let him out. He doesn't have a record. He's been in this town for more than 10 years. He pays his property. He's, let this guy go. He doesn't have a record. He's not a flight risk. Just let him go. And the judge, they kept me a whole extra week. So my animals had to sit in here for 2 weeks before I got home, which took me about 2 months to get this place. Actually, there's still tear gas. I don't know how the fuck. I think it's seeping back out through the fucking wood. I cleaned all these walls. Everything had to be taken out of this house, swept down. And every time I did this, I would loft all this tear gas into my body. So I had to breathe this along with my animals. So like I said, Pants was in here, Bone, and he would not, because they opened the front door. You know what I'm saying? Open the front door. He wouldn't let those. I didn't figure out till I came home. And I saw my dog, Bone, who was in here. I was so happy. And then I'd forgotten, not that I forgot about the kitties, but the kitties were in here. He wouldn't go because he didn't want the kitties to get out of the house. I'm seriously, when I came in here, I sat back and I watched for a minute before I came in here, because it was a little overwhelming to walk back in my fucking house. I have to be 100% honest with you. You know what I'm saying? But I came in here, brothers, sisters, and I watched him. Those little cats got out because I think they must have heard of me, and he heard of those little fucking kitties back in there, because Juniper was fucked up from that too. She was a little kid. She was a small cat, and that tear gas, those little kittens too. I hope, I'm pretty sure the kittens are all alive still, but it did affect them too. And that's how I was pleading these guys. I'm coming out. I don't have a gun. I will be unarmed. I'll have my phone, but I just need to get animals to talk, for somebody to take care of my dogs. And they didn't care. They just kept launching tear gas canisters in here. So I figured out that's why Pants, Bone wouldn't be taken off the property, because he needed to guard those kitties. He knew that they would wander out the door. Juniper it actually was awesome, guys. He's such an amazing dog, because this allowed Juniper to go outside and be away from her cats and go take a whatever, or what she needed to do outside. And she would watch the kitties while she was out. I watched her, I was blown away. I was like, wow, man. That was just because he didn't, like I said, he didn't know at first that I brought back here, and I just crept on this property really slow, and I watched him, and I was so blown away at what I saw him do. I was like, he was so into what he was doing that he didn't even realize, because I told him pull in real slow, and I wanted to come in here and not overwhelm him. I'm sure I knew he was overwhelmed when I got here. I didn't want to overwhelm him. So when I got out, and I watched him in here, and the little kitties would walk out of the kennel, and he would shove them back in the kennel with his little nose and get them back in the kennel, and I'm like, where's Mama? I didn't see Mom. And then she came in, right? And then he went and laid down as soon as she came in, right? And then she came in because she saw me, and I called her out, right? And he saw me, and then he saw me, and he came out, and he went to the door, but he wouldn't go outside. I'm like, oh, I see why you stayed here now. You didn't want the kitties to get outside. What an amazing freaking dog this dog is. Nobody told him to do it. He would not leave this property. Actually, there was multiple people who came because somebody said to try to take him off the property. The only person actually to get him to do anything, because Rick used to come down. Rick would come down here every day. Rick couldn't come out of his house. He can't leave his property. He's just super busy. He's got dogs and stuff. Rick came down here, guys, every day and sat with Bone because he knew that Tango had been taken, and Tango and Bone have never been apart from each other. They're brothers since birth. They've never been apart. Well, this is not the same. Anyways, I don't want to go into that. So he came and he sat down here and he said that one day after about a week, he got Pants to come outside the gate and he got him in the car. And he said, he got him in the car. And as soon as he said him, he got in the car, he said he just put his head down like that. He just stuck his head straight down. He said, you don't want to go? And he said, do you want to stay here? And he put his head back up and he let the door out and he came back in here and he came in because he didn't want to leave. So I'm glad that Rick, was able to come. Why would God give us free will yet keep us from the tree of knowledge? There's no such thing as free will. You don't have free will. You're an idiot. There's no such thing as free will. So, nope, no free will. So I'm thankful that Father, like I said, kept me up right here and kept me moving, and I'm blessed to just even still walk around and talk. I shouldn't be able to conversate. I should have suffered some serious head trauma, some brain damage. Go watch the live stream. How I don't have brain damage, I don't know. How can I see out of this right eye? It scarred my retina, but my hearing's all messed up. I hear like a robot, but I can still hear. Whatever, it sounds funny over on this side, but I tend to I notice now I lean over here and listen this way and read that way. And, I go like that. Now I can't see out of this eye without looking through the, it's not a floater. It's whatever from the concussion grenade from the flash going off in my face. It scarred my retina. So they maimed me. They came here to kill me. And I'm thankful that I'm still here. And they weren't successful. Like I said, they came with an A plan and Father had a different plan for them. So I'm blessed to be here. I really am. I shouldn't be here today. I should be in a jail cell, according to them. So I'm such a bad guy for using words, telling them that my son was, did all his probation and all the proof, and they just didn't care. They just are brutal, absolutely fucking brutal people that I guarantee none of these guys know anything about my son's probation. Not one of them, if you asked them, hey, you went and SWAT raided that dude's house and he was a dad and he was protecting his son. Do you know anything about these 180 hours that he was talking about? There were just fucking armed thugs that came out here to kill me, brothers and sisters. They came here to kill me. If you don't think so, go watch the live stream. Tell me they didn't have something else in mind. So I'm blessed to be here. Okay. So, so you're not going to come against me. There's nothing you're going to say to me that's going to make me up fucking sad or piss me off. I've been grenaded to the face by the fucking state police. I could have a son and daughter missing. What makes you think I would be pissed off at you? I'm not upset at anybody. If Marshall Radonich killed my son, then he killed my son. What am I going to do? Go hurt him? What's that? Not going to bring my son back. You know what I'm saying? So, Fijo's stuck on dumb. Why are you stuck on dumb there, Fijo? Why are you stuck on dumb? Stuck on dumb. Look at him. Stuck on dumb. Dumb, dum, dum, dum. What does a person like that do, Russ sisters? How does a person like that function? They go into every chat and does that, huh? Some sick people in this world, and some of them are cops, governors, presidents. Sick people out there, huh? It's a sick world we live in. So anyways, all right. So appreciate it, guys. Everybody who, the questions you asked, and I mean to get so long-winded, but thanks for letting me talk about it. Because if you had a missing son or daughter, I hope that you would be trying to look for them too and do everything in your power to try to find them. So I have done everything I can do. every time I do it, I get thrown in jail or get threatened to thrown in jail. So I think I'm going to leave the United States as soon as I can because I stayed here to help my son. I was already trying to leave out of the U.S. to go set up another ministry in South America, but I stayed here for him because nobody was here to help him, and now nobody's helping him either. I called the state police a few days ago, and they won't look for him, and they won't take a police report. They can come here and try to kill me. They can shoot him. They can grenade my daughter. They can grenade me, but they can't take a police report. Isn't that stupid? Why would I stay in America? I mean, this country has absolutely fucking violated every right that I have. And all I did was use my mouth. Hey, come look at my son. He's seen this. Here's all his hours. Here's who he did it with. I didn't threaten anybody. And they came in trying to kill me because what they did was illegal to my son. They made him work 180 or 133 hours over the 180 he had already worked. All those hours were illegal. They extorted him, and they fucking know what they did because normally they get away with it. Most people just shut up and take it deep, but I'm his dad, and I'm not going to let him get fucked with. He made a mistake. He got in trouble. He did the time that he was supposed to do. He's the only guy to go to jail out of 5 people all involved in the same exact crime. Ready? Go. Watch. Watch, lady. Lady in red. Watch. Remember? Remember? What do we always have? He's the only one to go to jail. 5 guys involved, all the same crime. One was a rapist. He didn't know who he was. I'm the one who found that out, right? This is the guy that fucking tricked them all. And 17, 19, they're all kids. Fucking kids, man. One was a minor child. So pretty sad, isn't it? A rapist runs free and your son sits in jail for a whole fucking year. Yeah, I wasn't happy. Not at all. So this case is so old and so deep. It screams, police corruption within even, the judge in this case is absolutely a fucking corrupt judge. I 100% can prove it, and I will be suing his bond. Dave Vandenberg, I've already subrogated my merchant number, exercised my right of subrogation, and took over power of attorney my merchant number, and, put the court on notice of liability. So we'll see what comes of that. But it's rather ironic that these people can come out and, after my son has done his time and then does everything he's supposed to do, and then they say he didn't do it and he does it again, and they no, you just still didn't. Well, he still even had time left on his probation, and they didn't care. They were just going to throw him in prison. So I, as his dad, had to step in and say, no, you're not going to throw him in prison. God damn it. Look at the fucking evidence. For Christ's sake, here it is. Stop fucking with my son. You're pissed at me. You hate fucking me, and you're taking it out on my son because you're trying to get to me. And I think it worked, brothers, sisters, because, boy, this got me fucked up, doesn't it? Thinking that every day they got to wake up, where the hell is my son? Nobody's looking for him. Nobody's even fucking started a GoFundMe to help me. Nothing. No legal. I not one single goddamn penny for fucking help for him. Well, hey, fuck you. I don't like you, but here's fucking help for your son, man. Go get him a fucking attorney. Nobody's helped any of us. My daughter, nobody's helped me. Nobody's helped my son. The only help that I've been given is the support of this ministry, and nobody has to give me any money. I don't care if I'm not. Nobody has to pay a dime. Watch tomorrow. Go watch online and watch them start a GoFundMe for a veteran, just like myself, and they'll get tens of thousands of fucking dollars for a veteran. Oh, he's a veteran. Oh, God damn it. And everybody will fucking, there'll be a GoFundMe every fucking day for somebody. They're not no fucking, they don't serve like I serve. They don't I fucking tell you. Fuck no, you bring a veteran in here, you tell me that he fucking is standing for your rights like I stand for your fucking rights. I don't care which country you're from. Bunch of fake fucking, bullshit. All these people. What about I'm just a single fucking dad that could use some fucking help, man? My son is fucking dead every day. It cost me $4,000 to get out of jail last time by myself. I bailed myself out of jail. So I can't win when it comes to these people. Or every time I try to mention my son's dead body, I end up, getting thrown in jail. Or being threatened to be thrown in jail. So I don't want to stay in this country any longer. And as soon as I can leave, I'm going to leave. And I'm not mad at anybody here. I don't care about those state troopers. Whoever did it's going to have to be held liable when they died. Father's going to, if they got away with something now, they're not going to get away with it later. So I'm not seeking no vengeance towards no man, not even Marshall, the guy that literally fucking almost killed my dog. I should have taken pictures of him and recorded some of that. I'm normally much better about that. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you guys being here for me over the last, 16 months. It's been an absolute nightmare. It's been a terror, every day to wake up knowing that my son could be in pain and my daughter could be being raped and nobody's helping, not even his own mom, or this country doesn't care about anybody. As far as I'm concerned, they don't care about fucking veterans. Ain't nobody helped me at all. I don't get veterans benefits. I don't get fucking disability. I don't even get none of that shit. And I'm an honorably discharged veteran. It's fucking insane. Like I said, go look online tomorrow. You see 50 veterans get bunch of fucking GoFundMe, bunch of bullshit. Oh, he got in a car crash and his ankles hurt. Well, what about being grenaded to the fucking face for your rights? How about your son and daughter kidnapped so you can fucking have somebody to stand up for your rights? Maybe killed. Nah, this guy ain't worth shit. I can't even believe I've been going on here for how many months now? 17 months. Not even one person's picked this up. So, and not you guys. I'm just talking somebody from an outside. Like either in a member, I've asylum outside the country. Let's help this guy. Let's find somebody who can help this guy, man. This is bullshit. Look at this guy's a dad. He's just a fucking single dad. All he was trying to do was help his son. He didn't hurt anybody. He didn't threaten violence. He just was trying to help his son, and he ended up getting fucking, gang stalked and that they attempted to murder his body. Look at the evidence. Go watch the SWAT raid. Tell me they didn't come in here and try to fucking kill me. Take out my hearing, my sight, and my fucking mouth. All my senses, brothers, sisters. They were trying to get me to react to my instinct as a veteran and grab my gun and go protect my fucking son so they can kill me. Go watch it. Tell me that's not what why do they keep calling me? They ain't never called me. I said that. You guys ain't called me for years, and now you're going to call me fucking now? Of all times? Of all fucking times, you're going to call me right now? I've been calling you how many fucking times have I called you? And then you don't call me until you fucking are SWAT raiding and shooting me, grenading my son. Like I said, he shot my son with his hands in the air, brothers and sisters. Listen to the goddamn SWAT raid. You can hear me saying, you guys, he's coming out. He has his hands in the air. He's cooperating. He's going peacefully, guys. And he literally, why are you here? He has the right. Why are you taking? Because they're not announcing anything, and then he has his hands in the air and then you hear him. Brrr, they just fucking shoot him anyways. Remember, they threw this grenade in that motorhome to wake them both up. Imagine being woken up by a concussion flash grenade. Bang, imagine that to be your alarm clock. Who threw this fucking grenade? And will they ever be held liable? Because I didn't even know this grenade existed. Because, see, I have 2 of them. There were more, but they took the rest of these off. Yeah. So that means that they grenaded my son and daughter before they ever even announced themselves. That's illegal. Then I went in to see if my son and daughter were okay. That's it. I didn't threaten anyone. All I did was put a shirt on. I went live, said, hey, guys, I knew, I looked out the fucking window. They didn't say anything. I could see the, the Bearcat out there. I said, the state police, were here. And then I went to the door and I asked if my son was okay. Bam, grenade to the face. So that's excessive force, attempted murder. Which officer threw this? Which officer threw this one? This is fired off a weapon, like an M203, they probably don't call that now. That's what they called it when I was in the military because I'm old school. But which officer threw this one? Which officer threw this one? Will this officer be held accountable for attempted murder? But again, you don't throw a grenade and hit it in somebody as a projectile in somebody's face. Like a tear gas canister or smoke is meant to be thrown into the room and fill the room with smoke, the room with concuss. You don't hit anybody in the face with a projectile. This is illegal. They threw this first one in my daughter and my son when they were sleeping. Okay? So What they did is, I'm pretty sure they tried to take and break the front window of my motorhome because it's all fucking shattered in the front of it. They were unsuccessful at that. So they came up to the side of the window because the window was broken in, not out. There's no glass laying out. That they must have come in, broke the window, and then threw this concussion grenade into my son's, where he was staying in his location. No weapons. And I told them he's not armed. He can't have a weapon. He was a felon. He couldn't have a weapon. As a matter of fact, I made sure they didn't even have a butter knife. Butter knife, okay? Okay? Butter knife, okay? So they grenaded my son and daughter. That's how they started this whole thing, brothers and sisters. That's illegal. They weren't doing anything. They were fucking sleeping. So I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to get my son riled up to scream or whatever and get him to get me. That's why 45 seconds later, they hit me in the face with a grenade. Thinking that I would grab my gun, which it wasn't even anywhere in my reach. Didn't ever look at it. I didn't even think about it. It wasn't even that. I told him I was never illegal. Totally illegal. Like, don't go wake my daughter and son up and they didn't have a warrant for, if they had a warrant for arrest, that's one thing. You know what I'm saying? Shut up, you dumb fucking idiot. Look at that. Look at this dumb fucker, people like this, brother, sister. See this kind of asshole right here? This kind of asshole right here doesn't even go look at the goddamn live stream. You're a shit talker, Betty Crocker. You know that? You're a shit talker, Betty Crocker. That's what the fuck you are. You're a piece of shit. People like you are you're what's wrong with the fucking America. You're absolutely what's wrong with America. People like you don't even go do any goddamn research like these fucking cops. You're the same thing as these goddamn thug gang thugs that came here without doing any fucking research. You're just as bad as these state fucking police. You're just bad as Lake County. You're no fucking different. You're no different. Imagine that. You're a fucking slime bag. So go look at the goddamn thing. Listen to the fucking grenade hit me in the face and tell me that's not 3D printed. You're fucking 3D printing. You know that? You're a fucking android. So, yeah. Imagine all the fucking people that you might fucking be able to get through if you actually made some sense. So, see? Look at these dumb fucks, brothers, sisters. This is the kind of person that's going to show up on your door and try to kill you because you ain't got a fucking thing. Right? Oh, no, they don't have a fucking thing, do they? They don't have anything. Guarantee this person it lives on a smart meter. Smart meter. Smart meter. So, you know, I got a missing son and daughter. You're going to tell me I 3D fucking printed the fucking grenade, man. This is why I want to leave America. I don't want to be in America anymore with people like this at all. I don't want to be around no Americans that act like that. I live out in the country, so I don't have to be around people. I know when I'm going to come in here, I'm going to get people to say stupid shit, bro. This is the internet. If you come in here and think people are just going to be nice to you, you're fucking crazy. Okay? People come in here just to get the rocks off. Remember, try to hurt fucking people. To get them, oh, look, I got them laughing. I got them disturbed. Ha, 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 LOL. You know what I'm saying? So, don't come to Australia. Yeah, you can't own a weapon in Australia. So, absolutely. Can't do the fucking Australians lay down like a little bitch and fucking let them take their guns, huh? They found out real quick during the COVID what happened to them, huh? So, they got walked on. I got a lot of followers, lots of followers, you know what I'm saying, from Australia, you know what I'm saying? Probably over there on TikTok, we had more people from Australia than any other place. You know, I don't know if it's because I'm out in the in the outback and what it is. So, but if I'm Canadian, if so, that's gross. No, I'm not a Canadian. So, but anyways, we see what happened to the Australian people, brothers, sisters, what the governments did to them. They got hammered during the COVID, literally fucking worse than any other place. Seriously, the bad during the COVID. That's what happens when you give up your guns. You know what I'm saying? They'll fucking just rout your ass. Look at Chicago. Look at fucking house. It was disgusting. Just fucking disgusting. Like I say, it's probably the worst place the whole COVID to be was Australia. I kept pretty big tabs on it. So, yeah, they had to go through a lot more, and a lot of it's because they were disarmed. You know, they gave up their arms, and so the government could come in there and just walk on them. So, I have mad respect for some of the people that are in Aussies that had to go through some pretty hard times, and I think that if we went into a lockdown again, that would be the minimum. The minimum. You understand? The minimum that they would do to us. The Aussies had it the hardest, as far as I can see. I watched every other nation. You know what I'm saying? So I do appreciate the supporters that come in from Australia and have talked about, you know, some of the circumstances they went through. Remember, we have quite a few people from TikTok that are from Australia that shared a lot of their experiences during the goings on of the COVID. So, Star Wars Forge. Oh, okay, anybody with the name Star Wars, they're definitely not staying in here. So, anyways, much appreciation to, you know, those, like I said, my brothers and sisters that are in the outback, and don't let them take your guns, brothers and sisters, because that's exactly what will fucking happen to you if you let them take your guns. And they're going to take the guns in America. You're not going to have guns that much longer in America. You better enjoy your Second Amendment, because you ain't going to have it for that much longer. I don't care what you say. You're not. You're going to give them up. Whether you like it or not, they'll do it by executive order, or you'll turn them in. Most of you will just go turn them in. You will. You'll see. I don't give a fuck what you think. You're not going to stop some goddamn fucking drone that's going to blow you and your neighbors up. You know what I'm saying? 95 Bravo minus 31 Bravo. He's not a Fed. What are you talking about? So I don't think they'll even know how to do that. So, oh no, they got it. They'll take all the guns. They already did that during Hurricane Katrina. Remember, they came in and there was no water. These people were way up on the hills and they're locked behind locked gates. And because it's a national emergency, they say, we're coming in, we're taking your guns. And most of them never even got them back, never got their guns back. So they'll have no problems taking the Second Amendment from the American people. So nobody stood up during the COVID. Nobody will stand up now. So that's where they're headed with this. I can see that. I've been talking about this on this platform for more than 10 years on how this would look. And so Executive Order 11004 allows them to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. Okay. Yeah. So that means they can drop a hydrogen bomb on your fucking town and tell you it's atomic and tell you to get the fuck out. Now they got all your guns and your gold that you're hiding in your safe, where they know exactly where the fuck's at because you dug it in the ground. You don't think they know where all your shit's at? They know exactly where everything you have in your house is at. So maybe they want something in your area. They drop a hydrogen bomb, a bunker buster that does not pancake out onto the land, is not atomic, it's not it's not radioactive. Then they move into your area and they take all your fucking guns in that whole area. They can say, this area is radiated. Emergency, national, martial law, whatever you want to call it. And kick you all out and then make all of you work. No, fuck off. You're going to go. So you're not going to resist, and you're going to do whatever the fuck you're told. America will be an easy place to take the fucking guns from. Nobody's going to stand up. If you stand up, you'll stand up too soon and you'll shoot them too fucking early. And they'll get that on video and they'll have reason to go take everybody else's gun in your fucking area because you're like a fucking 2-pump chump. And you shoot too early. You blew your wad too early. You didn't even wait for him to come down your fucking driveway you started shooting shots early at him. See? I warned about this, brothers and sisters. Donald Trump said he was going to bring the National Guard to your door now twice, and now he's got the National Guard in the fucking 19 states. So don't act like this ain't already, kind of in play here. Yes, it is. They're relocating people already, are they not? Not fucking people that were born in another country, but American people who are too fucking poor. So don't tell me they can't come and take whatever the fuck they want. I just gave you one single way that they could do that easily with one bunker buster is what it's called. Tactical nuke, right? You know, you're gone. You're out of there. You're out of there. You know what I'm saying? So, don't think it won't happen, brothers, sisters. They're going to do this. So they're going to eventually have to take these weapons from people if they want to take this country over, brothers, sisters. They can't everybody in this weapons with armed. Remember, the Japanese commander during World War II said we cannot go over to the mainland. There is an American behind every blade of grass with a weapon. And that was in 1945. So thanks for the tie there, Posted. Appreciate it. To the fullest. Thank you very much. And that's a Dabu. Thank you to the fullest. So I don't want that at all, because you need your Second Amendment to overthrow your government. That's why the First Amendment comes first. Redress grievances first, ballots, then bullets come second. Okay? You understand? You never give up. You never give up. You know what I'm saying? You don't give up your weapons, brothers, sisters. Look what they did to Australia. I told you. Look at what they did to the Aussies. They walked on those people because they could not defend themselves during the COVID. So if you let them disarm you, they're going to treat you however the fuck they want. And I don't want to see that for any nation. And they did it to every nation already. So if you don't think that it's going to happen here in America, well, you're sadly mistaken. Remember, there's already more people locked up in America than there is in all the other countries combined. All the other countries combined. Remember, they guarantee an 80% occupancy of private prisons before they're ever built. Before they're ever built. They did too. Yeah, I know. And they did it in New Zealand. It was really tough. I understand. I just don't understand how people think they're going to go easy on us next time. You know, they went easy on us last time. Last time they went easy. This time they're not going to go easy on anybody. And you could take a look at a lot of nations that were not armed on how they walked on the nations that were not armed. Think about this, brothers, sisters. If you were a fucking bully, or if you were going to go rob somebody, if you were going to go do something nefarious, when you want to go into an area where nobody had any guns and they wouldn't be able to shoot you, I mean, that'd be a lot better place to go rob a bunch of fucking people, wouldn't it, where they don't have guns? I mean, you wouldn't be a little more concerned about getting fucking shot in if they had guns, right? Remember, a man rubs into a bank. He's got a gun. Everybody in the line's got a gun. Everybody, the teller's got a gun. The fucking bank manager's got a gun. The loan officer, everybody in the bank's got a gun. How successful are you going to be at robbing that bank? How successful are you going to be at robbing that bank? No. Armed public, a heavily armed public is a polite public, is it not? Yes, it is. When you disarm the public, people take advantage of that. The only people who are going to have the guns if you take away all the guns are the criminals. You think you're going to start a fucking, a law and the criminal's going to give a fuck if he's a criminal about having okay, they made a law that I can't have a fucking gun and I'm a criminal. You think a criminal gives a fuck about a law? So when you take the guns away, you take away the guns for the people protecting themselves. The only people who end up with the guns is the cops, the government, and the fucking thug gang members, criminals. The cops, they're thugs, they're a gang, heavily armed group of thugs, all going around harassing, extorting the general public, wearing the same color, thin blue line, much. So they're thugs. So please try to remember that. You're not going to be dealing with people here in the future that are being nice to you. I don't think so. These people at the top know exactly what the fuck they're doing. So they're going to take the weapons from this country, whether people like it or not. I already know that. This has been the plan all along. So why do you think, vomit, right? NDAA, you to resist. Mr. Bump Stock. Remember, Trump, he's not for guns. He's an anti-gun. Trump is anti-gun. red flag gun law. Remember, that's what they used against me. That's what they used against me. I warned you about it, and then they used it against me. Go look at the videos. There's fucking probably 10 videos that I warned you about the red flag gun law. The red flag gun law. Remember? Take the guns first, prosecute later. And then they turned around and used it on me. Josh Bezel used that on me. That's what he used to take the guns. They got a warrant and took my weapons because of the red flag gun law. And I told you guys about it, and they turned around and used it on me. And that's crazy. Careful what you speak into this existence, brothers, sisters. Seriously, careful what you speak in this time, place, space, plane, space, and existence. Because, so... what time we got? All right, I better get off here, guys. It's almost 1:30. Okay. Love you, brothers, sisters. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the other support, whatever that other thing is, whatever those other things were. I don't remember. Somebody earlier gave those. And thank you for letting me be raw and who I am. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to try to be me. If you came down and sit next to me in this chair right next to you, it wouldn't be any different person. I'm not being somebody that I'm not on here. I'm not here to get your clicks, your likes. I'm here to sup with my brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way. Those that want this, I won't have to worry. I won't have to force you. You'll sup with me because it will fit. It'll be a right fit. So don't worry. If you're not a right fit, don't stay in here. Okay. So I'm not going to try to sway you one way or another. I don't care if you agree with me or not. I'm not trying to, change your tone. If you're in the broad way, I'm going to show you to the narrow way every time. I do that to everybody I know. I'm supposed to be doing it to myself too, right? The man's enemies be the one of his own household. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thy love thyself. So brothers, sisters, remember, you're your own worst nightmare. You are the one that's going to get your name blotted out of that book. God's only putting, Father, those people in front of you to test you, to see if you'll get pissed off at them or if you'll get pissed off at God. Because he's just testing you. That's it. The word is orge. Are you quick to wrath, quick to indignation, quick to anger, quick to judgment? Righteous judgment, brothers, sisters. Righteous judgment. Okay, use him as your judge. Let him speak for you. Put that light at the top of your house and let it shine. Do not hide that light in a basket. Woe if you don't share it. Boast because you know. But woe, you'll on the other end of that woe if you don't. Okay? So do what you're told. Father's going to lead you. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So Father makes us do this. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. If people want this word, they're going to be starving. They're going to want more. Okay. So yeah, it's probably a lot to do, Runner. Appreciate your tithe with the energy coming from the sun. We got a lot of energy coming from the sun, and it affects everybody a little bit differently. Okay. Seriously, keep an eye on that sun, guys. We were having a G2, G3 geomagnetic storm. It can affect cardiac arrhythmia. It can affect your beats per minute on your heart. Don't tell me that sun don't affect you. Sure in the fuck does. You could have heart, remember some kind of heart palpitations. That could be the difference between life or death. Okay, remember it. Give man ED. Ladies, your husband can't get it up because the sun. So you're going to tell me it can affect you from here to here, that sun's not going to affect you. Yes, it is. So if you've been feeling a little weird, guys, I'm not the only one. It's the sun. There's a lot of energy we're getting. We just had 2 million mile an hour solar, proton, dense hit our magnetic shield and it failed. We had a G2, G3 geomagnetic storm. That means our magnetosphere is failing. And I've been telling you that, guys, already all along. So we'll talk about, maybe we'll come back next time. We'll talk a little bit about the magnetosphere, the ionosphere, the stenosphere, the mesosphere. We'll talk about all these layers in our atmosphere. Maybe talk about some of the functions and what they do and how we are affected by that. But I can tell you that when the sun emits energy, ionized, deionized plasma gas, and it penetrates our atmosphere, you're gonna feel it. You're an energy being, okay? Some people don't feel that at all, but they're like, I have become comfortably numb, and that's okay. Blessings for them. But some of us were like, whoa, man, I feel a little off today. Why am I feeling a little weird? My balance up is just a little bit I just don't feel myself. Well, that's probably what's happening, brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it does all the way. Yep. So I cover a lot, guys. You know that I've covered that magnetosphere so many times, and this is a very important thing that they're actually, the magnetosphere has failed. I just told you, when we see northern lights at the equatorial region, that means something's wrong, okay? And we've been having solar storms when we're not even having enough energy to raise the geomagnetic level, the KP index, all these things, or it doesn't add up. And it does, brothers and sisters, because if you knew that the protection, it's like wearing a condom with like 40% of the tip cut off. How successful are you going to be at not, I don't mean to go there, but if you took a condom, you're prophylactic, and you cut the head off, the tip off, how successful do you think you're going to, how's your armor? Trojan man, right? I bring a shield to every battle, right? Seriously, brothers and sisters, it is our magnetic canopy, our magnetic shield, and this is what they're not telling the public about. This is the event that will eventually take down the grid. It's just a matter of time. They know it too. Look at all these elitists right now, brothers and sisters. Anybody who has money who's building a bunker right now. Yes, they sure in the fuck are. If they don't already have one, they're building one right now. Look at what I'm telling you. I'm not stupid. Go look at Canadian Prepper. There's he deals with the Atlas Shelter Company. I'm doing a lot of research, okay, on this. So if they could leave and get the fuck off this rock, brothers and sisters, because there's some kind of other place to go, Mars, the moon, or whatever, why are they all digging in? If they could leave this place, we're going to go to Mars, we ain't even colonnaded the moon, then why are they all digging in right now? Why are all the elitists building bunkers? Because you can't get the fuck out of here, brothers and sisters, and they know that. They've got you believing all this sky daddy bullshit. Stop falling for that, brothers and sisters. The kingdom of heaven is within. Christ is inside of you. He's not in a temple made by hands. He's not in a house made by hands. The kingdom of heaven is within. Christ in you, okay? Remember that. You don't have to go to a church where there are 2 or 3, 1, 2, and 3, Father, Son, you, right? Holy Spirit, Hokadesh. There I will be in their midst. The promise that he will never leave you. I don't care where you fall down a goddamn cliff, you get stuck in a hole, he's right there with you. He's right there with you. He's not going to leave you. That is his promise. Remember that he's not, brother, sister. He's going to be with you wherever you go. So he's going to look out your eyes when the world doesn't see your intentions. He sees what you're thinking. He sees what the world does not see. That's the beautiful thing about him being inside. You don't have to be in some sky tower and some scarred satellite looking down at. God doesn't look down on you. You know what I'm saying? Father is inside of you. He knows you what the world doesn't know. You thought you got away with it, but when you face judgment, you're not getting away with anything. Nobody's going to get away with anything, brother. Says, don't seek vengeance towards no man. Please let Father fight all your battles. Please hear me out on this. Turn your cheek. He said, be meek. He didn't say be weak. He said, be meek. I'm not telling you, I'm a pacifist. I'm not weak. I choose not to fight. I let Father fight all my battles. But remember, he's going to keep testing you and going to see if you'll react in a manner that is against what he's wanting to test you, to see if you'll strike and seek vengeance towards somebody else. God is making that person do that to you. God created all things. Who are you mad at? That person? Or are you mad at God? I get mad at God all day long. I do. I'm mad at God. Why am I mad at that person who did that to me? God made him do that to me. God made them do that to me. Father made them do that to me. It's like, I don't care about those fucking state troopers. They probably killed my son. And I'm not saying that in that way, that they probably did. It's not looking like he's alive. There's nothing that I've seen that's supporting that my son and daughter are still alive. But I'm not planning anything. I don't care. If they got away with it now, they're not going to get away with it after they die. So nobody's going to get away with anything, brothers and sisters. You're not getting away with anything. You understand that? He knows what's inside of you. Okay? He knows what's inside of you. The kingdom of heaven is within. Paul told us to cut off the outer man to circumcise the flesh, that Christ was inside of us, that we have an inner man. He cannot sin. He is blameless. He is perfect. Okay? It's the sin That is flesh that is making you sin, brothers and sisters. Wrestle not against flesh and blood, Paul said. Cut it off. Circumcise the outer man, okay? And it's not talking about the male genitalia. It's talking about the laws of the flesh, okay? Don't give into your body. It's weak, brothers and sisters. It is. The flesh is weak. It's weak. I don't care how strong you are. I have a 0% body fat, and the flesh is weak. Okay, listen to Father. You got a personal trainer. It's like a snapback hat, a perfect fit, like a Velcro, or it's a fitted hat. It's like your own personal trainer. If you know, brothers and sisters, think about the first time you didn't even know what the fuck you were doing, and then the first time you went up to take that little ball from Jenny, and that voice inside your head clicked on and said, "Don't take that ball. Little Jenny's mom's gonna come out. Dad's gonna whoop your ass." It even gave you options. That's Christ inside of you. Holy shit, he's been there all along. It's called the Ruach HaKodesh. See, he's not in the sky. He's right there with you, brothers and sisters. Listen to him. He will tell you exactly what the fuck you're not doing that he wants you to start doing or to stop doing that you are doing, right? It's like a thorn in your side that just never goes away. That's him. That's him. I love that, brothers and sisters. I hope you enjoy that as much as I do. I love that thought, knowing that he's like, was it Visa Master? He's everywhere you want to be. You know what I'm saying? So you can't run from him, brothers and sisters. You can't run from the stars, and you cannot run from Father's judgment. So he knows what you're thinking. If you weight the dice, he knows that you're trying to cheat. He knows where the dice will land every single time. You try to stack the deck and cheat in cards, well, he knows where the cards will fall. Okay, he does. He's so perfect. He doesn't do anything wrong. Even when he creates evil things to just beat the living snot. Father creates evil men, evil women to do horrible, terrible, terrible things to his bride. And then he judges them for the evil that he creates them to make them, and he judges them for, and he throws them in hell for doing that. That's the Father I love so much. He does. He creates evil vessels of mercy and vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction for the foundation of the world. So he creates evil men to do evil things. He creates them to commit that sin. Then he judges them for the sin he made them commit, and then he throws them in hell for creating that sin that he made them, right? Because he knows what we're going to do. I love that God so much. People don't love that God. I love that God. That's the God I love. He's perfect. He knows. He said, I do all these things after my own counsel. So why are you questioning him? And for my own pleasure, he knows what he's doing. He creates evil for a reason, and it's to test us, brothers and sisters. So don't seek vengeance. If somebody does something to you, okay, you don't go out and seek vengeance. You can protect yourself. I didn't say you couldn't protect yourself. That's not what I'm saying. If somebody coming to hurt you, come in, break in your house, and rape your wife, you can protect yourself. But don't go out and seek vengeance. If anything, get mad at God. Don't get mad at that person. Oh, they got you fired, and now no, God's doing that. Maybe that job isn't the job for you. Maybe that person is going to do something at your job, and you were going to kill him because you couldn't control yourself that day or something. I don't know. Maybe, but God knows. He's perfect. Remember, I'll pour out a just measure, right, when I return. Not all of us get the same measure. No, we're not all the rich men. We're not all the poor men. We're all different. Remember, he said, give that shekel to the rich man. I don't care if you have the least. Use what you have. Those with less will have more, and those with more will have less, correct? So let them test you, but don't fail that test, bro. So don't get mad at people, okay? I'm not mad at anything. People think I'm mad. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not mad at anybody. You know what I'm saying? No, we're not all given the equal measure of faith. That's totally incorrect. That's 100% incorrect, because not everybody, he pours out a just measure. Okay? The faith that he gives equally is to his bride, not everyone. That's not what it says. Not everyone gets an equal measure of faith. That's incorrect. No, only his bride, and by faith and faith alone. People that are vessels of mercy don't have faith. No, they don't. They're unbelievers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm 100% certain we have different Bibles. Do you own this one right here? No, you own a book this is a 12th century book, canonized, where they pulled out every word in the 12th century. Does your book have Hebrew in it? No. Does your book have English in it? No. Does your book have Greek in it? Oh, yours, yes, yours does have English, but you have a translated version. So he doesn't love everybody. He doesn't pour out an equal measure on everybody because he doesn't give each one of us the same measure. That measure of faith, but not a measure according to our works, right? No. So don't twist the word, okay? I know where it's at. I know exactly where it's at. I know exactly what you're talking about. But the faith that he pours out is on his bride, because it's only faith that saves us. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So the equal faith that he puts out is on his bride. But the measure he pours out on us is for our sin. Correct? Yeah. So we don't always get the same measure, do we? Of faith, because we're all bound to the same path through the straight gate by the narrow way. But not all of us get the same measure according to our works. Remember, give that shekel to the rich man. You didn't use what you were given. So you might want to get this 12th century book and quit reading your bastardized, slandered, garbage bullshit. It's garbage. It's rubbish. Throw it away. Well, don't throw it away. Make an archive or something for later. But you don't own this book, okay? You have to study it one word at a time. Faith is the only thing that, sozo is the word salvation. By faith and faith alone we are saved. That's the equal measure he's talking about, of faith. That's not the measure that I was talking about. I'm talking about the measure he gives each one of us. One of us is rich. One of us is poor. Free, slave, bought. We don't all get the same measure, okay? So he doesn't pour out the same measure on each one of us when he returns. He pours out a just measure according to our works, right? And faith is what saves us. That's it. That's why that's equal. Maybe you didn't understand what you were reading, okay? I don't care if you could help 100 old ladies cross the street. Your works don't get you. That's right. Works is not what you get you there. It's faith and faith alone, okay? Yeah, and Justin, you think you're fucking teaching me something in here, man? Do you think you're teaching something in here? Because you're not. I mean, that's fine. But you're not teaching me anything, and that's fine. I can be taught. I'm not an ass. But why don't you do this, Justin? Why don't we see if you even know what the fuck you're talking about, Justin? Where is heaven? Justin, where is heaven? We're gonna give you a little test here. Put you through the test. Where's heaven? Or where's hell? Where's heaven? Where's hell? You can start with the first one. Where's heaven? Okay, you don't want to answer my question? You don't have to. I'll just moderate you. So where's heaven? Because you're talking about words, and I don't think you even know the words that you're speaking. I think you're a translator. And like if I started testing you one word at a time, most of the words are just translations, your own version. So I want the definition. So I need to know first. I'm not asking for the definition of heaven. We can talk about that, but tell me where heaven's at. Okay, so no answer. Okay, goodbye. That's what you call an ass, brothers, sisters. Somebody has an unwillingness to learn. I said I could learn from them, but you can't be stubborn. I asked them to answer the question. They couldn't answer it. So that's what you call brutish in nature, a brute beast. Yeah, like beast of the field, brutish in nature. They don't want to learn. I can't teach somebody that won't answer a simple question when I ask them a question. They start rambling on about everything else. So if I ask you a question, answer my question, and I'll answer your question. We gotta have a dialect in here. I don't mind. I can fellowship with you all day long. But if I ask you for a definition of something, or I ask you something like, hey, where's heaven? And you say something else, why the fuck would I even talk to you anymore? Why would I even say another word to you? See what I'm saying? So I won't do that. You know what I'm saying? These people are just, you can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. That was already chosen from the foundation of the world. You're not going to change anybody. Like I said, Father creates vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction, for the foundation of the world. He pours out a different measure on all of us. The faith, and by faith alone we are saved, but faith without works is dead. We must put legs. He said, have your loins girded in my service. That is believe is an action word. It's not a noun. It's a verb. So you can't believe in God. You have to put legs on your faith. So you see how stupid whatever that idiot looked like because he wouldn't listen to me? Don't be an ass, please, brother, sis. Don't be an ass. If you don't want to learn, then don't come back here. Don't come back here. Just click past me. Apologize if YouTube put this in your feed. Normally we're a shadow band channel. We don't have to worry about picking up big numbers. We don't want a lot of people in here. Many are called, but oligos are chosen. Chosen means they were already bought, paid, and purchased for. Chosen doesn't mean you just decided. Chosen means it's already done. The Greek word is prognosko. Remember, foreknowledge in Romans 8:29. I also did foreknow. Foreknowledge is prognosko. He already know. That means to have foreknowledge of. Prognosko. I also did foreknow who I did predestined. So I'm the one who decided who I'm going to pull and bring to the wedding feast of the lambs. I decided the only way they're going to have their name blotted out is by self-will. If they don't do my will, then they'll send themselves to hell because they didn't do my will. They did the will of their own. That is the Greek word idolatry or porneia. Latria is to serve, and self-will. Latria is to serve, and eyes of yours. This one right here that will steal your crown, and this one right here that will, take it. He said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. I hope you have that crown, brothers and sisters, when you return back to Father without flesh, because if you don't have that crown, you're not going to receive your inheritance, just so you know. So don't make it about a religion. You better start studying one word at a time. That's the way we study here. There is no other way. Hados, I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the divider of the dark and the light. I am the horizo. So don't be the scorpizzo. Don't be the false teacher, brothers and sisters. He said, call no man teacher, okay? Call no man prophet. There's no prophets, okay? Nope. So I don't make predictions, but you better understand what's in the script, because if you did, then you know exactly what was coming. There would be no guessing at all. It would all be exactly what the scripture says, and that's exactly what I see happening. So nothing fools me here. I'd really, just a couple days ago, Father really hit me hard. He's like, Isaiah 45:7, Father creates chaos, Father creates calamity, Father creates evil. Oh my God, that explains why this evil is so evil. Well, you ain't seen nothing yet, brothers and sisters. You think this evil is bad? Father created, he is a master at creating all things. So if he can create evil, I'm sure he can create some really evil. Let me show you too what's evil real quick before I go. Evil used to be a little harder to spot, S&M and Red Devil and whips and chains and, remember Christ, Antichrist? It's like a perfect coin. Is this fake or is this real? Is this fake or is this real? See, it's like a mirror copy. It's a mirror copy. People think of the devil some kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like it's some kind of pokey, kind of leotarded wearing it. Christ comes, the Antichrist mirroring and performing all. Is this real or is this? You got to look at the finest. It's going to look he's going to look exactly and perform all the same miracles and wonders as Christ. Remember? So he's not some red leotarded. He's not going to be easy to spot. Remember, Father didn't make the Antichrist easy to see. If the devil came wearing fishnet stockings and high heels and red lipstick, would you answer the door and let him in? Anyone? You could put lipstick on a pig. I ain't kissing. It's still a pig. Stockings, heels, but anyways. Careful. He comes mirroring Christ, not some red little kitty devil here, brothers, sisters. That's not how that works, okay? So I hope you're ready. I hope you can spot him. I hope you can see him, because he's not going to be easy to spot, brothers, sisters. You're going to probably fool. Remember? No. It says the elect will not be deceived. It's not possible, brothers, sisters. It's not possible. Well, those who have an eye, a spiritual eye, celestial eye, biblical eye, they'll see the signs in the stars, sun, and moon. They'll see them in the parables of the scriptural signs, celestial signs, and even the agricultural signs that have been left for us. So there's plenty of signs, brothers, sisters. Be ye ready. Prepare ye the way. That's what he said. Prepare the way, right? Hados, he is the way. Prepare the way. Go out and share the light, brothers, sisters, okay? Thank you so much for the super chats. 78. We did 2 full-hour days today here. I think we put in a 16-hour day again today. Brothers, just appreciate it. Thanks, Father, for giving me the energy to do this today again. I love you, brothers, sisters. This ministry has been such a blessing to me. I can't even imagine why Father has blessed me so much with such a beautiful group of people. My brothers and sisters in Christ, trolls aside, I don't care about them, but the body that comes back here again and again and again, I don't know what I did. I don't deserve anything. I already told you. I wish I could take the word deserve and never say it ever again. I don't deserve anything. So I don't know why Father's blessed with me with such an abundance with this ministry, guys. I don't know how I would have made it through the last 16 months. I feel as this pastor of this, ministering this gospel on this platform is a gift that has been bestowed to me from Father, and I don't take this lightly. I hope you know that. This is something that I cannot thank Father enough for the gift of this ministry that he's given me with this body to come back and fellowship with you guys. It is something that I just never ever would imagine Father would have given me such a huge gift, if you will. A blessing, an abundance, and you guys are that abundance. Remember, I don't make this ministry. I'm just the person who brings it up. I'm one of 22,000, 50,000 with all the channels. So I'm just one person. And when I step back and go, oh my God, Father, what the heck did you give that to me? Why would you give me so much, bestow so much of a blessing on me? Why? I don't know. Okay. I don't know, but I can tell you this. I don't take it lightly, and I feel very abundant to have this ministry here. It is something that, again, that, I have a huge void in my life because my son was taken by Father. It's Father who did it. And I would be, it'd just be a lot more difficult. And I look back again, I was praying with Father before I came on here and go, this is unreal, Father. There is a huge, base group that we got here. I'm saying it's not, but to me, it's huge. And they keep coming back again and again and again and again and again and again. And I'm like, wow, Father, this is the best blessing you've ever given me. I've had abundance before. I've been given some amazing things in my life. I don't need to do anything else. I don't have a bucket list. If I die tonight, they come SWAT raid this house and kill me, I'm fine. I'm not going to roll around and do anything. I've been given more than abundance. But then I sat back today and I was looking at this going, what I've been given is something that I would never ever thought that I would ever. I just never imagined this in any way, shape, or form. So it's hard for me to be blindsided to things because I'm such a prepper, and I like to investigate, and I like to see things coming. So I cannot thank you enough for being a part of that blessing. So each one of you are just as important. I want you to know I'm a military police, so I'm a team player. I know how to play for the team. I don't want the glory. I want to give Shiloh the glory. I want to give Christ the glory for giving you guys this ability to come here and fellowship with me. So I'm going to let you go, but I want you to know before I do that I cannot thank you enough. And I want you to do the same thing. If you can, please thank Father for the blessings to have this ministry. It is something that it is a rare thing that we have here. It's not like any other channel. I don't think you can compare this channel to any other channel out there. Okay. So that is what I think is just really rocked my world this morning. Went, this is the biggest blessing that I've been ever given in my entire life. It is far beyond anything that I could have ever in my wildest imagination. And I've got a pretty good imagination. Could have imagined that something like this would have been bestowed to myself, because I'm just a guy. I'm just a dude. I'm nothing special. I love the word, but I'm not above anybody. But I'm not below anybody either, brothers and sisters. I will not let myself be below people or put myself above. I'm right there with you guys. So thank you for the tithes, guys. I really do appreciate your tithe. The time is more important than any dollars that you can contribute. I do appreciate the tithes, the monetary tithes, but you can't print time, and you can't make it. You can try to make it up, but you can't make time. You know what I'm saying? So much blessing to everybody who is a part of this ministry. We are a body. We are the body of Christ. We are the body, and he is the head. Correct? He's the head. He said, put that light at the top of your house and let it shine. Okay? So you truly, brothers and sisters, I'm in a dark, dark place in my life right now, and you guys are that beacon for me. Remember, we need a beacon when we get lost, and you guys have been that beacon. You seriously are. You've been that through this ministry with this bestowing this blessing to me. You've really been. You see how dark my life has gone here in the last 16 months. It's I've been walking in the shadow of the valley of death, and you've just made that very tolerable. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, to take such an edge off the sting is just, it's a blessing. So, all right, much agape. Thank you for the thumbs up. You want to hit that one more time before you go. If you haven't, that doesn't cost anything to hit. You don't have to agree with me. Thank you for the $37.96 in monetary tithes. I have Cash App, PayPal, and Bitcoin. Never, ever, ever is it required to pay to be a part of this ministry. Never. I don't want to be paid to share the gospel. That's not right. That's not right. I don't feel right to share the gospel and to be paid for it. There's nothing like that. It does say in the book of Malachi, if you find a man that is feeding you the meat, and I'm giving you the meat, to give me 10% of your earnings. I don't want your money, brothers and sisters. I want, if you can, 10% of your time. Come back and fellowship, because when you're here and we're all here together, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my Shem, my name, my Agape, there I will be. And I love having you guys here with me to share this, because having this blessing and holding it in is just, there's no way I could do that. I wouldn't, like I said, I would never turn the comments off. I know a couple times, but I just couldn't do that, brothers and sisters. I cannot just hold back what's inside me. He has just bestowed with me with more blessings and more abundance and more bounty than I could ever have. So I want to share that with you. So thank you for allowing me to do that. I know this is a little rough around the edges, but I am not, okay? I'm not perfect, guys. I'm not a perfect person. I fall short of the word. I do it on a daily basis. I'm sure all of us do. So purify yourself as he purified himself, okay? All right. Much love, Pastor Revelation. Welcome to this last book, man. We are so blessed to be the remnant. We are so blessed to be this remnant, brothers and sisters. This is the generation that Christ spoke of. This is it. We are that remnant, brothers and sisters. And remember, somebody you've seen in your lifetime. So be ready. Keep your head on a swivel. Look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. All right, Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.